Chapter 40 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Chapters of Coming Forth by Day. Chapter 153b. From the Papyrus of Nu. Vignette: a net full of fish being drawn together by 3 dog-headed apes. Text: the chapter of coming forth from the capture of the fish. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief triumphant, saith, Hail, ye who lay snares, and ye who work the nets, and ye who are fishers. Hail, ye who have given birth to your own fathers. Know ye that I know the name of the great and mighty net? Anket, that is, clincher, is its name. Know ye that I know the name of its cordage? Rut, that is, vigour, of Isis is its name. Know ye that I know the name of the Mehese? Thigh of Tem is its name. Know ye that I know the name of its pole with curved ends? Finger of Nemu is its name. Know ye that I know the name of its table? Hook of Ptah is its name. Know ye that I know the name of its slaughtering knife? Chopper of Isis is its name. Know ye that I know the name of its weights? Iron in heaven is their name. Know ye that I know the name of its rushes? Feathers, or hair, of the hawk is their name. Know ye that I know the name of the fishes? Ape is their name. Know ye that I know the name of the thigh? Thigh, whereon standeth the temple of the moon, is its name. Know ye that I know the name of the fowler? Prince, mighty one, who sitteth on the eastern side of heaven, is his name. I have not eaten, O great divine one. Behold, the great divine one hath given me drink. I have not seated myself upon my thighs in the waters, but I eat, and I satisfy myself with food before him. The seeds of death are in my body. I am Neck, I am Ra, coming forth from Nu, the divine soul of the God. I create the God who, and wrong is the thing which I abominate. I am Osiris, the maker of Maat, whereon Ra doth live each and every day. I am invoked by the name of Bull, and I am addressed among the company of the gods by the name of Neck. I create mine own self along with Nu, in my name of Khepera, whereby I create myself each and every day. I am the God of divine splendour, and I rise up as Ra, the Lord of the East. Life is given unto me through his comings forth therefrom. I have come into heaven, and I embrace my seat, which is in the east, with the children of the princes who dwell in their fields, and I have delivered her that brought me forth in peace. I eat like the god Shu. I satisfy myself with food like the god Shu. I ease myself like the god Shu. The divine kings of the north and south are with me. The god Kensu is with me, and those who bind up their heads are with me. Embrace ye then the flame in the land of the multitude. Chapter 154. From the Papyrus of Nu. Vignette: this chapter has no vignette in the Theban recension. In the CLXIII recension, the mummy of the deceased is seen lying upon a bier, with the sun shining upon it. Text: the chapter of not letting the body perish. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the Chancellor-in-Chief, triumphant, saith, "Homage to thee, O my divine father Osiris! I came to embalm thee. Do thou embalm these my members, for I would not perish and come to an end, but would be even like unto my divine father Khepera, the divine type of him that never saw corruption. Come then, make strong my breath then, O Lord of the winds, who dost magnify those divine beings who are like unto himself. Stablish me doubly then, and fashion me strongly, O Lord of the funeral chest. Grant thou that I may enter into the land of everlastingness, according to that which was done for thee along with thy father Tem, whose body never saw corruption, and who is the being who never saw corruption. I have never done that which thou hatest, nay, I have cried out among those who love thy car. Let not my body become worms, but deliver me as thou didst thyself. I pray thee, let me not fall into rottenness, even as thou dost permit every god, and every goddess, and every animal, and every reptile to see corruption, when the soul hath gone forth from them after their death. And when the soul departeth, or perisheth, a man seeth corruption, and the bones of his body rot, and become wholly stinkingness. The members decay piecemeal, the bones crumble into a helpless mess, and the flesh becometh fetid liquid, and he becometh a brother unto the decay which cometh upon him, and he turneth into multitudes of worms, and he becometh altogether worms, and an end is made of him, and he perisheth in the sight of the god Shu, even as doth every god, and every goddess, and every feathered fowl, and every fish, and every creeping thing, and every reptile, and every animal, and every thing whatsoever. Therefore shall they fall on their bellies when they recognize me, and behold, the fear of me shall terrify them. And thus likewise shall it be with every being after death, whether it be animal, or bird, or fish, or worm, or reptile. Let life come from its death, and let not decay caused by any reptile make an end of me, and let them not come against me in their various forms. Do not thou give me over unto that slaughterer who dwelleth in his torture chamber, who killeth the members, and maketh them rot, being himself hidden, who worketh destruction upon many dead bodies, and liveth by slaughter. Let me live, and perform his message, and let me do that which is commanded by him. Give me not over unto his fingers, let him not gain the mastery over me, for I am under thy command, O Lord of the gods. Homage to thee, O my divine father Osiris, thou hast thy being with thy members. Thou didst not decay, thou didst not become worms, thou didst not diminish, thou didst not become corruption, thou didst not putrefy, and thou didst not turn into worms. I am the god Khepera, and my members shall have an everlasting existence. I shall not decay, I shall not rot, I shall not putrefy, I shall not turn into worms, and I shall not see corruption before the eye of the god Shu. I shall have my being, I shall have my being, I shall live, I shall live, I shall germinate, I shall germinate, I shall germinate, I shall wake up in peace, I shall not putrefy, my intestines shall not perish, I shall not suffer injury, mine eye shall not decay, the form of my visage shall not disappear, mine ear shall not become deaf, my head shall not be separated from my neck, my tongue shall not be carried away, my hair shall not be cut off, mine eyebrows shall not be shaved off, and no baleful injury shall come upon me. My body shall be stablished, and it shall neither fall into ruin, nor be destroyed on this earth. Chapter 155. From the Papyrus of Nu. Text. The chapter of a Tet of gold. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the Chancellor-in-Chief, saith, Rise up thou, O Osiris! Thou hast thy backbone, O still heart! thou hast the ligatures of thy neck and back, O still heart. Place thou thyself upon thy base. I put water beneath thee, and I bring unto thee a tet of gold, that thou mayest rejoice therein. Rubric. This chapter shall be recited over a tet of gold, set in a plinth of sycamore wood, which hath been steeped in water of ancum flowers, and it shall be placed at the neck of the deceased on the day of the funeral. If this amulet be placed at his neck, he shall become a perfect coup in the underworld, and at the New Year festivals he shall be like those who are in the following of Osiris continually and for ever. Chapter 156. From the Papyrus of Nu. Vignette: a buckle. Text: the chapter of a buckle of carnelian. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, saith: May the blood of Isis, and the powers of Isis, and the enchantments of Isis be powers to protect this mighty one, and to guard him from him that would do unto him anything which he abominateth. Rubric. This chapter shall be said over a buckle of carnelian, which hath been steeped in water of ancum flowers, and set in a plinth of sycamore wood, and it shall be placed at the neck of the deceased on the day of the funeral. If these things be done for him, the powers of Isis shall protect his limbs, and Horus the son of Isis shall rejoice in him when he seeth him, and there shall be no hidden places on his path, and one hand shall be towards heaven, and one hand shall be towards earth, regularly and continually. Thou shalt not let any person who is with thee see it. Chapter 157. From Lepsius' Toten Book. Vignette: a vulture with outstretched wings, holding the symbol of life in each talon. Text: the chapter of the vulture of gold, which is to be placed at the neck of the deceased. The Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant saith: Isis cometh and hovereth over the city, and she goeth about seeking the secret habitations of Horus as he emergeth from his papyrus swamps, and she lifteth up his shoulder which is in evil case. He is made one of the company in the divine boat, and the sovereignty of the whole world is decreed for him. He hath warred mightily, and he maketh these deeds to be remembered. He hath made fear of him to exist, and awe of him to have its being. His mother, the mighty lady, protecteth him, and she hath transferred her power to Horus. Rubric. This chapter shall be said over a vulture of gold, whereupon it hath been inscribed: and thou shalt place the vulture on the neck to protect the perfect deceased one on the day of the funeral continually and regularly. Chapter 158. From Lepsius' Toten Book. Vignette: a collar. Text: the chapter of a collar of gold, which shall be placed at the neck of the deceased. The Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant saith: O my father, my brother, my mother Isis, I am unswathed, and I see I am one of those who are unswathed, and who see the god Seb. Rubric. This chapter shall be said over a collar of gold, whereon it hath been engraved, and the collar shall be placed on the neck of the deceased on the day of the funeral. Chapter 159. From Lepsius' Toten Book. Vignette: the Uach amulet. Text: the chapter of the Uach amulet, made of mother of emerald, which shall be placed at the neck of the deceased. The Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant saith, Hail, thou who comest forth daily from the temple of the god! The mighty lady speaketh, and she goeth round about in the gate of the double house. And she taketh possession of the might of her father, that is to say, the Sahu, who is the bull of the goddess Renenet. She taketh those who are in her following, and she maketh an opportunity for those, the opportunity of the door. Rubric. This chapter shall be said over an uatch of mother of emerald, whereupon it hath been inscribed, and the uatch shall be placed on the neck of the deceased. Chapter 160. From the Papyrus of Nebseni. Vignette. Thoth, the great god, giving an uatch amulet of mother of emerald to the deceased. Text. The chapter of giving an uatch of mother of emerald to the scribe Nebseni triumphant, who saith, I am the uatch of mother of emerald, which cannot be injured, and which the hand of Thoth adoreth. Injury is a thing which I abominate. It is in sound state, and I am in sound state. It is not injured, and I am not injured. It is not worn away, and I am not worn away. The words of Thoth are at thy back, O thou who comest in peace, O divine prince of Anu Heliopolis, thou mighty god who dwellest in the city of Pe. The god Shu advanceth to him, and findeth him in the city of Shenmu, in his name Neshem, that is, mother of emerald. He maketh his place in the fortress of the mighty god. The god Tem resteth upon his eye, and his members shall not suffer injury. Chapter 161. From the Papyrus of Nefer-uben-F. Vignette. The god Thoth opening the doors of the four winds. Text. The chapter of forcing an entrance into heaven. This Thoth doeth to make felicitous the way for him that would enter into the disk. 1. To the door of the west wind. Ra liveth, the tortoise dieth. Pure is the body in the earth, and pure are the bones of Osiris, the arm-kent Nefer-uben-F triumphant. 2. To the door of the east wind. Ra liveth, the tortoise dieth. Sound is he who is in the chest, who is in the chest, Osiris Nefer-uben-F triumphant. 3. To the door of the north wind. Ra liveth, the tortoise dieth. The Osiris Nefer-uben-F triumphant is strong in his members. Geb-Senoth guardeth them. 4. To the door of the south wind. Ra liveth, the tortoise dieth. The bolts are drawn, and they pass through his foundation. Rubric. Every Sahu, for whom these divine figures have been painted upon his coffin, shall make his way through these four entrances into heaven. That of the north wind belongeth to Osiris, that of the south wind to Ra, that of the west wind to Isis, and that of the east wind to Nephthys. Each one of these winds shall breathe into his nostrils as he entereth in his daily course. Let none who is outside know this chapter. It is a great mystery, and those who dwell in the swamps, that is, the ignorant, know it not. Thou shalt not do this in the presence of any person except thy father, or thy son, or thyself alone, for it is indeed an exceedingly great mystery, which no man whatever knoweth. Chapter 157. From Lepsius, Toten Book. Vignette: a cow having the disk with plumes between her horns, and wearing the collar, from which is suspended the emblem of life round her neck. Text: the chapter of making heat to be under the head of the deceased. To be recited. Homage to thee, O thou God-Pa, thou mighty one, whose plumes are lofty, thou lord of the Ureret crown, who rulest with the whip. Thou art the lord of the phallus. Thou growest as thou shinest with rays of light, and thy shining is to the uttermost parts of earth and sky. Thou art the lord of transformations, and hast manifold skins, which thou hidest in the Uchat at its birth. Thou art the mighty one of names among the gods, the mighty runner who strides almighty. Thou art the God, the mighty one, who comest and rescuest the needy one and the afflicted from him that oppresseth him. Give heed to my cry. I am the cow, and thy divine name is in my mouth, and I will utter it. Haka, Hakaher is thy name. Aura, Aua, Karasank, Rahbati is thy name. Ker Sarau is thy name. Ka Satha is thy name. I praise thy name. I am the cow that hearkeneth unto the petition on the day wherein thou placest heat under the head of Ra. O place it for him in the divine gate in Anu Heliopolis, and thou shalt make him to become even like him that is upon the earth. He is thy soul. O be gracious unto Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant, and cause thou heat to exist under his head, for indeed he is the soul of the great divine body which resteth in Anu. Ku Kepe Uru is his name. Bari Ka Thachara is his name. Be gracious then, and grant that he may become like unto one of those who are in thy following, for he is even as art thou. Rubric. This chapter shall be recited over the image of a cow, which shall be made in fine gold, and placed at the neck of the deceased, and it shall be written upon new papyrus, and placed under his head. Then shall abundant warmth be in him throughout, even like that which was in him when he was upon earth. This hath exceedingly great protective power, for it was made by the cow for her son Ra, when he was setting, and when his habitation was surrounded by a company of beings of fire. And the deceased shall become divine in the underworld, and he shall never be turned back at any of the gates thereof. And thou shalt say, when thou placest the image of this goddess at the neck of the deceased, O Amen, O Amen, who art in heaven, turn thy face upon the dead body of thy son, and make him sound and strong in the underworld. This is a composition of exceedingly great mystery. Let not the eye of any man whatsoever see it, for it is an abominable thing for every man to know it. Therefore hide it. Book of the Mistress of the Hidden Temple is its name. Here endeth the book. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The chapters of Coming Forth by Day. Chapter 163. From Lepsius, Toten Book. Vignette. 2 winged Uchats on legs, and a serpent also upon legs, with a disk and horns upon his head. Text. The chapters which are taken from another work, and are here added to the book of Coming Forth by Day. the chapter of not allowing the body of a man to moulder away in the underworld, and of delivering him from those who devour the souls that are shut in the underworld, and of not allowing to rise up against him the things which he abominated upon earth, and of making sound and strong his limbs and bones against worms, and against every god who would attack him in the underworld, and of causing him to come forth and to go in as he pleaseth, and to do whatsoever he hath in his heart to do without hindrance. The Osiris auf Ankh triumphant saith, I am the divine soul of the great divine body, which is laid to rest in Atabu, which protecteth the body of Harethi, the which resteth in the marshes of Sen-Hakaraha. O divine soul, which hath no languor of heart either in rising or setting, and which resteth within his divine body, which is laid to rest in Sen-Haparakana, grant thou to Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant, that he may deliver himself from the souls of the god of the savage race, who gaineth the mastery over hearts, and taketh possession of limbs, and from whose mouths fire cometh forth to devour souls. Hail, thou who art lying prostrate within thy body, whose flame cometh into being from out of the fire which blazeth within the sea or water, in such wise that the sea or water is raised up on high out of the fire thereof. Grant thou that the flame may leave the fire, wherever it may be, to raise up the hand of Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant, and to make him to have an existence for ever and for ever. Verily, let his period of existence be as the period of existence of heaven in the limitless boundaries thereof. Heaven holdeth thy soul, O Osiris Auf Ankh, and earth holdeth thy form. O deliver thou Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant, and let him not be consumed by the Kawi, who devour the souls of those who have raised up evil. Let his soul have its being within his body, and let his body have its being with his soul, and let him be hidden within the pupil of the Uchat of the god, whose name is Sharai Sharai Shapu Neta Arikar, who reposeth at the northwest of the brow of the Abt of the land of Kenset, Nubia, and journeyeth not to the east. Hail, God Amen, thou divine bull scarab, thou lord of the divine Uchats, God, the pupil of whose eye is terrible, is thy name, the Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant, born of Sheret Amsu triumphant, is the emanation of thy two eyes, the name of one of which is Shari Shari Ket, and Shapu Neta Arikar of the other, though Shaka Amen Shakanasa at the brow of Tem, who illumineth the two lands, is his name in very truth. Grant that Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant may be of this land of Mart. Let him not be left in his solitude, for he is of this earth wherein he will no more appear, and An is his name. Or let him be with a perfect khu, or, as others say, a strong khu, and let him be the soul of the mighty body which is in Sao, Sais, the city of Neith. Rubric. This chapter is to be recited over a serpent having legs, and wearing a disk and two horns, and over two Uchats, having both eyes and wings. In the pupil of one of the Uchats there shall be a figure of the god of the lifted hand, with the face of the divine soul, and having plumes, and a back like a hawk. And in the pupil of the other there shall be a figure of the god of the lifted hand, with the face of the goddess Neith, and having plumes, and a back like a hawk. And this chapter shall be written with Anti, either upon a meh stone, or upon mother of emerald of the south, and dipped in water of the western lake of Kempt, Egypt, or upon a bandage of a watchet linen, wherewith a man should swathe every limb, and the deceased shall not be turned back at any gate of the underworld. He shall eat and drink and ease himself, even as he did when he was upon earth, and none shall rise up to cry out against him, and he shall be protected from the hands of the enemy for ever and ever. If this book be recited for him upon earth, he shall not be seized by the messengers of attack who work evil in all the earth. He shall not have gashes inflicted upon him. He shall not die through the slaughter of Set, and he shall not be carried off to any place of restraint whatsoever, but he shall go in unto the Casbet, and he shall come forth with triumph, and he shall go out to terrify the evildoers who exist in all the earth. Chapter 164. From Lepsius, Token Book. Vignette: a goddess with a head of a woman and 2 heads of a vulture, standing with outstretched wings. On each side of her is a dwarf with 2 heads, one of a man and one of a hawk. Each dwarf has a disk and plumes upon his head. Text: another chapter. Homage to thee, O Sekhet Bastra, thou mistress of the gods, thou bearer of wings, lady of the Eras bandlet, queen of the crowns of the south and of the north, only one, sovereign of her father, superior to whom the gods cannot be, thou mighty one of enchantments in the boat of millions of years, thou who art pre-eminent, who risest in the seat of silence, mother of Pasha Kasa, royal wife of Pa-Ehaka Keparu, mistress and lady of the tomb, mother in the horizon of heaven, gracious one, beloved, destroyer of rebellion, offerings are in thy grasp, and thou art standing in the bows of the boat of thy divine Father to overthrow the fiend. Thou hast placed Mart in the bows of his boat. Thou art the fire goddess, Ami Seshet, whose opportunity escapeth her not. Thy name is Kahariza, Puzaremkaka Remet. Thou art like unto the mighty flame of Sakanakat, which is in the bows of the boat of thy father, Harepukeka Share Shaibau. For behold, thus is the name uttered in the speech of the negroes, and of the Anti, and of people of Ta Kensetet, Nubia. Praise be to thee, O Lady, who art mightier than the gods, and words of adoration rise to thee from the 8 gods. The living souls who are in their chests praise thy mystery, O thou who art their mother, thou source from whom they sprang, who makest for them a place of repose in the hidden underworld, who makest sound their bones and preservest them from terror, who makest them strong in the abode of everlastingness, who preservest them from the evil chamber of the souls of the god of the terrible face, who is among the company of the gods. Baba, that comest forth from the god of the terrible face, who keepeth his body hidden, is thy name. Atare, Am, Techa, Kemtu, Ramnu, Pa, Sheta is the name of one divine son. Pa, Nema is the name of the other. Uchat of Sekhet, mighty lady, mistress of the gods, is thy name. Emanation of is the name of Mut, who maketh souls strong, and who maketh sound bodies, and who delivereth them from the abode of the fiends, which is in the evil chamber. The goddess saith with her own mouth, they shall never be fettered, and I will do according to what ye say, O ye Techawi of the divine Son, for whom they perform the funeral rites. Rubric. This chapter shall be recited over a figure of Mut, which hath 3 heads. The first shall be like unto that of Pecat, and shall have upon it plumes. The second shall be like unto that of a man, and shall have upon it the crowns of the south and north. And the third shall be like unto that of a vulture, and shall have upon it plumes, and the figure shall have a phallus, and a pair of wings, and the claws of a lion, and it shall be painted with anti and powder of hatch, mixed with yellow colour, upon a bandage of axes linen. In front of it shall stand one dwarf, and behind it another, and each shall have upon him plumes, and one hand and arm shall be raised, and each shall have 2 faces, one of a hawk and one of a man, and the body of each shall be fat. Then shall the deceased be divine along with the gods in the underworld. He shall never, never be turned back. His flesh and his bones shall be like those of one who hath never been dead. He shall drink water at the source of the stream. A homestead shall be given unto him in Sekhet Anre. He shall become a star of heaven. He shall set out against the serpent fiend Nehau, and against Tar, who are in the underworld. He shall not be shut in along with the souls which are fettered. He shall deliver himself wherever he may be, and worms shall not devour him. Chapter 165. From Lepsius, Toten Book. Vignette. An ithyphallic god with the body of a beetle. On his head are plumes, and his right hand and arm are raised. Behind him is a man who has a ram's head on each shoulder. Text. The chapter of arriving in port. To make the body germinate, and to drink water, and not to disappear. Recite the following. Hail, O Bekenu, Bekenu, O Prince, Prince, O Amen, Amen, O Rei Ukasa, O God, Prince of the gods of the eastern part of heaven, O Amen, Nathakareti, Amen, O thou whose skin is hidden, whose form is secret, thou Lord of the 2 horns of Nut, thy name is Na-ari-ik, or, as others say, Ka-ari-ka. Ka-sa-ika is thy name, Arathika-sa-thiika is thy name, Amen-na-an-ka-entek-share, or, as others say, Thek-share-amen-kerete is thy name. O Amen, let me make supplication unto thee. I, even I, know thy name. Thy transformations are in my mouth. Thy skin is before my eyes. Come, I pray thee, and place thou thy air and thy image, Osiris, Auf, Ang triumphant, born of Sheret Amsu triumphant, in the everlasting underworld. Grant thou that all his members may repose in Nete Kertet, the underworld, or, as others say, in Akertet, the underworld. Let his whole body become like that of a god. Let him escape from the evil chamber, and let him not be imprisoned therein. I adore thy name. Thou hast made for me a skin, and thou hast comprehended my speech, and thou knowest it exceedingly well. Amen is thy name. O Retzashaka, I have made for thee a skin, namely, a divine soul. Erakai is thy name. Makathai is thy name. Rerai is thy name. Nasak Bubu is thy name. Tanasa is thy name. Sharasha Takata is thy name. O Amen, O Amen, O God, O God, O Amen, I adore thy name. Grant thou to me that I may comprehend thee. Grant thou that I may have peace in the Tuat underworld, and may possess all my members therein. And the divine soul which is in Nut saith, I will make my divine strength to protect thee, and I will perform everything which thou hast said. Rubric. This chapter shall be recited over a figure of the god of the lifted hand, which shall have plumes upon its head. The legs thereof shall be wide apart, and the middle portion of it shall be in the form of a beetle, and it shall be painted blue with lapis lazuli mixed with camei water, and it shall be recited over a figure with a head like unto that of a man, and the hands and arms thereof shall be stretched away from its body. Above its right shoulder shall there be the head of a ram, and above its left shoulder shall there be the head of a ram. And thou shalt paint upon a piece of linen a figure of the god of the lifted hand immediately over his heart, and thou shalt paint the other figure over the breasts. Let not the god Sukati, who is in the underworld, know it. Then shall the deceased drink water from the source of the stream, and he shall shine like the stars in the heavens above. Chapter 166. From the Papyrus of Nebseni. Vignette. A headdress. Text. The chapter of the pillow. Thou art lifted up, O sick one that liest prostrate, O scribe Nebseni. They lift up thy head to the horizon. Thou art raised up, and dost triumph by reason of what hath been done for thee. Ptah hath overthrown thine enemies, according to what was ordered to be done for thee. Thou art Horus, the son of Hathor, Nesertet, who giveth back the head after the slaughter. Thy head shall not be carried away from thee after the slaughter. Thy head shall never, never be carried away from thee. Chapter 167. From the Papyrus of Nebseni. Vignette. An Uchat resting upon the emblem of gold. Text. The chapter of bringing the Uchat. Nebseni, the scribe, saith, The god Thoth hath brought the Uchat, and he hath made it to rest, or to be at peace, after it departed. O Ra, it was grievously afflicted by storm, but Thoth made it to be at rest, after it had departed from the storm. I am sound, and it is sound. I am sound, and it is sound. And Nebseni, the Lord of piety, is sound. Chapter 168. From the Papyrus of Mut-Hetep. Vignette. A stream upon which sail 3 boats. The first contains Khnemu, the second Khepera, and the third Ra. Each god is seated in a shrine. Harpocrates occupies the place of lookout in the boats of Knem and Ra. Behind the boats, Ra is seated on a throne which rests on the water. 2 hands and arms stretch down from heaven and enshrine him. A man-headed sphinx on a bier. A god with a serpent on his head. 2 gods lying on biers with a serpent between. Anubis, a goddess seated. A bull on a pedestal. A man-headed lion. 2 gods and 2 goddesses. A bowed human figure and a mummy. A man holding a disc shedding light. 2 women lying face downwards. 2 male figures, each carrying a human being on his head. Text. The 27 short lines of text which accompany this vignette consist of extracts from a version of the chapter which is given in full immediately following, and to this the reader is referred. Chapter 168 from the Papyrus. Section 1. 1. Text. May they who carry the burden above them to heaven in front of the boat of Ra grant that, Osiris, I may see Ra when he shineth. Vignette. A god carrying a child upon his shoulders, and the number 4. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, the Lord of offerings in Amentet, in the bight of Sekhet Hetep. 2. Text. May they who carry the burden above them to heaven in front of the boat of Ra grant that, Osiris may see Ra when he shineth. Vignette. A god carrying a child upon his shoulders. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, the follower of the great god, the Lord of the beautiful Amentet. 3. Text. May they who smite Ra grant that cake shall come unto Osiris, as to the followers of Ra when he setteth. Vignette. A woman lying face downwards. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, when Horus, the Lord of Tehent, cometh. 4. Text. May they who possess offerings grant that Osiris shall exist even as do those who are in the underworld. Vignette. A woman lying face downwards. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall come forth and go in along with Ra for ever. 5. Text. May those who build up grant that Osiris shall arrive happily in the hall of double truth. Vignette. A woman lying face downwards. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, as Lord of offerings in the beautiful Amentet. 6. Text. May those who make adorations grant that Osiris shall follow after Ra in his boat. Vignette. A god bowing to the ground. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall walk with long strides with the gods of the underworld. 7. Text. May those who have offerings and who make sacrificial meals for the gods grant oblations of Techapha food to Osiris in the underworld. Vignette. A god holding upright a conical object. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, along with them whose soul shall stand up at the pylon. Section 2. The gods of the 8th Quartet in the underworld, whose attributes are hidden, and who wins. 1. Text. may the gods who dwell in their shrines, the princes of Nu, grant that Osiris shall drink water. Vignette: a god in a shrine, with 3 serpents in front of him, and 3 behind him. At the entrance to the shrine is the number 14. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris. May his soul live, and his body be preserved in the underworld. 2. Text: may the gods who are in the following of Osiris grant that the body of Osiris shall rest along with his Sa. Vignette: a woman and a god, and the number 14. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, by the side of the great god within his boat. 3. Text: may Aha, that is, he who standeth, make Osiris to praise Ra when he riseth. Vignette: a god standing, holding a sceptre. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, triumphant, who shall be with those who are over their altars. 4. Text: may Amen, that is, the hidden one, give power unto Osiris in the hall of Seb. Vignette: a cow standing on a standard. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, triumphant, who knoweth all the mysteries of the Tuat. 5. Text: may Sheta, that is, the secret one, make the body of Osiris to grow and to be sound upon earth and in the underworld. Vignette: a god standing upright. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase by Osiris, as the Lord of Strides in the underworld and in Restar. 6. Text: may Seta give cakes and ale to Osiris along with you in the house of Osiris. Vignette: a god standing with a platform upon his head whereon is a bull. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who hath entered into all the secret places of the Tuat. 7. Text: may Seshita Ausak, that is, he who maketh Osiris to be secret, grant that Osiris may be a lord of strides in the habitation of Tchsert. Vignette: a god standing with a platform upon his head whereon is a bull. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth, when he becometh the lord of an abode in the underworld. 8. Text: may Sherem not allow any evil thing to come to Osiris in the underworld. Vignette: a god standing upright. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, the soul that hearkeneth unto the words of the gods. 9. Text: may Star, that is, the leader, grant that Osiris may see Ra when he riseth and when he setteth. Vignette: a bull upon a standard. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris. May his limbs live, and may his limbs be sound for ever. 10. Text. May Senk, that is, splendour, give glory to Osiris upon earth, and make him strong in Amentet. Vignette. A god standing upright. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris. May his legs have power as the lord of an abode in Amentet. 11. Text. May he who liveth in darkness, that is, Horus, grant that Osiris shall be among those who are over their altars. Vignette. A crocodile-headed god standing upright. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who is in the everlasting Tuat. 12. Text. May the of Osiris grant that he shall be near the great god, the lord of Amentet. Vignette. A god standing upright, and the number 4. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris. May he become the lord of his hands, and have power over his heart in the underworld. 13. Text. May those whose hands hide grant that Osiris shall be along with them in the underworld. Vignette. A god standing upright and hiding something with his hands. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris. May they bring me to the throne of Osiris. 14. Text. May those whose hands hide grant that Osiris shall be sound, and that offerings shall be before him continually. Vignette. As in number 13. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be a lord of horns, and shall listen unto the words of the gods. 15. Text. May he whose limbs are hidden give right and truth to Osiris before Ra, and in the company of his gods. Vignette. A god standing upright. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, as lord of the phallus and ravisher of women for ever. 16. Text. May the souls who come forth open the mouth of Osiris among the gods who are along with them. Vignette. A bird on a tree, and the number 4. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, among the living ones, the lords of eternity. 17. Text. May those who belong to there grant that Osiris may have power over his offerings upon earth, even as have the gods, the lords of offerings. Vignette. A god standing upright, and the number 4. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be endowed abundantly with Tchefau food in the underworld. 18. Text. May those who receive grant that Osiris shall enter in over all the secret places of the Tuat. Vignette. A god bowing to the ground and a star. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall have power over offerings upon earth, and be the lord of altars. 19. Text. May the Ananite, that is, widows, grant that Osiris shall be with the great god as possessor of a phallus before. Vignette. A woman kneeling on a couch. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be ordered to dwell in the secret place in the darkness. 20. Text. May Osiris Anubis grant that Osiris may be a possessor of a seat in Ta Tchesetet. Vignette. Anubis holding a hawk-headed sceptre in each hand. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall go in and pass through the pylon of Osiris. Section 3. The gods of the 10th Karet in the Tuat, who are to be praised, and whose mysteries are holy. 1. Text. May those who are denizens of light grant that Osiris shall shine in the darkness. Vignette. A god standing upright, and the number 8. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who praiseth the great god in his abode day by day. 2. Text. May the smiters grant that Osiris may be among those who sing praises. Vignette. A god standing upright, holding in his upraised hand a hatchet dripping with blood. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, on the day when he repulseth the serpent being by the mighty one of iniquity. 3. Text. May the company of the gods who guard those who are in the Tuat give the breaths of life to Osiris upon earth and in the underworld. Vignette. A god lying on a bier, and the number 9. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shooteth forth his hand, and repulseth him that cometh. 4. Text. May the company of the gods of the hidden hand give glory unto Osiris, as unto the perfect Khus. Vignette. A god standing upright, and the number 9. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be sound upon earth and in the underworld. 5. Text. May the hidden goddess grant that the soul of Osiris may grow, and that his body may be preserved, even as are those of the gods who dwell in the Tuat. Vignette. A woman standing before an Uchet. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, whose soul shall rest upon whatever seat he pleaseth. 6. Text. May the souls of the gods who have come into being in the members of Osiris grant that he shall have peace. Vignette. A woman lying upon her back, and the number 21. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall receive his place in the land of the underworld. 7. Text. May those who praise Ra not turn Osiris back at the pylons of the Tuat. Vignette. A god standing upright, and the number 4. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall come forth by day and shall refresh himself in the place of coolness. 8. Text. May the beings of warlike face grant coolness unto Osiris in the place of flame. Vignette. A woman standing upright, and the number 4. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall sit in the shrine with the great god. Section 4. The gods of the 11th Quereret of the Tuat. 1. Text. May the goddess Amemet grant that Osiris shall be strong before the great god in the Tuat. Vignette. A woman in a shrine. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall become like the god Khepera in Amentet. 2. Text. May the soul of Ament grant sepulchral meals unto Osiris upon earth and in the underworld. Vignette. A god standing upright. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, the lord of the abode of peace in the mountain of the underworld. 3. Text. May the soul of the earth make Osiris to triumph over his enemies in heaven and upon earth. Vignette. A god standing upright with drooping hands, and the number 4. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, whose body shall be concealed from any that would look upon him. 4. Text. May those who sing praises grant that Osiris shall be like the divine mariners who are in heaven. Vignette. A man standing upright with his hands raised. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, when he entereth through the hidden pylons. 5. Text. May the company of the gods who rule over Anient grant that Osiris shall go in through the secret door of the house of Osiris. Vignette. A god lying upon a bier, and the number 9. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall walk with long strides among the lords of the Tuat. 6. Text. May the company of the gods who are in the following of Osiris grant that Osiris shall have power over his enemies. Vignette. A god lying upon or by the side of a serpent on a bier. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, when he becometh a perfect soul day by day. 7. Text. May Akka grant that Osiris shall be with Ra, and that he shall walk over heaven for ever. Vignette. A god standing upright and holding a sceptre. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, when he is in the following of him that dwelleth in the city of embalmment, that is, Anubis, the lord of Tacheset. 8. Text. May those who Osiris grant that the soul of Osiris may live, and that it may never die a second time. Vignette. A god standing upright, and the number 4. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, for whom lamentation shall be decreed as for his god. 9. Text. May the 9 watchers grant that Osiris may wake up, and that he may never be destroyed. Vignette. Anubis on a standard, and the number 9. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, triumphant before Osiris, the lord of the land of the lake. 10. Text. May the 9 mourners cause mourning to be made for Osiris, as was made for Osiris. Vignette. A woman lying on the ground face downwards. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, when his soul cometh forth with the coup. 11. Text. May he that invoketh Ra invoke Osiris before Ra and before the company of his gods. Vignette. A god crying out to someone. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, when his soul goeth into the hidden place and cometh forth from earth. 12. Text. May Arken drive away every evil thing from Osiris for ever. Vignette. A god standing upright with hands hanging down. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, when he cometh in peace and hath triumphed. 13. Text. May those who dwell with Tesset grant that Osiris may go in and come out with long strides, like the lords of the Tuat. Vignette. A woman-headed serpent over a pylon. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall go in and come forth through the door of the Tuat. 14. Text. May the goddess Tesset grant that Osiris may have power over the water. Vignette. A god standing upright, and the number 4. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, when he shall walk up the great staircase. 15. Text. May Mehenet grant that Osiris may be a distinguished being in the Tuat for ever. Vignette. A serpent on a pylon. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, as a perfect soul in his shrine. 16. Text. May those who dwell with Mehenet grant that Osiris may walk with long strides in the holy place. Vignette. A woman standing upright, and the number 4. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, when he is with the followers of Horus. 17. Text. May the company of the gods who hide Osiris grant that Osiris shall sit upon the throne which he loveth. Vignette. A seated god, and the number 9. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be among the lords of Maat. 18. Text. May he that destroyeth the face open the face of Osiris, and let him see the coup. Vignette. A god standing upright. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be in the following of the goddess Mehi of Amentet. Section 4. The gods of the 12th Kereret in the Tuat. 1. Text. May Maat grant that Osiris may be a lord of the lake of Maati. Vignette. A god standing upright and holding a sceptre. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, as a lord of offerings in Sekhet Aru. 2. Text. May the gods who dwell in the land of the Tuat grant justice unto Osiris in the hall of double truth. Vignette. A god standing upright and holding a sceptre. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall plough in Sekhet Hetep. 3. Text. May the gods who dwell with Mehen grant that Osiris shall be in whatsoever place his Ka wisheth to be. Vignette. A god within the folds of a serpent. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall come into being at the words of the Lord of Amentet. 4. Text. May the gods who possess land grant a lake unto Osiris in Sekhet Aa-Neru. Vignette. A god standing upright, and the number 4. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall sit upon whatsoever place he would there. 5. Text. May Herta grant an estate unto Osiris in Sekhet Hetep. Vignette. A snake-headed god. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be protected by amulets like the lords of the Tuat. 6. Text. May the gods who dwell in the land grant offerings and to Chafau food and joints of meat to Osiris in the underworld. Vignette. A god standing upright with arms hanging down, and the number 4. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, when Ra setteth in Manu. 7. Text. May the chiefs of the secret things who dwell in the land place their wall behind Osiris, even as they do for the still heart. Vignette. A ram-headed sceptre. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, when he cometh forth and goeth into the underworld. 8. Text. May the gods who dwell in the folds of the serpent goddess Mehem grant a sight of the disk to Osiris. Vignette. A god within the folds of a serpent. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, as a Khu who hath gained power over fresh water. 9. Text. May Anu-Ba grant peace unto Osiris in Amentet. Vignette. A god bowing. Text. And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, in coming out and going into Ament, along with other folk therein. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Chapters of Coming Forth by Day. Chapter 169, from the Papyrus of Nefer Uben F. Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette. Text. The chapter of making to stand up the Henkit. The Am Kent, Osiris Nefer Uben F, triumphant, saith, Thou art the Lion God, thou art the double Lion God, thou art Horus, the avenger of his father Osiris. Thou art the four glorious gods. Acclamation is made unto thee, along with cries of delight and sounds of joy, and the water from their haunches and from their thighs I bring unto thee. Thou art lifted up on thy right side, and thou art lifted up on thy left side. The god Seb hath opened for thee thy two eyes which were blind, and he hath given thee the power to stretch out thy legs in walking, hath been bound unto thee thy heart, hat, thy mother and thy heart, hat, is in thy body. Thy soul is in heaven, and thy body is under the ground. There are cakes for thy body, and water for thy throat, and sweet breezes for thy nostrils, and thou art satisfied with offerings. Those who dwell in their shrines open their abodes unto thee. Thou hast thy provisions, and thou journeyest along. Thou art stablished upon that which emanateth from thy existence, and thou comest forth from heaven. The cord hath been coiled up for thee by the side of Ra, and thou snarest fish with the net in the stream from which thou drinkest vessels of water. Thou performest a journey on thy legs, and in going forward thou dost not stumble. Thou comest forth from over the earth, thou dost not make thy appearance from below the walls thereof. Thy walls are not thrown down, and what there is of thine within hath been made for thee by the God of thy city. Thou art pure, thou art pure. Thy fore parts are washed by libations, and thy hinder parts are cleansed with resin and natron, and made cool with incense. Thou art made clean with the milk of the hap cow, and with the ale of the goddess Tenemit, and with natron. All the evil which clung to thee hath been done away with, and Tefnet, the daughter of Ra, hath made offerings on thy behalf, even as she did for her father Ra. And the funeral valley, which was the burial place of her father Osiris, hath been set in order for thee. I make to eat of the sweet things which he giveth there, the Osiris Nefer Uben-Ep triumphant, that is to say, the celestial cakes which are before Ra, and the grain and drink, and the 4 terrestrial cakes which are before the god Seb, and the grain brought by the citizens I have brought unto thee. Sekhet Hetep and the gifts thereof are before thee. Thou comest forth as Ra, thou hast gotten power as Ra, and thou hast gotten power over thy legs. And thou, O Osiris Nefer-Uben-Ep, hast gotten power over thy legs at every season and at every hour. Thou hast not been condemned in the judgment, thou hast not been put under restraint, a guard hath not been set over thee, thou hast not been imprisoned, and thou hast not been given over to the chamber of the fiends therein. The sand is gathered together before thy face, and guarded are the offerings which are for thee. Thy face is not suffered to be turned back, and thou art guarded, and dost not come forth. Thou hast received thy tunic and thy sandals, and thy stick and thy garment, and thy weapons for fighting of all kinds, wherewith thou shalt cut off heads. Thou shalt turn back the necks of thy foes, whom thou shalt take captive, and thou shalt keep away from thee death, so that it shall not come nigh unto thee. And the great God hath said concerning thee, Bring him hither, on the day when events take place. The hawk rejoiceth in thee, and the smen goose cackleth at thee. Ra openeth for thee the doors of heaven, and Seb unbolteth for thee the earth. Thy coup is mighty, and it is perfect, knowing thy name. Thy soul maketh a way through Ament, and thy perfect soul, O Nefer Uben Ep triumphant, hath the power of speech. Thy form is within Ra, and it resteth within the divine sovereign chiefs of him who uniteth the two paths. Mankind keepeth guard over it, and the double lion god guideth it to the place where thou, O Osiris Nefer Uben Ep triumphant, makest thy car to rest. And behold, the two lands and mankind work the snare for thee. Thou livest, thy soul is strong, thy body is enduring, and great thou hast sight of the fire. Thou dost snuff the breeze, thy face doth penetrate into the house of darkness. Thou abidest at the gap, thou dost not see the whirlwind and the storm. Thou followest in the train of the prince of the two lands, and thou refreshest thyself on the branch of merit tree on both sides of the god Ur-Hakau. The goddess Seshetet sitteth before thee. The god Sa protecteth thy members. The steer and his cow give thee milk from the breast in the following of Seket Heru. Thou washest thyself at the mouth of the stream of Ker Abba. Thou art in favour with the princes of the cities of Pe and Tep. The god Thoth and thyself see each other, and Ra in heaven holdeth converse with thee. Thou comest forth from, and thou enterest into, the Anit chamber, and thou holdest converse with the two divine combatants, that is, Horus and Set. Thy car is with thee to make thee to rejoice. Thy heart is with thee to give thee thy transformations. Happy, keep watch over thee, the company of the gods make thy heart glad. Thou comest forth to 4 cakes in the city of Shechem, and 4 in the city of Akenu. Thou comest forth to 4 in the city of Anu, upon the altar of the Lady of the Two Lands. The stars keep watch over thee by night. The lords of Anu have a favour unto thee. The God who is in thy mouth, thy feet are not turned back, and thy members have life. Thou graspest the sand in Abtu, the sacrificial cakes of the divine chiefs, and the libations of the celestial beings are brought forward to thee, with the offerings in the festival which are due to Osiris on the morning of the Uak festival for hidden things. Thou art ornamented with objects of gold, and thine apparel is interwoven with byssus. Happy, that is, the Nile, thrusteth himself upon thy body. Thou hast power over the tablet which is inscribed with lists of offerings, and thou drinkest water on both sides of the lake of Testes. The gods who are there have a favour unto thee, and thou comest forth from heaven along with the gods who make to advance the mart of Ra, and thou art led into the presence of the company of the gods. And there is done for thee even as it is done for one of them. Thou art the cart-bird of the geese, and Ptah of the southern wall maketh an offering unto Nefer-uben-Ep, triumphant. Chapter 170. From the Papyrus of Nefer-uben-Ep. Vignette. This chapter is without vignette. Text. The chapter of arranging the hen kit. The Osiris Nefer-uben-Ep saith, Thy flesh have I given unto thee, thy bones have I fastened together for thee, thy members have I collected for thee. The earth submitteth itself unto thee, thy limbs are guarded. Thou art the mighty one within the egg, thou art set in order. Thou seest the gods, thou settest out on thy way, and thy hand reacheth unto the horizon, and unto the holy place where thou wouldst be. There is acclamation made unto thee, and there are shouts of joy raised to thee at thine appearances at the altar. Horus maketh thee to stand up at his risings, even as he did him who is in the chamber of holiness. Hail, Osiris Nefer-uben-Ep triumphant, the goddess Ua hath given thee birth, and Ampu, Anubis, who dwelleth upon his hill, hath set thee in order, and he hath fastened for thee thy swathings. Hail, Nefer-uben-Ep, the god Ptah Sakri hath given unto thee of the ornaments of the divine house which he hath. Hail, Nefer-uben-Ep, the god Thoth himself cometh unto thee with the books of holy words, and he maketh thy hand to reach unto the horizon, even unto the place wherein thy cart loveth to be. And Osiris worketh for thee on the night of journeying unto life. Thy white crown established on thy brow. The god Nemu is with thee, and he giveth unto thee fine feathered fowl. Hail, Osiris Nefer-uben-Ep triumphant, thou hast been set in order upon thy funeral couch. Thou comest forth, and Ra, who is in the hidden horizon within his boat, hath set thee in order. Hail, Osiris Nefer-uben-Ep triumphant, the god Tem, the father of the gods, hath made for thee the things which are to endure for ever. Hail, Osiris Nefer-uben-Ep triumphant, the god Amsu of Kebti hath set thee in order, and the gods of the shrine praise thee. Hail, Osiris Nefer-uben-Ep, with twofold happiness thou settest out in peace to thine everlasting habitation, and to thine abode of eternity. Homage is paid unto thee in the cities of Pe and Tepu, in the shrine which thy car loveth, and before thine abode, and thou art the mighty one of souls, and hath set thee in order, and the gods embrace thee. Thou art like a god, and thou hast been begotten for transformations which are more numerous, and with a created form more perfect than those of the gods. Thou hast more light than the Khus, and thou art more mighty of souls than are those who are in them. Hail, Osiris Nefer-uben-Ep, Ptah on his southern wall hath set thee in order, and he hath made to advance thine abode more than that of the gods. Hail, Osiris the Amkent, Nefer-uben-Ep, thou art Horus, the son of Isis, begotten of Ptah, and Nut hath created thee a being of light like unto Ra in the horizon, when he illumineth the two lands with his beauteous light. And the gods say unto thee, Come forward, advance now, and look thou upon the things which are thine in thine abode of everlastingness. The goddess Renutet, the heir and firstborn of Tem, hath set thee in order in the presence of the company of the gods of Nut. I, even I, am the heir of heaven, and the fellow of the God who maketh his light. I have come forth from the womb, and I shall grow young again, even as doth my father, and I shall not be prevented from making my answer in my season. Chapter 171. From the Papyrus of Amenhotep. Vignette. This chapter has no vignette. Text. The chapter of tying on the garment of purity. Ab. O Tem, O Shu, O Tepnut, O Seb, O Nut, O Osiris, O Isis, O Set, O Nephthys, O Heru-Khuti, Harmakis, O Hathor in the great house, O Khepera, O Menthu, the lord of Thebes, O Amen, the lord of the thrones of the two lands, O great company of the gods, O little company of the gods, O gods and goddesses who dwell in Nu, O Sebek of the two mate, O Sebek in all thy manifold names, in thine every place wherein thy car hath delight, O gods of the south, O gods of the north, O ye who are in heaven, O ye who are upon earth, grant ye this garment of purity to the perfect Khu of Amenhotep. Grant ye your strength unto him, and destroy ye all the evil which belongeth unto Amenhotep, by means of this garment of purity. Hold ye him guiltless then for ever and ever, and destroy ye all the evil which belongeth unto him. Chapter 172. From the Papyrus of Nebseni. Vignette. This chapter has no vignette. Text. The first of the chapters of the arrangements, or praisings, which are to be performed in the underworld. I snuff the bet incense, I inhale the scent of hesmen, natron, and incense. I am pure with the purity of. Pure are the praises which come forth from my mouth, more pure than Mart itself, of the fish that are in the river. To the statue of the temple of Hesmen, natron. Pure are the praises of the scribe Nebseni, the designer of the house of gold, begotten of the scribe and designer Thena, triumphant, born of the lady of the house Mut Restha, triumphant. And as for the scribe Nebseni, the lord of piety, who is happy with a twofold happiness, Ptah hath a favour unto him, and he of the southern wall hath a favour unto him, and every god hath a favour unto him, and every goddess hath a favour unto him. Thy beauties are a stream, bearing things which cause rest, and are like unto water which floweth nearer. Thy beauties are like a hall of festival, wherein each man may exalt his own god. Thy beauties are like unto the pillar of the god Ptah, and like the courtyard of incense of Ra. Nebseni, the scribe and designer of the temple of Ptah, hath been made a pillar of Ptah, and the libation vase of the god of the southern wall. 1. Hail! Verily thou art invoked. Hail! Verily thou art invoked. Hail! Verily thou art lamented. Verily thou art praised. Verily thou art exalted. Verily thou art glorious. Verily thou art strong. Hail, thou scribe Nebseni, thou who hast been raised up. Thou art raised up by means of the ceremonies which have been performed for thee. Thine enemies have fallen, and the god Ptah hath thrown down headlong thy foes. Thou hast triumphed over them, and thou hast gained power over them. They obey thy words, and they perform that which thou orderest them to do. Thou art raised up, and thy word is a law unto the divine sovereign chiefs of every god and of every goddess. 2. Hail! Verily thou art invoked. Hail! Verily thou art invoked. Thy head, O my lord, is a standard with locks of rippling hair, like unto the hair of a woman of Asia. Thy face shineth more brightly than the house of the moon god. The upper part of thy head is azure in colour. Thy locks are blacker than the doors of the underworld. Thy hair is dark as night. Thy visage is decorated with an azure blue. The rays of Ra are upon thy face. Thy garments are of gold, which Horus hath deftly ornamented with azure blue. Thine eyebrows are the two sister goddesses who are at peace with each other, and whom Horus hath deftly ornamented with azure blue. Thy nose snuffeth in, and thy nostrils exhale, as it were, the winds from heaven. Thine eyes look towards Mount Bacchau of the rising sun. Thine eyelashes are fixed each day, and the upper eyelids to which they belong are of veritable lapis lazuli. The apples of thine eyes are as offerings of peace, and the lower eyelids are filled with eye-paint of meschem. Thy two lips give unto thee law. They repeat unto thee the law of Ra, and they make to be at peace the hearts of the gods. Thy teeth are the two heads of the serpent goddess Mehem, which sport with the Horus gods. Thy tongue is made skilful. Thy speech is more shrill than that of the Tcheru bird of the field. Thy jawbones are starry lamps. Thy breasts are stablished upon their seats, and they journey unto the funeral mountain of Amentet. 3. Hail! Verily thou art invoked. Hail! Verily thou art invoked. Thy neck is decorated with gold, and it is girt about with refined copper. Thy gullet and throat are those of Ampu. Thy bones are the bones of the two Uach goddesses. Thy backbone is studded with gold, and is girt about with refined copper. Thy loins are those of Nephthys. Thy is a Nile which is without water. Thy buttocks are two crystal eggs. Thy thighs are strong for walking. Thou sittest upon thy seat, and the gods give unto thee thine eyes, O scribe Nebseni, thou lord of piety. 4. Hail! Verily thou art invoked. Hail! Verily thou art invoked. Thy throat is the throat of Ampu. Thy members are plated with gold. Thy breasts are two crystal eggs, which Horus hath deftly ornamented with azure blue. Thy shoulders are made like unto crystal. Thine arms are stablished through the strength which protecteth them. Thy heart is glad each day. Thy breast is of the work of the two divine forms. Thy person adoreth the starry deities who dwell in the heights and depths of heaven. Thy belly is, as it were, the heavens. Thy navel is the Tuat, that is, underworld, which is open, and which ordereth the light in the darkness, and the offerings of which are Ancam flowers. And Nebsene praiseth the majesty of Thoth, the beloved one, saying, May his beauties be in my tomb, and may all the purity which he loveth be there, even as my God hath commanded for me. 5. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Thy two hands are a pool of water in the season of an abundant inundation, a pool of water fringed about with the divine offering of the water god. Thy thighs are encircled with gold. Thy knees are the plants of the waters, where are the nests of the birds. Thy feet are stablished each day. Thy legs lead thee into a path of happiness. O scribe Nebsene, thou favoured one! Thy hands and arms are pillars set upon their pedestals. Thy fingers are strips of gold, the nails of which are like sharp flakes of flint, by reason of the works which they perform for thee. 6. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Thou clothest thyself with the garment of purity, Abu, and behold, thou drawest off from thyself the Timet garment, when thou goest up to stretch thyself upon the couch. Haunches of meat are cut for thy car, O scribe Nebsene, and a breast, or heart, of the animal is offered unto thy Sahu. Thou receivest a garment of the finest linen from the hands of the ministrant of Ra. Thou eatest the cakes upon the cloth which the goddess Tiet herself hath prepared. Thou eatest the haunch of the animal. Thou takest boldly the joint which Ra hath endowed with power in his holy place. Thou washest thy feet in the silver basins which the god Sekher, the artificer, hath wrought. And behold, thou eatest of the cake which appeareth on the altar, and which the two divine fathers have sanctified. Thou eatest of the baked bread, and of the hot meats of the storehouse. Thou smellest the flowers. Thy heart feareth not to advance to the altar of the offerings made to thee. And those who feed thee with food make for thee the loaves and bread cakes of the souls of Anu, Heliopolis, and they themselves bear them unto thee. Thine offerings are ordered for thee, and thy ordinances are in the gates of the great house. Thou risest up like Sar, Orion. Thou arrivest like the star Bow, and the goddess Nut stretcheth out her hands unto thee. Sar, Orion, the son of Ra and Nut, who gave birth to the gods, the two mighty gods in heaven, speak each to the other, saying, Take the scribe and draftsman Nebsene into thine arms, and I will take him into mine on this day, and let us make happiness for him, when praises are sung to him, and when mention is made of him, and when his name is in the mouth of all young men and maidens. Thou art raised up, O Nebsene, and thou hearest the songs of commemoration through the door of thy house. 7. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Anubis hath bestowed upon thee thy winding sheet. He hath wrought for thee according to his will. He hath provided thee with the ornaments of his bandages, for he is the overseer of the great God. Thou settest out on thy way, and thou hast been washed in the lake of perfection. Thou makest offerings in the celestial mansions, and thou propitiatest the lords of Anu, Heliopolis. The water of Ra is presented unto thee in vessels, and milk in large vases. Thou art raised up, and thou makest offerings upon the altar. Thou washest thy feet upon the stone on the banks of the lake of God. Thou comest forth, and thou seest Ra upon the pillars, which are the arms of heaven, upon the head of Anmut-Ap, and upon the arms of Apuat. He openeth out for thee a way, and thou seest the horizon, wherein is the place of purity which thou lovest. 8. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Offerings are allotted unto thee in the presence of Ra, and according to that which Horus and Thoth ordered for thee, thou hast had a beginning and an end. They invoke thee, O scribe Nebsene, and see thy splendour there, causing thee to come forth as a god, and to advance to the souls of Anu. Thou goest forth upon the great roads in thy sail, who hast received the offerings of thy father upon thy 2 hands. Thou art furnished with linen garments each day, at the beginning of the journey of the god through the gates of the great house. 9. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. The scribe Nebsene hath air for his nose, and breath for his nostrils, and 1,000 geese, and 50 baskets of pure and fair offerings. Hail, Nebsene, thine enemies have fallen down headlong, and they shall never more exist. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Chapters of Coming Forth by Day. Chapter 173. From the Papyrus of Nebsene. Vignette. Osiris, the great god, the lord of Abtu, the lord of transformations, the prince of eternity, seated in a shrine. The deceased stands, with hands raised in adoration before the god, and the ground between them is covered with the bodies of birds and beasts, which have been prepared for sacrifice. Text. The speeches of Horus to his divine father Osiris, when he entereth in to see him, and when he cometh forth from near the great art-chamber to look upon Ra as Unnefer, the lord of Ta-Tchsert. Then doth each embrace the other at the pleasure of his coup, there in the underworld. A hymn of praise to Osiris, governor of those in the underworld, the great god, the lord of Abydos, the king of eternity, the prince of everlastingness, the holy god in Restau, by the scribe Nebsene, who saith, I ascribe praise unto thee, O Lord of the gods, thou God, one who livest upon right and truth. Behold, I, thy son Horus, come unto thee. I have avenged thee, and I have brought to thee Mart, even to the place where is the company of thy gods. Grant thou that I may have my being among those who are in thy following, for I have overthrown all thy foes, and I have stablished all those who are of thy substance upon the earth for ever and ever. Here follow 40 declarations, each of which is preceded by the words, Hail, Osiris, I am thy son. I have come, and I have avenged thee, O my father Osiris. I have come, and I have overthrown for thee thine enemies. I have come, and I have done away with every evil thing which belongeth unto thee. I have come, and I have slain for thee him that attacked thee. I have come, and I have sent forth mine arm against those who were hostile towards thee. I have come, and I have brought unto thee the fiends of Set with their fetters upon them. I have come, and I have brought unto thee the land of the south, and I have united unto thee the land of the north. I have come, and I have stablished for thee divine offerings from the south and from the north. I have come, and I have ploughed for thee the fields. I have come, and I have filled for thee the canals with water. I have come, and I have hoed up for thee the ground. I have come, and I have built cisterns for thee. I have come, and I have gone round about the soil for thee. I have come, and I have made sacrificial victims at those who were hostile to thee. I have come, and I have made sacrifices unto thee of thine animals and victims for slaughter. I have come, and I have supplied thee with food in abundance of the creatures which are upon earth. I have come, and I have brought unto thee. I have come, and I have slain for thee. I have come, and I have smitten for thee emasculated beasts. I have come, and I have netted for thee birds and feathered fowl. I have come, and I have taken captive for thee thine enemies in their chains. I have come, and I have fettered for thee thine enemies with fetters. I have come, and I have brought for thee cool water from Abu Elephantine, wherewith thou mayest refresh thine heart. I have come, and I have brought unto thee herbs of every kind. I have come, and I have stablished for thee those who are of thy substance daily. I have come, and I have made thy cakes in the city of Pe of the red barley. I have come, and I have made thy ale in the city of Tepu of the white grain. I have come, and I have ploughed for thee wheat and barley in Sekhet Aru. I have come, and I have reaped it for thee therein. I have come, and I have glorified thee. I have come, and I have given to thee thy souls. I have come, and I have given to thee thy power. I have come, and I have given to thee thy. I have come, and I have given to thee thy. I have come, and I have given to thee thy terror. I have come, and I have given to thee thy victory. I have come, and I have given to thee thine eyes, which are the plumes on thy head. I have come, and I have given to thee Isis and Nephthys, that they may stablish thee. I have come, and I have filled for thee the eye of Horus with oil or unguent. I have come, and I have brought unto thee the eye of Horus, whereby thy face shall be destroyed. Chapter 174. From the Papyrus of Muthetep. Vignette: the deceased standing with her back towards a door from which she has just come forth. Text: the chapter of causing the coup to come forth from the great door. Mut-hetepeth, triumphant, saith: Thy son hath offered up for thee a sacrifice, and the divine mighty ones tremble when they look upon the slaughtering knife which is in thy hand, when thou comest forth from the Tuat. Homage to thee, O God Sar, The god Seb hath created thee, and the company of the gods have given birth unto thee. Horus resteth upon his eye, and the god Tem resteth upon his years, and the gods of the east and of the west rest upon the mighty one who hath come into existence within thy hand. A god hath been born, now that I have been born. I see, and I have sight. I have my existence. I am lifted up upon my place. I have done what hath been decreed. I hate slumber. I have endowed with might the feeble one. He that dwelleth in the city of Netet hath made cakes for me in the city of Pe, and I have received my form in Anu, for it is Horus who hath commanded what shall be done for his father, the Lord of Winds, and the god Set quaketh. He hath raised me up, and Tem hath raised me up. O, I am the mighty one, and I have come forth from between the thighs of the company of the gods. I have been conceived by Sekhet, and by Shez Kentet, and I have been brought forth at the door of the star Sept, Sothis, the foremost one, who with long strides bringeth along the celestial path of Ra day by day. I have come to my habitation as prince of the north and south, and I rise, or I am crowned, in the gate. Hail, thou of the double plumes, who art called by the name of Maishepes. I am the lotus which shineth in the land of purity, and which hath received me, and which maketh my abode at the nostrils of the great form. I have come into the lake of flame, and I have placed right and truth in the place of sin. I am the watcher of the Sesharu garments, and the watcher of the Urias, on the night of the flood of the Great One. I rise like Nefertem, who is the lotus at the nostrils of Ra, when he cometh forth from the horizon each day, and the gods are purified at the sight of the lady of the house, Mut Hetepeth, who is triumphant before the cars, and who gathereth together hearts for Sa-u-Er, whom the god Sa-Amenti-Ra holdeth. I have come upon my seat before the cars, and I have gathered together hearts for Sa-urt, and I have my being as Sa, whom Ra, the god of Amenti, holdeth, and the Tetech implement is with me. I recite the mighty words which are in the heart on the festival of the Ansi garment, and I am Sa-Amenti-Ra, the strong of heart, within the hidden chamber of Nu. Chapter 175 from the Papyrus of Ani. Vignette. The deceased and his wife standing, with hands raised in adoration, before the god Thoth, who is seated upon a pylon-shaped throne, and has the emblem of life upon his knees. Text. The chapter of not dying a second time. Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, saith, Hail, Thoth! What is it that hath happened unto the divine children of Nut? They have done battle, they have upheld strife, they have done evil, they have created the fiends, they have made slaughter, they have caused trouble. In truth, in all their doings, the mighty have worked against the weak. Grant, O might of Thoth, that that which the god Tem hath decreed may be done. And thou regardest not evil, nor art thou provoked to anger, when they bring their years to confusion, and throng in, and push to disturb their mouths. For in all that they have done unto thee, they have worked iniquity in secret. I am thy writing pallet, O Thoth, and I have brought unto thee thine ink jar. I am not of those who work iniquity in their secret places. Let not evil happen unto me. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, Hail, Tammuz! What manner of land is this into which I have come? It hath not water, it hath not air, it is depth
unfathomable. It is black as the blackest night, and men wander helplessly therein. In it a man may not live in quietness of heart, nor may the longings of love be satisfied therein. But let the state of the shining ones be given unto me instead of water and air, and the satisfying of the longings of love, and let quietness of heart be given unto me instead of cakes and ale. The God Tem hath decreed that I shall see thy face, and that I shall not suffer from the things which pain thee. May every god transmit unto thee his throne for millions of years. Thy throne hath descended unto thy son Horus, and the God Tem hath decreed that his course shall be among the holy princes. In truth, he shall rule over thy throne, and he shall be heir of the throne of the dweller in the lake of double fire. In truth, it hath been decreed that in me he shall see his likeness, and that my face shall look upon the face of the Lord Tem. How long, then, have I to live? It is decreed that thou shalt live for millions of years, a life of millions of years. May it be granted unto me that I pass on unto the holy princes, for indeed I am doing away with all the wrong which I did from the time when this earth came into being, from Nu, when it sprang from the watery abyss, even as it was in the days of old. I am Fate, or Time, and Osiris, and I have made my transformations into the likeness of diverse serpents. Man knoweth not, and the gods cannot behold, the twofold beauty which I have made for Osiris, who is greater than all the gods. I have given unto him the region of the dead, and verily his son Horus is seated upon the throne of the dweller in the lake of double fire as his heir. I have made him to have his throne in the boat of millions of years. Horus is stablished upon his throne among his friends and all that belonged unto him. Verily, the soul of Set, which is greater than all the gods, hath departed. May it be granted that I bind his soul in the divine boat at my will, and that he may have fear of the divine body. O my father Osiris, thou hast done for me that which my father Ra did for thee. May I abide upon the earth lastingly. May I keep possession of my throne. May my heir be strong. May my tomb and my friends who are upon earth flourish. May my enemies be given over to destruction and to the shackles of the goddess Serk. I am thy son, and Ra is my father. For me likewise thou hast made life, strength, and health. Horus is established upon his throne. Grant thou that the days of my life may come unto worship and honour. The remains of a much longer version of this chapter have been found in the papyrus of a scribe of the offerings of the king of the north and south, called Ra, and from these we may see that the happiness of the deceased in the underworld was more fully described therein. No connected sense can, however, be given to this version, for the beginnings and ends of the lines of the text of the chapter are wanting almost throughout. From the rubric we learn that the chapter was to be recited over a figure of Horus, made of lapis lazuli, which was to be laid upon the neck of the deceased, and that the performance of this ceremony was believed to be most efficacious in securing important benefits for the dead. Chapter 176. From the Papyrus of Nu. Vignette. The chapter is without vignette. Text. The chapter of not dying a second time. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief triumphant, saith, That which I abominate is the land of the east. Let me not enter into the torture chamber. Let there not be done unto me any of those things which the gods hold in abomination. For behold, I have passed as a pure being through the Mesket chamber, and let the god Neb-Eftchech grant unto me his glorious power on the day of burial in the presence of the Lord of things. Rubric. If the deceased know this chapter, he shall become like a perfect coup in the underworld. Chapter 177. From the Papyrus of Nebseni. Vignette. The deceased standing upright. Pure water is being poured out before him, and offerings of linen garments are being made unto him. Text. The chapter of raising up the coup, and of making the soul to live in the underworld. The scribe Nebseni, the draftsman in the temple of Ptah, the lord of piety, who is in the favour of his God, saith, Hail, Nut, Nut, who castest thy father to earth, and settest Horus behind him. His wings grow like those of a hawk, and his plumes like those of him who seeth. His soul hath been brought unto him. He is filled with words of magical power, and his place is decreed for him, opposite to the stars of the heaven. For behold, thou art a star of Nut by thyself. Thou seest the scribe Nebseni, the lord of piety in happiness, and giving his commands unto the coups. And behold, the divine power, or prince, is not among them, and thy is not among them, unless thou art among them. Thou seest the chief Nebseni, the scribe and draftsman of the temple of Ptah, in the form of a soul, who hath the horns of the cow Smarmet and An-Unsa, the black. Hail, children of Seret-Beket, who have suckled milk from the 4 Uapu cows. Horus of the blue eyes cometh unto you. Protect ye Horus of the red eyes, who is sick. Let not his soul be turned back. Let his offerings be brought unto him. Let the things which are for his benefit be carried to him, and let them come upon the shoulder over the west. This only one advanceth to thee. The God speaketh thy words. The gods make thy name to be triumphant before the gods, and the company of the gods distinguish thee with their hands. The God of the field of the gods speaketh, and thou gainest the power over the door of cars in their horizon. They unbolt for thee their doors, for they have a favour unto thee, and thou gainest power over their shrines. The god Seb and his company of gods enter in, and they come forth, lifting on high their faces, and they look upon thee in the presence of the great god Amsu, thy head. Thy head I make to stand up, thy head for thee, and thou hast power thereover. His head diminisheth behind thee, but thy head shall not diminish, and thou shalt not be destroyed, and thou shalt do what thou hast to do before men and before the gods. Chapter 178. From the Papyrus of Nebseni. Vignette. This chapter has no vignette. Text. The chapter of raising up the dead body, of giving sight to the eyes, of gaining power over the ears, of stablishing the head, and of providing the face with the power of protection. The Osiris, the scribe Nebseni, the draftsman of the temple of Ptah, the lord of piety, saith, The eye of Horus is presented unto thee, and it feedeth thee with the food of offering. Hail, ye who make the labourers to rejoice, and to raise up the heart and purify the body, who have eaten the eye of Horus, thou olive tree in Anu. Destroy ye what evil there is in the body of Osiris Nebseni, the scribe and draftsman in the temple of Ptah. O Osiris, let him not suffer thirst before his God. Let him suffer neither hunger nor thirst. and let the god Kars carry them away, and let him do away with his hunger, O thou that fillest, O thou that fillest hearts. O chiefs who dispense cakes and ale, O ye who have charge of the water flood, command ye that cakes and ale be given unto the Osiris Nebseni, even as Ra himself commanded this thing. And moreover, Ra hath commanded those who are over the abundance of the year to take handfuls of wheat and barley, and to give them to him for his cakes. For behold, he is a great bull. These shall ye give to the Osiris Nebseni. O guardian of the 5 cakes in the divine house, 3 cakes are in heaven before Ra, and 2 are upon earth before the company of the gods. May he burst through Nu, may he see, O Ra, be gracious unto the scribe Nebseni, this day be gracious. The scribe Nebseni is as a lord of piety, according to the command of Shu and Isis, and he hath been united unto the piety of happiness before his God. May the gods give cakes and ale unto the scribe Nebseni, and may they prepare for him all good and pure things this happy day, things for journeying and travelling, things of the eye of Horus, things of the boat, and all things which should enter into the sight of the god. Thou shalt have power over the water, and thou shalt advance to the table of offerings, having cakes and 4 measures of water. The eye of Horus hath ordered these things for the scribe Nebseni, and the god Shu hath ordered the means of subsistence for him, both cakes and ale. Watch, O judges of the form of Thoth, watch him that lieth in death. Wake up, O thou that dwellest in Kenset. Grant thou offerings in the presence of Thoth, the mighty god, who cometh forth from Hapi, that is the Nile, and of Apuat, who cometh forth from Assert. For the mouth of Nebseni the scribe and designer of the temple of Ptah is pure. The company of the gods offer incense to the scribe Nebseni, and his mouth is pure, and his tongue which is therein is right and true. That which the scribe Nebseni abominateth is filth, and he hath freed himself therefrom, even as Set freed himself from it in the city of Rehu, and he hath set out with Thoth for heaven. O ye who have delivered the scribe Nebseni along with yourselves, let him eat of that whereof ye eat, let him drink of that whereof ye drink, let him sit down upon that whereon ye sit, let him be strong in the strength wherein ye are strong, let him sail about where ye sail about. The scribe Nebseni hath drawn the net together in the region of Aru, and he hath running water in Sekhet Hetep, and his offerings are among those of the god. The water of the scribe Nebseni is the wine of Ra, and Nebseni goeth round about heaven, and travelleth therein like unto Thoth. It is an abomination unto the scribe Nebseni to suffer hunger and not to eat, and it is an abomination unto him to be thirsty and not to drink. But sepulchral meals have been given unto him by the Lord of eternity, who hath ordered these things for him. The scribe Nebseni was conceived in the night, and was brought forth in the daylight, and those who are in the following of Ra, the divine ancestors, adore him. The scribe Nebseni was conceived in Nu, and was brought forth in Nu, and he hath come, and hath brought to you what he hath found of that which the eye of Horus hath shed upon the branches of the Then tree. The governor of those in Amente cometh to him, and bringeth to him the divine food and offerings of Horus, the governor of temples, and upon that whereon he doth live, the scribe Nebsene liveth also, and of that whereof he drinketh doth the scribe Nebsene, the designer of the temple of Ptah, drink also, and facing his offerings of cakes and ale is a haunch of meat also. Osiris, the scribe Nebsene, is triumphant, and he is favoured of Anubis, who is upon his hill. Hail, scribe Nebsene! Thou hast the form wherein thou hadst thine existence upon earth, and thou livest and renewest thy youth each day. Thy face is uncovered, and thou seest the Lord of the horizon, who giveth to thee sepulchral meals in thy hour and in thy season of night. Horus hath avenged thee, and he hath destroyed the jawbones of thine enemies. He hath shut in the door of violence at the mouth of his fortress. Hail, scribe Nebsene! Thou hast no enemies in Het-Ur, and the scales balanced when thou wert wed therein, and the hall wherein they were belonged to Osiris, the lord of offerings of Amentet. And thou shalt enter in at will, and thou shalt see the great God in his form, and life shall be given to thy nostrils, and thou shalt triumph over thine enemies. Hail, scribe Nebsene! What thou abominatest is iniquity. The divine load of creation hath made peace with thee on the night of silencing the weeping, and sweet life, whereupon Thoth resteth, hath been given unto thee from the mouth of the company of the gods, and thou dost triumph over thine enemies, O scribe Nebsene! Thy mother Nut spreadeth herself over thee in her name of Shetet Pet, and she maketh thee to be a follower of the great God, and to be without enemies, and she delivereth thee from every evil thing in her name of Kenemet Urt, the divine mighty form, who dwelleth among her children, O scribe Nebsene! Hail, chiefs of the hours, ancestors of Ra! Make ye a way for the scribe Nebsene, the lord of piety, and let him pass within the circle of Osiris, the lord of life of the two lands, who liveth for ever, and let the scribe Nebsene, the draftsman in the temple of Ptah, the lord of piety, the happy one, be in the following of Nefertem, the lotus at the nostrils of Ra, in the presence of the gods, and let him see Ra for ever. Chapter 179. This chapter has no vignette. Text. The chapter of advancing from yesterday, and of coming forth by day, whereby he and his members shall be provided with food. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief Nu, triumphant, the son of the overseer of the palace, Amen-hetep, triumphant, saith: Let my speech of yesterday be given unto me. I come daily. I have come forth from the God of creation. I am Sepes, coming forth from his tree, and I am Nun, coming forth from his might. I am the lord of the Ureret crown, and the god Neheb-kau. I am Tesher, who avengeth his eye. I died yesterday, but I come today. The mighty lady, who is the guardian of the door, hath made a way for me. I come forth by day against mine enemy, and I have gained the mastery over him. He hath been given over unto me, and he shall not be delivered out of my hand. And he shall come to an end before me, in the presence of the great divine sovereign chiefs who are in the underworld. The first great rank hath been given unto me by him, along with the shade and form of the living gods, and I have made my part. Mine enemy hath been brought unto me, and he hath been given unto me, and he shall not be delivered out of my hand. The things which concern me have been ended in the presence of the divine sovereign chiefs of Osiris, who is clothed in his apparel. And behold, the governor of those in Amenti, I am the Lord of redness on the day of transformations. I am the Lord of knives, and injury shall not be done unto me. I have made my path. I am the scribe who writeth down the odorous things which are in the sweet-smelling incense, and the things which belong to the mighty Ruddy One have been brought to me, and the mighty Ruddy One hath been given to me. I have come forth by day against my enemy. I have brought him along. I have gained the power over him. He hath been given unto me, and he shall not be delivered out of my hand. He hath come to an end beneath me, in the presence of the divine sovereign chiefs, and I eat him in the great field on the altar of Uattitit. I have gained the mastery over him as Sekhet, the great lady. I am the Lord of transformations, for I have the transformations of every god, and they go round about in me. Chapter 180. From a Papyrus at Paris. Vignette: the deceased kneeling in supplication before three gods. Text: the chapter of coming forth by day, of praising Ra in Amentet, of ascribing praise unto those who dwell in the Tuat, of opening up a path for the perfect Khu in the underworld, of causing him to walk, of making long his footsteps, of going in and coming forth from the underworld, and of perfecting transformations like a living soul. The Osiris triumphant saith: Ra setteth as Osiris, with all the diadems of the divine Khus and of the gods of Amentet. He is the one divine form, the hidden one of the Tuat, the holy soul at the head of Amentet, Nefer, whose duration of life is for ever and for ever. Words of praise are addressed to thee, O Osiris, in the Tuat, and thy son Horus hath satisfaction in thee, and he hath spoken unto thee the decree of words. Thou makest him to rise upon those who dwell in the Tuat, like a mighty divine star, unto whom the things which are his have been brought in the Tuat. Thou travellest through it, O son of Ra, and comest forth like Tem. Words of praise are addressed unto thee by those who dwell in the Tuat, which is the throne chamber, dear to thy majesty, the king, the prince of Aukert, the mighty ruler, who is crowned with the Ureret crown, the great god whose seat is hidden, the lord and weigher of words, and the sovereign of his divine chiefs. And words of praise are addressed unto thee by those who dwell in the Tuat, and they have satisfaction in thee. And words of praise are addressed unto thee by those who dwell in the Tuat, and the divine beings who weep pluck out their hair for thee, and they smite their hands together, and they praise thee, and they cry out before thee, and they weep for thee, and they rejoice that thy soul hath glorified thy dead body. The souls of Ra in Amentet are exalted, and in the zone of the Tuat the souls cry out in their songs of exaltation unto the souls of Ra who dwelleth therein. The body and souls of the god Chench dwell in the Tuat, and his divine soul resteth therein. Hail, Osiris! I am a servant of thy temple, and one who dwelleth within thy divine house. And thou utterest with command the words of the decree. Grant thou that I may rise like a luminary among the denizens of the Tuat, and like a mighty star, unto whom in the Tuat the things which are his have been brought. Let me journey through it like the son of Ra, and let me come forth as Tem. Let me have rest in the Tuat. Let me gain the mastery over the darkness. Let me enter therein. Let me come forth therefrom. Let thy hands receive me, O Ta-Tiunem. And let the Hetepu gods lift me up. O stretch ye out your hands to me, for I, even I, know your names. Lead ye me along, praise ye me, O Hetepu gods, with your praises. For Ra rejoiceth over the praises which are offered unto me, even as he doth over those which are offered unto Osiris. I have stablished for you your offerings, and ye have obtained the mastery over your oblations, even as Ra hath commanded me to do. I am the god Mehiu, and I am his heir upon the earth, and I have made my path. O ye Hetepu gods, grant ye that I may enter into the Tuat, and let me make a way into the beautiful Amentet. I have stablished the sceptre of the god Sark, and the Nemes crown for the god whose name is hidden. Look ye then, O Hetepu gods, and ye gods who are the guides of the Tuat, and grant that I may receive my glorious might, and let me rise like a luminary above his hidden place, and deliver ye me from the deadly stakes of those who are chained thereunto. Chain ye me not unto your deadly stakes, and give ye me not over to the habitation of the fiends who slay. I am the heir of Osiris, and I have received his Nemes crown in the Tuat. Look ye upon me then, and let me rise like a luminary who hath come forth from your members, and let me come into being like my divine Father who is worshipped. Look ye upon me then, and rejoice ye in me, and grant that I may rise up, and that I may come into being like him whose transformations were destroyed. Open ye a way unto my divine soul, O ye who stand upon your places. Grant ye that I may rest in the beautiful Amentet, and decree ye for me a seat in front of you. Open out ye to me your paths, and draw back for me the bolts of your doors. Behold, O Ra, as thou art the guide of this earth, so let the divine souls be my guides, and let me follow after the gods. I am he who guardeth his own pylon, and I am led along by those who lead. I am he who keepeth ward over his doors, and who setteth the gods in their places. I am he who dwelleth upon his standard within the Tuat. I am the god Hembi, the guardian of the lands of the gods. I am the boundaries of the Tuat. I am the god Hetepe in Auket. My offerings have been made in Amentet by the divine souls who dwell in the gods. I am the god Meha-Nutira. I am the hidden Bennu bird. I enter in as he resteth in the Tuat, and I come forth as he resteth in the Tuat. I am the lord of the celestial abodes, and I journey through the night sky after Ra. My offerings are in heaven in the field of Ra, and my sepulchral meals are on earth in the field of Aru. I travel through the Tuat like the beings who are with Ra, and I weigh words like the god Thoth. I stretch myself at my desire. I run forward with my strides in my spiritual form of hidden qualities, and my transformations are those of the double god Horus Set. I am the president of the food of the gods of the Tuat, and I give the sepulchral offerings of the Khus. I am the god of the mighty heart, who smiteth his enemies. Hail, ye gods and Khus, the ancestors of Ra,
who follow after the divine soul which he hath, lead ye me along as ye lead him along, and do ye, who are the guides of Ra, and who are leaders dwelling in the upper heaven, guide me, for I am like unto the divine and holy soul who is in Amentet. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The chapters of Coming Forth by Day. Chapter 181. From the Papyrus of Kenna. Vignette. The deceased kneeling in adoration before three gods who are seated before a door. Behind are a lion-headed and a vulture-headed god, each of whom has a serpent above his head. Text. The chapter of entering in to the divine sovereign chiefs of Osiris, and to the gods who are guides in the Tuat, and to those who keep ward over their gates, and to those who are heralds of their halls, and to those who are the porters of the doors and pylons of Amentet, and of making the transformations like a living soul, and of praising Osiris, and of becoming the prince of the divine sovereign chiefs. The Osiris, Kenna, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, O governor of Amentet, Nefer, lord of Ta-Techeset, O thou who art diademed like Ra. Verily I come to see thee, and to rejoice at thy beauties. His disk is thy disk, his rays of light are thy rays of light. His Ureret crown is thy Ureret crown. His majesty is thy majesty. His risings are thy risings. His beauties are thy beauties. The terror which he inspireth is the terror which thou inspirest. His odour is thy odour. His hall is thy hall. His seat is thy seat. His throne is thy throne. His air is thy air. His ornaments are thy ornaments. His decree is thy decree. His hidden place is thy hidden place. His things are thy things. His knowledge, or powers, is thy knowledge. The attributes of greatness which are his are thine. The power which protecteth him protecteth thee. He dieth not, and thou diest not. He is not triumphed over by his enemies, and thou art not triumphed over by thine enemies. No evil thing whatsoever hath happened unto him, and no evil thing whatsoever shall happen unto thee for ever and for ever. Homage to thee, O Osiris, son of Nut, lord of the two horns, whose Atef crown is exalted. May the Ureret crown be given unto him, along with sovereignty, before the company of the gods. May the god Temu make terror of him to exist in the hearts of men and women and gods and Khus and the dead. May dominion be given unto him in Anu, Heliopolis.
May he be mighty of transformations in tattoo.
Mendes.
May he be the Lord greatly feared in the Aati. May he be mighty in victory in Restau. May he be the Lord who is remembered with gladness in the great house. May he have manifold risings like a luminary in Abtu.
Abydos.
May triumph be given unto him in the presence of the company of the gods. May he gain the victory over the mighty powers. May the fear of him be made to go throughout the earth, and may the princes stand up upon their stations before the sovereign of the gods of the Tuat, the mighty form of heaven, the prince of the living ones, the king of those who are therein, and the glorifier of thousands in Ker-Abba. The denizens of heaven rejoice in him who is the Lord of the chosen offerings in the mansions above. A meat offering is made unto him in the city Hetkar-Patar,
Memphis.
and the things of the night are prepared for him in Shechem,
Letopolis.
Behold, O mighty God, thou great one of twofold strength, thy son Horus avengeth thee. He doeth away with every evil thing whatsoever that belongeth to thee. He bindeth up in order for thee thy person. He gathereth together for thee thy members. He collecteth for thee thy bones. He bringeth to thee thy... Thou art raised up then, O Osiris. I have given unto thee thy hand, and I make thee to stand up alive for ever and ever. The god Seb directeth thy mouth. The great company of the gods protecteth thee, and they accompany thee unto the door of the gate of the Tuat. Thy mother Nut placeth her hands behind thee. She giveth thee strength, and she reneweth the power which protecteth thee. Births, thy two sisters, Isis and Nephthys, come unto thee, and they unite thee unto life, and strength, and health, and thy heart rejoiceth before them. They in thee, through love of thee, and they load thy hands for thee with things of all kinds. All the gods present unto thee provisions, and behold, they praise thee for ever. Happy art thou, O Osiris, for thou art crowned, and art endowed with strength, and art glorious, and thine attributes are stablished for thee. Thy face is like that of Anpu. Ra rejoiceth in thee, and he maketh himself to be a brother to thy beautiful person. Thou sittest upon thy throne. The god Seb maketh a libation for thee, and that which thou wishest to receive is in thy hands in Amentet. Thou sailest over the celestial regions each day. Thy mother Nut maketh thee to go forth on thy way, and thou settest in life in Amentet in the boat of Ra each day, along with Horus, who loveth thee. The protecting strength of Ra guardeth thee. The words of might of Thoth are behind thee, and Isis maketh strength to follow after thy person. I have come to thee, O Lord of Tartashet, Osiris, governor of those who are in Amentet, O Nefer, whose twofold existence is for ever and for ever. My heart is right and true, my hands are pure, I have brought things unto their divine Lord, and offerings unto the God who made them. I have come, and I have advanced to your cities. I have done that which was good upon earth. I have slain thine enemies for thee, like sacrificial oxen. I have slaughtered for thee thy adversaries, and I have made them to fall down upon their faces before thee. I am pure, even as thou art pure. I have made pure for thee thy festival, and I have upon thine altar to thy soul, and to thy form, and to the gods, and to the goddesses who are in thy train. Rubric. If this chapter be known by the deceased, things of evil shall not gain the mastery over him, and he shall not be turned back from any of the doors of Amentet, but he shall go in and come out, and cakes and ale and all beautiful things shall be given unto him in the presence of those who dwell in the Tuat. Chapter 182. From the Papyrus of Mut-Hetep. Vignette: the deceased lying upon a bier within a funeral chest or coffer. Beneath the bier are 3 vases. At the foot stand Isis, Harpy, and Tuamautef, and at the head Nephthys, Mestha, and Qebhsennuf. In the upper and lower registers are a number of seated and standing, man-headed and animal-headed deities, who hold in their hands snakes, lizards, and knives. Text. The book of establishing Osiris firmly, of giving air to the still heart, whilst Thoth repulseth the foes of Osiris, who cometh there in his transformations, and is protected and made strong, and guarded in the underworld by the operation of the will of Thoth himself, and Shu setteth upon him each day. Thoth saith, I am Thoth, the perfect scribe, whose hands are pure, the lord of the 2 horns, who maketh iniquity to be destroyed, the scribe of right and truth, who abominateth sin. Behold, he is the writing reed of the god Neb-Ertchech, the lord of laws, who giveth forth the speech of wisdom and understanding, whose words have dominion over the 2 lands. I am Thoth, the lord of right and truth, who trieth the right and the truth for the gods, the judge of words in their essence, whose words triumph over violence. I have scattered the darkness, I have driven away the whirlwind and the storm, and I have given the pleasant breeze of the north wind unto Osiris-Unnefer, as he came forth from the womb of her who gave him birth. I have made Ra to set as Osiris, and Osiris setteth as Ra setteth. I have made him to enter into the hidden habitation, to vivify the heart of the still heart, the holy soul, who dwelleth in Amentet, and to shout cries of joy unto the still heart of Nefer, the son of Nut. I am Thoth, the favoured one of Ra, the Lord of might, who bringeth to a prosperous end that which he doeth, the mighty one of enchantments, who is in the boat of millions of years, the Lord of laws, the subduer of the 2 lands, whose words of might gave strength to her that gave him birth, whose word doeth away with opposition and fighting, and who performeth the will of Ra in his shrine. I am Thoth, who made Osiris to triumph over his enemies. I am Thoth, who issueth the decree at dawn, whose sight followeth on again after his overthrow at his season, the guide of heaven and earth and the underworld, and the creator of the life of all nations and peoples. I gave air unto him that was in the hidden place, by means of the might of the magical words of my utterance. And Osiris triumpheth over his enemies. I came unto thee, O Lord of Ta-Techesa, Osiris, Bull of Ament, and thou wert strengthened for ever. I set everlastingness as a protection for thy members, and I came unto thee, having protection in my hand, and I guarded thee with strength during the course of each and every day. Protection and life were behind this God. Protection and life were behind this God, and his car was glorified with power. The king of the Tuat, the prince of Amentet, the victorious conqueror of heaven, hath the Atep crown firmly stablished upon him. He is diademed with the white crown, and he graspeth the crook and the whip unto him, the great one of souls, the mighty one of the Ureret crown. Every god gathereth together and love for him who is Un-Nefer, and whose existence is for everlasting, and all eternity goeth through their bodies. Homage to thee, O governor of those who are in Amente, who makest mortals to be born again, who renewest thy youth. Thou comest, who dwellest in thy season, and who art more beautiful than thy son Horus hath avenged thee. The rank or dignity of 10 hath been conferred upon thee, O Un-Nefer. Thou art raised up, O Bull of Amentet. Thou art stablished, yea, stablished in the body of Nut, who uniteth herself unto thee, and who cometh forth with thee. Thy heart is stablished upon that which supporteth it, and thy breast is as it was formerly. Thy nose is firmly fixed with life and power. Thou livest, and thou art renewed, and thou makest thyself young like Ra each and every day. Mighty, mighty is Osiris in victory, and he is firmly stablished with life. I am Thoth, and I have pacified Horus, and I have quieted the two divine combatants in their season of storm. I have come, and I have washed the ruddy one. I have quieted the stormy one, and I have filled him with all manner of evil things. I am Thoth, and I have made the things of the night in Shechem, Letopolis. I am Thoth, and I have come daily into the cities of Pe and Tepu. I have led along the offerings and oblations. I have given cakes with lavish hand to the Khus. I have protected the shoulder of Osiris. I have embalmed him. I have made sweet his odour, even as is that of the beautiful God. I am Thoth, and I have come each day into the city of Ker-Abba. I have tied the cordage, and I have set in good order the Markent boat, and I have brought it from the east to the west. I am more exalted upon my standard than any god in my name of he whose face is exalted. I have opened fair things in my name of Apuat, that is,
opener of the road, and I have ascribed praise and done homage unto Osiris Nefer, whose existence is for ever and for ever. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The chapters of Coming Forth by Day. Chapter 183. From the Papyrus of Nefer. Vignette. A. The deceased and his wife standing with hands raised in adoration. B. Thoth, ibis-headed, standing upright and presenting symbols of strength and life. A text. The Osiris Nefer, the overseer of the palace of the Lord of the Two Lands, triumphant, praiseth Osiris, and acclaimeth him, and doeth homage unto Nefer, and boweth to the ground before the Lord of Tarteshset, and exalteth those who are upon his sand, saying, I have come unto thee, O son of Nut Osiris, prince of everlastingness. I am in the following of the god Thoth, and I have rejoiced at everything which he hath done for thee. He hath brought unto thee sweet air for thy nose, and life and strength to thy beautiful face, and the north wind which cometh forth from Tem for thy nostrils, O Lord of Tarteshset. He hath made the god Shu to shine upon thy body. He hath illumined thy path with rays of splendour. He hath destroyed for thee all the evil defects which belong to thy members by the magical power of the words of his utterance. He hath made the two Horus brethren to be at peace for thee. He hath destroyed the storm wind and the hurricane. He hath made the two combatants to be gracious unto thee, and the two lands to be at peace before thee. He hath put away the wrath which was in their hearts, and each hath become reconciled unto his brother. Thy son Horus is triumphant in the presence of the whole company of the gods. The sovereignty over the world hath been given unto him, and his dominion is in the uttermost parts of the earth. The throne of the god Seb hath been adjudged unto him, along with the rank which hath been founded by the god Temu, and which hath been established by decrees in the chamber of books, and hath been inscribed upon an iron tablet, according to the command of thy father Ptah-Tanen, when he sat upon the great throne. He hath set his brother upon that which the god Shu beareth up, to stretch out the waters over the mountains, and to make to spring up that which groweth upon the hills, and the grain which shooteth upon the earth, and he giveth increase by water and by land. Gods celestial and gods terrestrial transfer themselves to the service of thy son Horus, and they follow him into his hall, where a decree is passed, that he shall be lord over them, and they perform it straightway. Thy heart rejoiceth, O Lord of the gods, thy heart rejoiceth greatly. Egypt and the Red Land are at peace, and they serve humbly under thy sovereign power. The temples are stablished upon their own lands, cities and nomes possess firmly
the property which they have in their names, and we will make to thee the divine offerings which we are bound to make, and offer sacrifices in thy name for ever. Acclamations are made in thy name, libations are poured out to thy car, sepulchral meals are brought unto thee by the coups who are in thy following, and water is sprinkled upon the offerings upon both sides of the souls of the dead in this land. Every design which hath been ordered for thee according to his, that is, Ra's, commands in the beginning hath been perfected. Now therefore, O son of Nut, thou art diademed, as Neb-Ev the chair is diademed at his rising. Thou livest, thou art stablished, thou renewest thy youth, and thou art true and perfect. Thy father Ra maketh strong thy members, and the company of the gods make acclamations unto thee. The goddess Isis is with thee, and she never leaveth thee. Thou art not overthrown by thine enemies. The lords of all lands praise thy beauties, even as they praise Ra when he riseth at the beginning of each day. Thou risest up like an exalted one upon thy standard. Thy beauties exalt the face of man, and make long his stride. I have given unto thee the sovereignty of thy father Seb, and the goddess Mut, thy mother, who gave birth to the gods, brought thee forth as the firstborn of 5 gods, and created thy beauties, and fashioned thy members. Thou art stablished as king, the white crown is upon thy head, and thou hast grasped in thy hands the crook and the whip. Whilst thou wert in the womb, and hadst not as yet come forth therefrom upon the earth, thou wert crowned Lord of the 2 lands, and the Atef crown of Ra was upon thy brow. The gods come unto thee, bowing low to the ground, and they hold thee in fear. They retreat and depart when they see thee with the terror of Ra, and the victory of thy majesty is in their hearts. Life is with thee, and offerings of meat and drink follow thee, and that which is thy due is offered up before thy face. Grant thou that I may follow in the train of thy majesty, even as I did upon earth. Let my soul be called into the presence, and let it be found by the side of the lords of right and truth. I have come into the city of God, the region which existed in primeval time, with my soul, and with my double, and with my coup, to dwell in this land. The God thereof is the Lord of right and truth. He is the Lord of the chefau food of the gods, and he is most holy. His land draweth unto itself every other land. The south cometh sailing down the river thereto, and the north, steered thither by winds, cometh daily to make festival therein, according to the command of the God thereof, who is the Lord of peace therein. And doth he not say, the happiness thereof is a care unto me? The God who dwelleth therein worketh right and truth, and to him that doeth these things he giveth old age, and to him that followeth after them rank and honour, and at length he attaineth unto a happy funeral and burial in Ta Teshet. I have come unto thee, and my hands hold right and truth, and my heart hath no crafty wickedness therein. I offer up before thee that which is thy due, and I know that whereon thou livest. I have not committed any sin in the land, and I have defrauded no man of that which is his. I am Thoth, the perfect scribe, whose hands are pure. I am the Lord of purity, the destroyer of evil, the scribe of right and truth, and that which I abominate is sin. Behold me, for I am the writing reed of the god Nebuchadnezzar, the Lord of laws, who giveth forth the word of wisdom and understanding, and whose speech hath dominion over the two lands. I am Thoth, the Lord of right and truth, who maketh the feeble one to gain the victory, and who avengeth the wretched and the oppressed on him that wrongeth him. I have scattered the darkness, I have driven away the storm, and I have brought the wind to Unnefer, the beautiful breeze of the north wind, even as it came forth from the womb of his mother. I have caused him to enter into the hidden abode, to vivify the heart of the still heart, Unnefer, the son of Nut, Horus, triumphant. Chapter 184. From the Papyrus of Uar. Vignette: the deceased standing upright before Osiris, who wears the Atef crown, and holds in his hands the whip and crook, emblems of sovereignty and dominion. Text: the chapter of being nigh unto Osiris. The Osiris Uar, the overseer of the estates of Amen, triumphant, saith. Chapter 185. From the Papyrus of Sutim. Vignette: Osiris, at the head of Abtu, the great god, prince of eternity and governor of Amentet, enthroned within a shrine. He holds in his hands the whip and crook, emblems of sovereignty and dominion. Before him, with hands raised in adoration, stand the deceased and his wife, Hent Neteru, the lady of the house, the singing woman of Amen, triumphant. Text: the giving of praises unto Osiris, and paying homage unto the Lord of eternity, and propitiating the god in his will, and declaring the right and truth, the Lord of which is unknown. The Osiris Sutim, the libationer and president of the altar chamber in the Acts, the president of the scribes of the temple of Amen triumphant, saith: Homage to thee, O thou holy God, thou mighty and beneficent being, thou prince of eternity, who dwellest in thy abode in the Sektet boat, thou whose risings are manifold in the Atet boat, to thee are praises rendered in heaven and upon earth. Peoples and nations exalt thee, and the majesty of the terror of him is in the hearts of men and Khus and the dead. Thy soul is in Tetet Mendes, and the terror of thee is in Sutenhenen. Thou settest the visible emblems of thyself in Anu, and the greatness of thy transformations in the double place of purification. I have come unto thee, and my heart hath right and truth therein, and there is neither craft nor guile in my breast. Grant thou that I may have my being among the living, and that I may sail down and up the river among those who are in thy following. Chapter 186. From the Papyrus of Ani. Vignette: the goddess Hathor, in the form of a hippopotamus, wearing upon her head a disk and horns. In her right hand she holds an unidentified object, and in her left
the emblem of life. Before her are offerings, and behind her the cow Meurit, who may be identified with Hathor, looks forth from the funeral mountain. At the foot of the mountain is the tomb, and in the foreground grows a group of flowering plants. Text. Hathor, lady of Amentet, mighty dweller in the funeral mountain, lady of Ta-Teshset, daughter or eye of Ra, dweller before him, beautiful of face in the boat of millions of years, the habitation or seat of peace, creator of law in the boat of the favoured ones. In the versions of this chapter given by Neville, the deceased, sometimes accompanied by his wife, is seen standing in adoration before the hippopotamus and cow goddesses. The texts which occupy the upper portions of the scenes are longer than that given in the papyrus of Ani, a part of which is manifestly corrupt, and though all of them are more or less fragmentary, we learn from them that this chapter is entitled "The Praise of Hathor, the Mistress of Amentet, and the Paying of Homage to Me-Urit." After reciting the titles of Hathor, the deceased describes his devotion to the gods and the works which he did for them whilst he was upon earth, and having stated that he is innocent of offence, he entreats the goddess that he may have his existence among her divine followers, and that suitable offerings of all kinds may be made unto him in Amentet. Chapter 187. From the Papyrus of Nu. Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette in the Papyrus of Nu. Text. The chapter of entering in unto the company of the gods. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, "Homage to you, O company of the gods of Ra. I have come before you. I am in the following of Ra. I have made my way, and I have passed in among you. Let not my hand be repulsed in whatsoever I do this day." Chapter 188. From the Papyrus of Nu. Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette in the Papyrus of Nu. Text. The chapter of the going in of the soul, to build an abode, and to come forth by day in human form. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, the son of the overseer of the palace, Amen-hetep, triumphant, saith, "Come in peace, thou hast a coup. Enter thou in peace into the divine Uchat. Behold, thou hast a coup, together with a soul, Ba, and a shade, Ka'bet, to look thereupon. May it behold me when I am judged, in whatever place it may be, with my attributes, and with my form, and with my faculties of mind, and with all my attributes ordered and perfect, even as a soul which is provided with all things and is divine. May I shine like Ra in his divine splendour, in the temple of, and may my soul and my shade come to me upon their legs, from the place where I am judged, and behold me. May I stand up and sit down, and enter into the house of his body, which, behold, hath become one of the starry gods of Osiris, who travel by day and journey by night, and celebrate the festivals." Chapter 189. From the Papyrus of Nu. This chapter is without a vignette in the Papyrus of Nu. Text. The chapter of not letting a man perform a journey being hungry, and of not letting him eat filth. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, the son of the overseer of the palace, Amen-hetep, triumphant, saith, "The things which are an abomination unto me, the things which are an abomination unto me, I will not eat. What I abominate is filth,
and I will not eat thereof, in the place of the sepulchral cakes which are offered unto the cars. Let me be not thrown down upon it, let it not light upon my body, let it not enter into my fingers, and let it not join itself unto my toes. Thou shalt live then upon that which the gods and the Khus decree for me in this place, and upon that which is brought unto thee there. Let me live upon the 7 cakes which shall be brought unto me, 4 cakes before Horus, and 3 cakes before Thoth. The gods and the Khus shall say unto me, What manner of food wouldst thou have given unto thee? And I reply, Let me eat my food beneath the sycamore tree of the goddess Hathor, and let my times be among the divine beings who have alighted thereon. Let me have the power to order my own fields in Tatu, and my own growing crops in Anu. Let me live upon bread made of white barley, and let my beer be made from red grain, and may the persons of my father and mother be given unto me as guardians of my door, and for the ordering of the divine territory. Let me be sound and strong. Let me have a large room. Let me make a way. Let me have my seat wherever I please, like a living soul, and let me never be kept in restraint by mine enemy. That which is an abomination unto me is filth, and I will not eat thereof. Let me never pass over filth and offal in Anu, but let it depart from me. I am the bull who ordereth his habitation. I fly like the mighty one, I cackle like the smem goose, and I alight upon the beautiful sycamore which standeth in the lake of Akeb. I come forth, and I alight upon it. He who alighteth there in the form of the great God shall not be driven away therefrom. The things which I abominate I will not eat. The things which I abominate, the things which I abominate are filth and offal, and I will not eat thereof. The things which are an abomination unto my car are filth and offal. They shall never enter into my body, they shall never come into my hands, and I will never tread upon them with my sandals. Oh, send ye not forth against me foul water, harm ye not me with the rod. Give ye not unto me, snatch ye me not away from the edge of your deep cisterns, and let me not depart from you being overthrown. The divine Alchemu beings of the god Pen-Heseb shall say unto me, Upon what wilt thou live in this land whither thou art going, and wherein thou wouldst be glorious? And I reply, I will live upon the cakes made of black grain, and upon ale made of white grain, and upon 4 cakes in Sekhet-hetep, which is more than the food of any or every god. Moreover, I have 4 loaves of bread during the course of each and every day, besides 4 loaves in Anu, which is more than the food of any and every god. And the divine Alchemu beings of the god Pen-Heseb shall say unto me, What hast thou brought to eat in that holy furrow, on that day when I receive my offerings with anti-unguent? And I reply, I will not eat thereof, it shall not come into my hands, and I will not tread thereon with my sandals. And the divine Alchemu beings of the god Pen-Heseb shall say unto me, Upon what wilt thou live in this land whither thou art going, and wherein thou wouldst be glorious? And I reply, I will live upon the 7 cakes which shall be brought, 4 in the temple of Horus, and 3 in the temple of Thoth. And the divine Alchemu beings of the god Pen-Heseb shall say unto me, Who then shall bring them unto thee? And I reply, The divine associate of the temples of the Ur-Hechati goddess of Anu. And they say, Where wilt thou eat them? And I reply, Beneath the beams of the beautiful ark to which hymns are sung as it is borne along, thither shall I be taken. And the divine Alchemu beings of the god Pen-Heseb shall say unto me, Wouldst thou live then upon the things which belong to another every day? And I reply, I will myself plough the fields of my estate in Sekhet Haru. And the divine Alchemu beings of the god Penhezeb shall say unto me, Who will protect them for thee? And I reply, The two divine daughters of the divine king of the north, besides those who belong to them. And the divine Alchemu beings of the god Penhezeb shall say unto me, Who will plough them for thee? And I reply, The divine chiefs who dwell among the gods of heaven and the gods of earth. The treading down of the earth shall be done for me by the cow goddess Hapiu, who dwelleth in the city of Sau, and the harvest shall be reaped for me by Suti, the Lord of heaven and of earth. Hail, ye who turn back the blossoms upon yourselves, ye whose transgressions are done away with, whose faces are holy. Behold, I am with the divine beings of Set at the mountain of Bakau, and I sit down along with the spiritual bodies who are perfect on the side of the lake of Osiris to rejoice my heart. Shall not I make the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, to know life? Chapter 190 from the Papyrus of Nu. Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette in the Papyrus of Nu. Text. The book of making perfect the Khu within Ra, of making him to gain the mastery before Tem, of magnifying him before Osiris, of making him to be powerful before the governor of Amentet, and of causing him to be mighty before the company of the gods. Rubric. This book shall be recited on the first day of the month, on the festival of the sixth, on the festival of Uak, on the festival of Thoth, on the birthday of Osiris, on the festival of Sekri, and on the festival of the night of Haker. It will enable a man to pass through the hidden places of the Tuat, and to penetrate the secret habitations of Neterkert, to break through mountains, and to open up a way through the secret valleys which are unknown. This chapter shall preserve or embalm the Khu. It shall make broad his steps, it shall give him power to walk, it shall destroy the deafness of his face, and it shall enable him to make a way for his face with the god. When thou recitest this chapter, thou shalt not let any man whatsoever see thee, except him that is indeed dear to thy heart, and the priest who readeth the service Ker Hebe. Thou shalt not let any other person see thee, and no servant shall come outside the chamber wherein thou art. Thou shalt recite this chapter inside a chamber, lined with cloth, decorated, literally shot with stars throughout. The soul of every Khu, that is, the deceased, for whom this book hath been recited, shall come forth among the living. He himself shall come forth by day, and he shall gain the mastery among the gods, and shall not be repulsed by them. And these gods shall revolve round about him, and they shall acknowledge, literally recognize him. And indeed he shall be as the divine one among them, and he shall make thee to know the transformations which shall come to him in the light. This book is indeed a very great mystery, and thou shalt never allow those who dwell in the papyrus swamps of the Delta, that is, ignorant folk, or any person whatsoever, to see it. End of chapter 45. End of the Book of the Dead. Translated by E. A. Wallis Budge. Chapter 46 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri.
Translated by Courtney Langdon. Inferno 1. Introduction to The Divine Comedy, The Wood and the Mountain. When, halfway through the journey of our life, I found that I was in a gloomy wood, because the path which led aright was lost, and how hard it is to say just what this wild and rough and stubborn woodland was, the very thought of which renews my fear. So bitter 'tis that death is little worse. But of the good to treat which there I found, I'll speak of what I else discovered there. I cannot well say how I entered it. So full of slumber was I at the moment when I forsook the pathway of the truth. But after I had reached a mountain's foot, where that vale ended which had pierced my heart with fear, I looked on high, and saw its shoulders mantled already with that planet's rays which leadeth one aright o'er every path. Then quieted a little was the fear which in the lake depths of my heart had lasted throughout the night I passed so piteously. And even as he who from the deep emerged, with sorely troubled breath upon the shore, turns round and gazes at the dangerous water, even so my mind, which still was fleeing on, turned back to look again upon the paths which ne'er permitted any one to live. When I had somewhat eased my weary body, o'er the lone slope I so resumed my way, that ere the lower was my steady foot, then, lo, not far from where the ascent began, a leopard which, exceeding light and swift, was covered over with a spotted hide, and from my presence did not move away. Nay, rather, she so hindered my advance that more than once I turned me to go back. Some time had now from early morn elapsed, and with those very stars the sun was rising, that in his escort were, when love divine in the beginning moved those beauteous things. I therefore had as cause for hoping well of that wild beast with gaily mottled skin, the hour of daytime, and the year's sweet season. But not so that I should not fear the sight which next appeared before me of a lion. Against me this one seemed to be advancing with head erect, and with such raging hunger that even the air seemed terrified thereby, and of a she-wolf which with every lust seemed in her leanness laden, and had caused many ere now to lead unhappy lives. The latter so oppressed me with the fear that issued from her aspect that I lost the hope I had of winning to the top. And such as he is who is glad to gain, and who, when times arrive that make him lose, weeps, and is saddened in his every thought, such did that peaceless animal make me, which gainst me coming pushed me step by step back to the place where silent is the sun. While toward the lowland I was falling fast, the sight of one was offered to mine eyes, who seemed through long continued silence weak. When him in that vast wilderness I saw, "Have pity on me," I cried out to him, "whate'er thou be, or shade, or very man." "Not man," he answered, "I was once a man, and both my parents were of Lombardy, and Mantuans with respect to fatherland. 'Neath Julius was I born, though somewhat late, and under good Augustus' rule I lived in Rome, in days of false and lying gods. I was a poet,
and of that just man Anchises' son I sang, who came from Troy after proud Ilion had been consumed. But thou, to such sore trouble why return? Why climb'st thou not the mountain of delight, which is of every joy the source and cause? Art thou that Virgil then, that fountainhead, which poureth forth so broad a stream of speech? I answered him, with shame upon my brow. O light and glory of the other poets, let the long study and the ardent love which made me con thy book avail me now. Thou art my teacher and authority. Thou only art the one from whom I took the lovely manner which hath done me honour. Behold the beast on whose account I turned. From her protect me, O thou famous sage, for she makes both my veins and pulses tremble. A different course from this must thou pursue, he answered, when he saw me shedding tears, if from this wilderness thou wouldst escape. For this wild beast, on whose account thou criest, alloweth none to pass along her way, but hinders him so greatly that she kills, and is by nature so malign and guilty, that never doth she sate her greedy lust, but after food is hungrier than before. Many are the animals with which she mates, and still more will there be, until the hound shall come and bring her to a painful death. He shall not feed on either land or wealth, but wisdom, love, and power shall be his food, and 'tween two feltros shall his birth take place. Of that low Italy he'll be the saviour, for which the maid Camilla died of wounds with Turnus, Nisus, and Aureolus, and he shall drive her out of every town, till he have put her back again in hell, from which the earliest envy sent her forth. I therefore think and judge it best for thee to follow me, and I shall be thy guide, and lead thee hence through an eternal place, where thou shalt hear the shrieks of hopelessness of those tormented spirits of old times, each one of whom bewails the second death. Then those shalt thou behold who, though in fire, contented are, because they hope to come, whene'er it be, unto the blessed folk, to whom thereafter, if thou wouldst ascend, there'll be for that a worthier soul than I. With her at my departure I shall leave thee, because the Emperor who rules up there, since I was not obedient to his law, wills none shall come into his town through me. He rules as Emperor everywhere, and there as king. There is his town and lofty throne. O happy he whom he thereto elects. And I to him, O poet, I beseech thee, even by the God it was not thine to know, so may I from this ill and worse escape. Conduct me thither where thou saidst just now, that I may see St. Peter's gate, and those whom thou describest as so whelmed with woe. He then moved on, and I behind him kept. Inferno 2. Introduction to the Inferno. The Mission of Virgil. Daylight was going, and the dusky air was now releasing from their weary toil all living things on earth, and I alone was making ready to sustain the war both of the road and of the sympathy which my unerring memory will relate. O Muses, O high genius, help me now! O memory, that wrotest what I saw, herewith shall thy nobility appear. I then began: Consider, poet, thou that guidest me, if strong my virtue be, or ere thou trust me to the arduous course, thou sayest that the sire of Silvio entered, when still corruptible, the immortal world, and that while in his body he was there. Hence that to him, the opponent of all ill, was courteous, considering the great result that was to come from him, both who and what seems not unfitting to a thoughtful man. For he, of fostering Rome and of her sway in the empyrean heaven, was chosen as sire, and both of these, if one would tell the truth, were foreordained unto the holy place where greatest Peter's follower hath his seat. While on this quest, for which thou giv'st him praise, he heard the things which of his victory the causes were, and of the papal robe the chosen vessel went there afterward, to bring thence confirmation in the faith, through which one enters on salvation's path. But why should I go there, or who concedes it? I'm not Aeneas, nor yet Paul am I, me worthy of this, nor I nor others deem. If, therefore, I consent to come, I fear lest foolish be my coming. Thou art wise, and canst much better judge than I can talk. And such as he, who unwills what he willed, and changes so his purpose through new thoughts, that what he had begun he wholly leaves, such on that gloomy slope did I become, for as I thought it over, I gave up the enterprise so hastily commenced. If I have rightly understood thy words, replied the shade of that great-hearted man, thy soul is hurt by shameful cowardice, which many times so sorely hinders one, that from an honoured enterprise it turns him, as seeing falsely doth a shying beast. In order that thou rid thee of this fear, I'll tell thee why I came, and what I heard the first time I was grieved on thy account. Among the intermediate souls I was, when me a lady called, so beautiful and happy that I begged her to command. Her eyes were shining brighter than a star, when sweetly and softly she began to say, as with an angel's voice she spoke to me, O courteous Mantuan spirit, thou whose fame is still enduring in the world above, and will endure as long as lasts the world, a friend of mine, but not a friend of fortune, is on his journey o'er the lonely slope, obstructed so that he hath turned through fear, and from what I have heard of him in heaven, I fear lest he may now have strayed so far that I have risen too late to give him help. Bestir thee then, and with thy finished speech, and with whatever his escape may need, assist him so that I may be consoled. I, who now have thee go, am Beatrice. Thence come I, whither I would fain return. 'Twas love that moved me, love that makes me speak. When in the presence of my Lord again, often shall I commend thee unto him. Thereat she ceased to speak, and I began. O Lady of virtue, thou through whom alone the human race excels all things contained within the heaven that hath the smallest circles, thy bidding pleases me so much that late I'd be, hadst thou already been obeyed. Thou needst but to disclose to me thy will. But tell me why thou dost not mind descending into this centre from that ample place, whither thou art so eager to return. Since thou wouldst know thereof so inwardly, I'll tell thee briefly, she replied to me, why I am not afraid to enter here. Of those things only should one be afraid that have the power of doing injury, not of the rest, for they should not be feared. I of his mercy, and so made by God, that me your wretchedness doth not affect, nor any flame of yonder fire molest. There is a gentle lady up in heaven, who grieves so at this check, whereto I send thee, that broken is stern judgment there above. She called Lucia in her prayer, and said, now hath thy faithful servant need of thee, and I too recommend him to thy care. Lucia, hostile to all cruelty, set forth thereat, and came unto the place where I with ancient Rachel had my seat. Why, Beatrice, she said, true praise of God, dost thou not succour him who loved thee so, that for thy sake he left the common herd? Dost thou not hear the anguish of his cry? Seest not the death that fights him on the flood, o'er which the sea availeth not to boast? Ne'er were there any in the world so swift to seek their profit and avoid their loss, as I, after such words as these were uttered, descended hither from my blessed seat, confiding in that noble speech of thine, which honours thee, and whosoe'er has heard it. Then, after she had spoken to me thus, weeping, she turned her shining eyes away, which made me hasten all the more to come, and even as she wished, I came to thee, and led thee from the presence of the beast, which robbed thee of the fair mount's short approach. What is it then? Why dost thou hold back? Why dost thou lodge such baseness in thy heart? And wherefore free and daring art thou not, since three so blessed ladies care for thee within the court of heaven, and my words too give thee the promise of so much that's good? As little flowers by the chill of night, bowed down and closed, when brightened by the sun, stand all erect and open on their stems, so likewise with my wearied strength did I, and such good daring coursed into my heart, that I began as one who had been freed. O piteous she, who hastened to my help, and courteous thou, that didst at once obey the words of truth that she addressed to thee. Thou hast with such desire disposed my heart toward going on, by reason of thy words, that to my first intention I've returned. Go on now, since we two have but one will, thou leader, and thou Lord and teacher thou. I thus addressed him. Then, when he had moved, I entered on the wild and arduous course. Inferno 3. The Gate and Vestibule of Hell. Cowards and Neutrals. Acheron. Through me one goes into the town of woe. Through me one goes into eternal pain. Through me among the people that are lost. Justice inspired my high exalted Maker. I was created by the might divine, the highest wisdom, and the primal love. Before me there was naught created, save eternal things, and I eternal last. All hope abandon, ye that enter here. These words of gloomy colour I beheld inscribed upon the summit of a gate, whence I. Their meaning, teacher, troubles me. And he to me,
like one aware, replied, "All fearfulness must here be left behind. All forms of cowardice must here be dead. We've reached the place where, as I said to thee, thou'lt see the sad folk who have lost the good, which is the object of the intellect." Then, after he had placed his hand in mine, with cheerful face, whence I was comforted, he led me in among the hidden things. There sighs and wails and piercing cries of woe reverberated through the starless air. Hence I at first shed tears of sympathy. Strange languages and frightful forms of speech, words caused by pain, accents of anger, voices both loud and faint, and smiting hands withal, a mighty tumult made, which sweeps around for ever in that timelessly dark air, as sand is wont whene'er a whirlwind blows. And I, whose head was girt about with horror, said, "Teacher, what is this I hear? What folk is this that seems so overwhelmed with woe?" And he to me, "This wretched kind of life the miserable spirits lead of those who live with neither infamy nor praise. Commingled are they with that worthless choir of angels who did not rebel, nor yet were true to God, but sided with themselves. The heavens, in order not to be less fair, expelled them, nor doth neither hell receive them. The heavens, in order not to be less fair, expelled them, nor doth nether hell receive them, because the bad would get some glory thence." And I, "What is it, teacher, grieves them so? It causes them so loudly to lament?" "I'll tell thee very briefly," he replied. "These have no hope of death, and so low down is this unseeing life of theirs that envious they are of every other destiny. The world allows no fame of them to live. Mercy and justice hold them in contempt. The world allows no fame of them to live. Mercy and justice hold them in contempt. Let us not talk of them, but look and pass." And I, who gazed intently, saw a flag which, whirling, moved so swiftly that to me, contemptuous it appeared of all repose, and after it there came so long a line of people that I never would have thought that death so great a number had undone. When some I'd recognized, I saw anew the shade of him who through his cowardice the great refusal made. I understood immediately, and was assured that this the band of cowards was, who both to God displeasing are, and to his enemies. These wretched souls, who never were alive, were naked, and were sorely spurred to action by means of wasps and hornets that were there. The latter streaked their faces with their blood, which, after it had mingled with their tears, was at their feet sucked up by loathsome worms. When I had given myself to peering further, people I saw upon a great stream's bank. I therefore said, "Now, teacher, grant to me that I may know who these are, and what law makes them appear so eager to cross over, as, in this dim light, I perceive they are." And he to me, "Their things will be made clear to thee as soon as on the dismal strand of Acheron we shall have stayed our steps." Thereat, with shame suffused and downcast eyes, and fearing lest my talking might annoy him, up to the river I abstained from speech. Behold them coming toward us in a boat
an aged man, all white with ancient hair, who shouted, "Woe to you, ye souls depraved! Give up all hope of ever seeing heaven. I come to take you to the other shore, into eternal darkness, heat, and cold. And thou, that yonder art a living soul, withdraw thee from these fellows that are dead." But when he saw that I did not withdraw, he said, "By other roads and other ferries shalt thou attain a shore to pass across, not here. A lighter boat must carry thee." To him, my leader: "Charon, be not vexed. Thus is it yonder willed, where there is power to do whate'er is willed. So ask no more." Thereat were quieted the woolly cheeks of that old boatman of the murky swamp, who round about his eyes had wheels of flame. Those spirits, though, who nude and weary were, their colour changed, and gnashed their teeth together as soon as they had heard the cruel words. They kept blaspheming God and their own parents, the human species, and the place and time and seed of their conception and their birth. Then each and all of them drew on together, weeping aloud to that accursed shore, which waits for every man that fears not God. Charon, the demon, with his ember eyes, makes beckoning signs to them, collects them all, and with his oar beats whoso takes his ease. Even as in autumn leaves detach themselves, now one and now another, till their branch sees all its stripped off clothing on the ground, so one by one the evil seed of Adam cast themselves down that river bank at signals, as doth a bird to its recalling lure. Thus o'er the dusky waves they wend their way, and ere they land upon the other side, another crowd collects again on this. "My son," the courteous teacher said to me, "all those that perish in the wrath of God from every country come together here, and eager are to pass across the stream, because justice divine so spurs them on, that what was fear is turned into desire. A good soul never goes across from hence. If Charon, therefore, findeth fault with thee, well canst thou now know what his words imply." The darkling plain, when this was ended, quaked so greatly that the memory of my terror bathes me even now with sweat. The tear-stained ground gave forth a wind, whence flashed vermilion light, which in me overcame all consciousness, and down I fell like one whom sleep o'ertakes. Inferno 4. The first circle. The borderland. Unbaptized worthies. Illustrious pagans. A heavy thunderclap broke the deep sleep within my head, so that I roused myself, as would a person who is waked by force, and standing up erect, my arrested eyes I moved around, and with a steady gaze I looked about to know where I might be. Truth is, I found myself upon the verge of pain's abysmal valley, which collects the thunder roll of everlasting woes. So dark it was, so deep and full of mist, that howsoe'er I gazed into its depths, nothing at all did I discern therein. Into this blind world let us now descend. The poet, who was death-like pale, began, "I will be first, and thou shalt second be." And I, who of his colour was aware, said, "How am I to come, if thou take fright? What wont to be my comfort when afraid?" "The anguish of the people here below," he said to me, brings out upon my face the sympathy which thou dost take for fear. Since our long journey drives us, let us go." Thus he set forth, and thus he had me enter the first of circles girding the abyss. Therein, as far as one could judge by listening, there was no lamentation, saving sighs which caused a trembling in the eternal air, and this came from the grief devoid of torture felt by the throngs which many were and great, of infants and of women and of men. To me, then, my good teacher, dost not ask what spirits these are whom thou seest here? Now I would have thee know, ere thou go further, that these sinned not, and though they merits have, 'tis not enough, for they did not have baptism, the gateway of the creed believed by thee. And if before Christianity they lived, they did not with due worship honour God. And one of such as these am I myself. For such defects, and for no other guilt, were lost, and only hurt to this extent, that in desire we live deprived of hope. Great sorrow filled my heart on hearing this, because I knew of people of great worth who in that borderland suspended were. "Tell me, my teacher, tell me, thou my lord," I then began, though wishing to be sure about the faith which conquers every error, "came any ever by his own deserts, or by another's hence, who then was blessed?" And he, who understood my covert speech, replied, "To this condition I was come but newly, when I saw a mighty one come here, crowned with the sign of victory. From hence he drew the earliest parent's shade, and that of his son Abel, that of Noah, and Moses the lawgiver and obedient, Abraham the patriarch, and David king, Israel with both his father and his sons, and Rachel too, for whom he did so much, and many others, and he made them blessed. And I would have thee know that earlier than these there were no human spirits saved." Because he talked, we ceased not moving on, but all the while were passing through the wood. The wood, I mean, of thickly crowded shades. Nor far this side of where I fell asleep had we yet gone, when I beheld a fire which overcame a hemisphere of gloom. Somewhat away from it we were as yet, but not so far but I could dimly see that honourable people held that place. O thou that honourest both art and science, who are these people that such honour have, that it divides them from the other's life? And he to me, "The honourable fame which speaks of them in thy live world above, in heaven wins grace, which thus advances them." And hereupon a voice was heard by me, "Do honour to the loftiest of poets, his shade which had departed now returns." And when the voice had ceased and was at rest, 4 mighty shades I saw approaching us. Their looks were neither sorrowful nor glad. My kindly teacher then began to say, "Look at the one who comes with sword in hand before the 3, as if their lord he were. Homer he is, the sovereign poet; Horace the satirist, the one that cometh next; the third is Ovid; Lucan is the last. Since each of them in common shares with me the title which the voice of one proclaimed, they do me honour, and therein do well." Thus gathered, I beheld the fair assembly of those the masters of the loftiest song, which soareth like an eagle o'er the rest. Then, having talked among themselves a while, they turned around to me with signs of greeting, and when he noticed this, my teacher smiled, and even greater honour still they did me, for one of their own company they made me, so that amid such wisdom I was sixth. Thus on we went as far as to the light, talking of things whereof is silence here becoming, even as speech was where we spoke. We reached a noble castle's foot, 7 times encircled by high walls, and all around defended by a lovely little stream. This last we crossed, as if dry land it were, through 7 gates. With these sages I went in, and to a meadow of fresh grass we came. There people were, with slow and serious eyes, and in their looks of great authority. They spoke but seldom, and with gentle voice. We therefore to one side of it drew back into an open place, so luminous and high that each and all could be perceived. There, on the green enamel opposite, was shown to me the spirits of the great, foreseeing whom high glory in myself. I saw Electra with companions many, of whom I knew both Hector and Aeneas, and Caesar armed with shining falcon eyes. I saw Camilla with Penthesilea upon the other side, and King Latinus, who with Lavinia his own daughter sat. I saw that Brutus who drove Tarquin out, Lucretia, Julia, Marcia, and Cornelia, and all alone I saw the Saladin. Then, having raised my brows a little higher, the teacher I beheld of those that know, seated amid a philosophic group. They all look up to him, all honour him. There Socrates and Plato I beheld, who, nearer than the rest, are at his side. Democritus, who thinks the world chance-born, Diogenes, Anaxagoras, and Thales, Empedocles, Heraclitus, and Zeno. Of qualities I saw the good collector, Dioscorides I mean, Orpheus I saw, Tully and Livy, and moral Seneca, Euclid the geometer, and Ptolemy, Hippocrates, Avicenna, Galen, Averroes, who made the famous comment. I cannot speak of all of them in full, because my long theme drives me on so fast that oft my words fall short of what I did. The 6-fold band now dwindles down to 2. My wise guide leads me by a different path, out of the calm into the trembling air, and to a place I come where naught gives light. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Inferno 5. The Second Circle. Sexual Intemperance. The Lascivious and Adulterers. Thus, from the first of circles I went down into the second, which surrounds less space, and all the greater pain which goads to wailing. There Minos stands in horrid guise and snarls. Inside the entrance he examines sins, judges, and as he girds himself commits. I mean that when an ill-born soul appears before him, it confesses itself holy, and thereupon that connoisseur of sins perceives what place in hell belongs to it, and girds him with his tail as many times as are the grades he wishes it sent down. Before him there are always many standing. They go to judgment, each one in his turn. They speak and hear, and then are downward hurled. "O thou that comest to the inn of woe," said Minos, giving up, on seeing me, the execution of so great a charge, "see how thou enter, and in whom thou put thy trust. Let not the gateway's width deceive thee." To him my leader said, "Why dost thou too cry? Hinder thou not this fate-ordained advance. Thus is it yonder willed, where there is power to do whate'er is willed, so ask no more." And now the woeful sounds of actual pain begin to break upon mine ears. I now am come to where much wailing smiteth me. I reached a region silent of all light, which bellows as the sea doth in a storm, if lashed and beaten by opposing winds. The infernal hurricane, which never stops, carries the spirits onward with its sweep, and as it whirls and smites them, gives them pain. Whene'er they come before the shattered rock, their lamentations, moans, and shrieks are heard. There, cursing, they blaspheme the power divine. I understood that to this kind of pain are doomed those carnal sinners who subject their reason to their sensual appetite, and as their wings bear starlings on their way when days are cold in full and widespread flocks, so doth that blast the evil spirits bear this way and that, and up and down it leads them. Nor only doth no hope of rest, but none of lesser suffering, ever comfort them. And even as cranes move on and sing their lays, forming the while a long line in the air, thus saw I coming, uttering cries of pain, shades borne along upon the aforesaid storm. I therefore said, "Who, teacher, are the people the gloomy air so cruelly chastises?" "The first of those of whom thou wouldst have news," the latter thereupon said unto me, "was empress over lands of many tongues. To sexual vice so wholly was she given, that lust she rendered lawful in her laws, thus to remove the blame she had incurred. Semiramis she is, of whom one reads that she gave suck to Ninus, and became his wife. She held the land the Soldan rules. The next is she who killed herself through love, and to Sichaeus' ashes broke her faith. The lustful Cleopatra follows her. See Helen, for whose sake so long a time of guilt rolled by, and great Achilles see, who fought with love when at the end of life. Paris and Tristan see." And then he showed me, and pointed out by name, 1,000 shades, and more, whom love had from our life cut off. When I had heard my leader speak the names of ladies and their knights of olden times, pity o'ercame me, and I almost swooned. "Poet," I then began, "I gladly talk with those two yonder who together go, and seem to be so light upon the wind. Thou'lt see thy chance when nearer us they are, said he. Beseech them by that same love which leadeth them along, and they will come. Soon as the wind toward us had bent their course, I cried, O toil-worn souls, come speak with us, so be it that one else forbid it not. As doves, when called by their desire, come flying with raised and steady pinions through the air to their sweet nest, borne on by their own will, so from the band where Dido is they issued, advancing through the noisome air toward us, so strong with love the tone of my appeal. O thou benign and gracious living creature, that goest through the gloomy purple air to visit us, who stained the world blood-red, if friendly were the universal King, for thy peace would we pray to him, since pity thou showest for this wretched woe of ours. Of whatsoever it may please you hear and speak, we will both hear and speak with you, while yet, as now it is, the wind is hushed. The town where I was born sits on the shore, whither the Po descends to be at peace, together with the streams that follow him. Love, which soon seizes on a well-born heart, seized him for that fair body's sake whereof I was deprived, and still the way offends me. Love, which absolves from loving none that's loved, seized me so strongly for his love of me, that, as thou seest, it doth not leave me yet. Love to a death in common led us on. Cain's ice awaiteth him who quenched our life. These words were wafted down to us from them. When I had heard those sorely troubled souls, I bowed my head, and long I held it low, until the poet said, What thinkest thou? When I made answer, I began, Alas! How many tender thoughts and what desire induced these souls to take the woeful step? I then turned back to them again and spoke, and I began, Thine agonies, Francesca, cause me to weep with grief and sympathy. But tell me, at the time of tender sighs, whereby and how did love concede to you that ye should know each other's veiled desires? And she to me, There is no greater pain than to remember happy days in days of misery, and this thy leader knows. But if to know the first root of our love so yearning a desire possesses thee, I'll do as one who weepeth while he speaks. One day, for pastime merely, we were reading of Launcelot, and how love o'erpowered him. Alone we were, and free from all misgiving. Oft did that reading cause our eyes to meet, and often take the colour from our faces, and yet one passage only overcame us, when we had read of how the longed-for smile was kissed by such a lover, this one here, who never more shall be divided from me, trembling all over, kissed me on my mouth. A Galahad, the book, and he who wrote it. No further in it did we read that day. While one was saying this, the other spirit so sorely wept that out of sympathy I swooned away as though about to die, and fell as falls a body that is dead. Inferno 6. The third circle. Intemperance in food. Gluttons. On my return to consciousness, which closed before the kindred couple's piteous case, which utterly confounded me with grief. New torments all around me I behold, and new tormented ones where'er I move, where'er I turn, and wheresoe'er I gaze. In the third circle am I, that of rain eternal, cursed cold and burdensome. Its measure and quality are never new. Coarse hail and snow and dirty-coloured water through the dark air are ever pouring down, and foully smells the ground receiving them. A wild beast, Cerberus, uncouth and cruel, is barking with three throats, as would a dog over the people that are there submerged. Red eyes he hath, a dark and greasy beard, a belly big, and talons on his hands. He claws the spirits, flays and quarters them. The rainfall causes them to howl like dogs. With one side they make shelter for the other. Oft do the poor profaners turn about. When Cerberus, the mighty worm, perceived us, his mouth he opened, showing us his fangs, nor had he any limb that he kept still. My leader then stretched out his opened palms, and took some earth, and with his fists well filled, he threw it down into the greedy throat. And like a dog that barking yearns for food, and when he comes to bite it is appeased, since only to devour it doth he strain and fight, even such became those filthy faces of demon Cerberus, who thundering stuns the spirits so that they would fain be deaf. Over the shades the heavy rain beats down. We then were passing, as our feet we set upon their unreal bodies which seem real. They each and all were lying on the ground, excepting one, which rose and sat upright when it perceived us pass in front of it. "O thou that through this hell art being led," it said to me, "recall me if thou canst, for thou before I unmade wast made." And I to it, "The anguish thou art in perchance withdraws thee from my memory so, it doth not seem that thee I ever saw. But tell me who thou art, that in so painful a place art set, and to such punishment, that none, though greater, so repulsive is." And he to me, "Thy town, which is so full of envy that the bag o'erflows already, owned me when I was in the peaceful life. Ciacco, you townsmen used to call me then, for my injurious fault of gluttony. I'm broken, as thou seest by the rain. Nor yet am I, sad soul, the only one, for all these here are subject for like fault unto like pain." Thereat he spoke no more. "Thy trouble, Ciacco," I replied to him, "so burdens me that it invites my tears. But tell me, if thou canst, to what will come the citizens of our divided town, if any one therein is just, and tell me the reason why such discord hath assailed her." And he to me then, "After struggling long they'll come to bloodshed, and the boorish party will drive the other out with much offence. Then afterward the latter needs must fall within 3 suns, and the other party rise by help of one who now is on the fence. A long time will it hold its forehead up, keeping the other under grievous weights, howe'er it weep therefore and be ashamed. 2 men are just, but are not heeded there. The 3 sparks that have set men's hearts on fire are overweening pride, envy, and greed." Herewith he closed his tear-inspiring speech, and I to him, I'd have thee teach me still, and grant the favour of some further talk. Farinata entegiaio, who so worthy were, Jacopo Rusticucci, Arrigo and Mosca, and the others who were set on doing good. Tell me where these are, and let me know of them. For great desire constraineth me to learn if heaven now sweeten or hell poison them.
And he, among the blackest souls are these, a different fault weighs toward the bottom each. If thou descend so far, thou mayst behold them. But when in the sweet world thou art again, recall me, prithee, unto others' minds. I tell no more, nor further answer thee. His fixed eyes thereupon he turned askance. A while he looked at me, then bowed his head, and fell therewith among the other blind. Then said my leader, He'll not wake again on this side of the angel trumpet's sound. What time the hostile podesta shall come, each soul will find again its dismal tomb. Each will take on again its flesh and shape, and hear what through eternity resounds. We thus pass through, with slowly moving steps, the filthy mixture of the shades and rain, talking a little of the future life, because of which I said, These torments, teacher, after the final sentence, will they grow or less become, or burn the same as now? And he to me, Return thou to thy science, which holdeth that the more a thing is perfect, so much the more it feels of weal or woe. Although this cursed folk shall never more arrive at true perfection, it expects to be more perfect after than before. As in a circle round that road we went, speaking at greater length than I repeat, and came unto a place where one descends. There found we Plutus, the great enemy. Inferno VII. The fourth circle. Intemperance in wealth. Misers and prodigals. The fifth circle.
Pape Satan, alep!
Thus Plutus with his clucking voice began. That noble sage then, who knew everything, said to encourage me, Let not thy fear distress thee, for whatever power he have, he'll not prevent our going down this rock. Then to those swollen lips he turned around and said, Be silent, thou accursed wolf, with thine own rage consume thyself with him. Not causeless is our going to the bottom. There is it willed on high, where Michael wrought vengeance upon the arrogant rebellion. As sails, when swollen by the wind, fall down, entangled, when the mast breaks, even so down to the ground the cruel monster fell. Into the fourth ditch we descended thus, advancing further o'er the woeful edge, which bags all evil in the universe. Justice of God, alas, who heapeth up the many unheard of toils and pains I saw, and wherefore doth our sin torment us so? As yonder o'er Charybdis doth the sea, which breaks against the one it runs to meet, so must the people dance a ring dance here. I hear so folk, more numerous than elsewhere, on one side and the other, with great howls, rolling big weights around by strength of chest. They struck against each other, then, right there, each turned, and rolling back his weight, cried out, Why keepest thou? And wherefore throw away? They circled thus around the gloomy ring, on either hand and to the point opposed, still shouting each to each their vile refrain. Then each turned back, when through his own half-ring he had attained the other butting place. And I,
whose heart was well nigh broken, said, "Now, teacher, show me who these people are, and tell me whether all these tonsured ones upon our left ecclesiastics were." And he replied to me, "They each and all were in their first life so squint-eyed in mind that they with measure used no money there. Clearly enough their voices bark it forth, whene'er they reach the 2 points of the ring, where differences in fault unmateth them. These churchmen were, who have no hairy covering upon their heads, and popes and cardinals, among whom avarice works its mastery." And I to him, "Among such men as these, I surely, teacher, ought to recognize a few who by these sins polluted were." And he to me, "Thou shapest a vain thought. The undiscerning life which made them foul now to all recognition makes them dark. To these two shocks they'll come eternally. These from the sepulchre will rise again close-fisted. These, shorn of their very hair, ill-giving and ill-keeping took from them the lovely world, and set them at this fray. To qualify it, I'll not use fair words. Now canst thou some behold the short-lived cheat of riches that are put in fortune's care, and for whose sake the human race contends? For all the gold there is beneath the moon, and all that was there once, could not avail to make one of these weary spirits rest." "Teacher," said I to him, "now tell me further, what is this fortune thou dost touch upon, which hath the world's good things thus in her claws?" "O foolish creatures," said he then to me, "how great the ignorance which hurteth you! I'd have thee swallow now my thought of her. The one whose knowledge everything transcends, so made the heavens, and so gave guides to them, that every part on every other shines, thus equally distributing the light. Likewise for worldly splendours he ordained a general minister and guide, to change from time to time the vain goods of the world from race to race, from one blood to another, past all resistance by the minds of men. Wherefore one people governs, and the other declines in power, according to her judgment, which hidden is, as in the grass a snake. Your knowledge is not able to resist her, foreseeing she decides, and carries on her government as theirs the other gods. Her permutations have no truce at all. Necessity compels her to be swift. Hence oft it happens that a change occurs. This is the one who is so often cursed, even by those who ought to give her praise, yet give her blame amiss and ill repute. But she is blessed, and gives no heed to that. Among the other primal creatures glad, she turns her sphere, and blessed enjoys herself. But now to woe more piteous let's descend. Now falls each star that rose when I set out, and one is here forbidden too long a stay. We cross the circle to the other bank, over a bubbling stream that poureth down, along a ditch which from it takes its shape. Than purple black, much darker was its water, and we, accompanying its dusky waves, went down and entered on an uncouth path. A swamp it forms, which hath the name of Styx, this dismal little brook, when it hath reached the bottom of the great malignant slopes. And I, who was intensely gazing there, saw muddy people in that slimy marsh, all naked, and with anger in their looks. They struck each other, not with hands alone, but with their heads and chests, and with their feet, and rent each other piecemeal with their teeth. Said the good teacher,
Some, thou seest now, the souls of those whom anger overcame. Nay, more, I'd have thee certainly believe that 'neath the water there are folk who sigh, and make this water bubble at its surface, as, wheresoe'er it turn, thine eye reveals. Stuck in the slime, they say, sullen we were in the sweet air that's gladdened by the sun, bearing within us fumes of surliness. We now are sullen in the swamp's black mire. This hymn they gurgle down inside their throats, because they cannot utter it with perfect speech. And so we circled round the filthy fen, a great arc 'tween the dry bank and the marsh, our eyes intent on those that swallow mud, and to a tower's foot we came at last. Inferno VIII. The fifth circle. Intemperance in indignation. The wrathful and sullen. Styx. The city of Dis. I say, continuing, that long before we ever reached the lofty tower's foot, our eyes had upward toward its summit turned, because of two small flames we there saw placed, and of another answering from so far that hardly could mine eyesight make it out. Then, to all wisdom's sea, I turned around and said, "What saith this? And what replies that other fire? And who are they that made it?" And he to me, "Upon the filthy waves thou canst already see what is expected, unless the marshes fog conceal it from thee. Bowstring ne'er shot an arrow from itself that sped away so swiftly through the air, as I beheld a slender little boat come toward us through the water thereupon, under the guidance of a single boatman, who shouted, 'Thou art caught now, wicked soul!' 'O Phlegyas, Phlegyas,' said my master then, 'this time thou criest out in vain. No longer shalt thou have us than while we cross the swamp.' Like one who listens to a great deceit practised upon him, and who then resents it, so Phlegyas in his stifled wrath became. My leader then went down into the boat, and had me enter after him, and only when I was in it did it laden seem. Soon as my leader and I were in the boat, the ancient prow goes on its way, and cuts more water than with others is its wont. While we were speeding through the stagnant trench, one stood before me filled with mud, and said, 'Now who art thou that comest ere thy time?' And I to him, 'Even though I come, I stay not. But who art thou that art become so foul?' He answered, 'As thou seest, I'm one who weeps.' Then I to him, 'In sorrow and in grief mayest thou, accursed spirit, here remain, for thee I know, all filthy though thou be.' Then toward the boat he stretched out both his hands. My wary teacher therefore thrust him off, saying, 'Away there with the other dogs!' And with his arms he then embraced my neck, and kissed my face, and said, 'Blessed be she who pregnant was with thee, indignant soul! He was a haughty person in the world, nor is there any goodness which adorns his memory. Hence his shade is furious here. How many now up yonder think themselves great kings, who here shall be like pigs in mire, leaving behind them horrible contempt!' And I said, 'Teacher, I'd be greatly pleased to see him get a ducking in this broth before we issue from the marshy lake.' And he to me, 'Thou shalt be satisfied before the shore reveal itself to thee. 'Tis meet that thou enjoy a wish like that.' Soon after this I saw the muddy people making such havoc of him
that therefore I shall give praise and render thanks to God. They all were shouting, "At Filippo Argenti!" the spirit of the wrathful Florentine turning, meanwhile, his teeth against himself. We left him there. Of him I therefore tell no more. But on mine ears there smote a wail. Hence I, intent ahead, unbar mine eyes. The kindly teacher said, "Now, son, at last, the town whose name is Dis is drawing near, with all its host of burdened citizens." And I said, "Teacher, clearly I behold its mosques already in that valley there, vermilion as if issuing out of fire." And he to me, "The eternal fire within, which keeps them burning, maketh them look red, as thou perceivest in this nether hell." Thereat we came inside the trenches deep, which fortify that region comfortless. To me its walls appeared to be of iron. Not without going first a long way round, we came to where the boatman cried aloud to us, "Get out, for here the entrance is." More than 1,000 o'er the gates I saw of those that from the heavens had reigned, who vexed were saying, "Who is he that without death is going through the kingdom of the dead?" And my wise teacher thereupon made signs of wishing to have private talk with them. Their great disdain they somewhat checked, and said, "Come thou along, and let him go his way, who with such daring entered this domain. Let him retrace alone his foolish road, and try it if he can, for thou shalt here remain, that him so dark a land didst show." Think, reader, whether I lost heart on hearing those cursed words, for I did not believe that I should e'er return on earth again. "O, my dear leader, who hast made me safe more than 7 times, and extricated me from serious dangers which I had to face, forsake me not," said I, "when so undone. If further progress be denied to us, let us at once retrace our steps together." That lord then, who had brought me thither, said, "Be not afraid, for none can take from us our passage, since by such an one 'tis given. But thou await me here, and with good hope nourish and comfort thou thy weary soul, for I'll not leave thee in the nether world." Thus goes his way, and there abandons me, my tender father, and I in doubt remain, for yes and no contend within my head. I could not hear what he proposed to them, but with them there he did not long remain, for each in rivalry ran back within. They closed the gates, those enemies of ours, right in my master's face, who stayed outside, and walking with slow steps returned to me. His eyes were downcast, and his eyebrows shorn of all self-trust, and as he sighed he said, "Who has forbidden me the homes of pain? Though I get angry, be not thou dismayed," he said to me, "for I shall win the fight. Whate'er defensive stir be made within, this insolence of theirs is nothing new. For at a gateway less concealed than this they used it once, which still is lockless found. Death's scroll thou sawest over it, and now this side of it one such descends the slope, crossing the rings unguided, that through him the city will be opened unto us." End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Inferno 9. The Gate of the City of Dis. The Sixth Circle Heresy. colour cowardice brought out on me, who saw my leader coming back, the sooner repressed in him his unaccustomed hue. He stopped, attentive, like a man who listens, because his eyesight could not lead him far through the dark air and through the heavy fog. "Yet we must win the battle," he began, "unless one such did offer us herself. Oh, how I long for some one to arrive!" I well perceived how, when he overlaid what he began to say by what came after, that these were words that differed from the first. But none the less his language gave me fear, because I lent to his unfinished phrase a meaning worse perhaps than he intended. "Into this bottom of the dismal shell doth any of that first grade e'er descend, whose only penalty is hope cut off?" I asked this question. He replied to me, "It seldom comes to pass that one of us performs the journey whereupon I go. 'Tis true that I was conjured once before down here by magic of that wild Erito, who used to call shades back into their bodies. My flesh had hardly been made bare of me, when me she forced to enter yonder wall, and thence withdraw a soul from Judas' ring. That is the lowest and the darkest place, and from the heaven that turns all things most distant. Well do I know the road, so be it rests. This marsh, from which the mighty stench exhales, girdles the woeful city round about, which, without wrath, we cannot enter now." And more he said, but I recall it not, because mine eye had made me wholly heed the glowing summit of the lofty tower, where 3 infernal furies, stained with blood, had suddenly uprisen all at once, having the members and the mien of women, and girt with water snakes of brightest green. For hair they had small serpents and horned snakes, wherewith their frightful temples were entwined. And he, who well the handmaids of the Queen of everlasting lamentation knew, said unto me, "Behold the fierce Erinyes! This is Megaera here upon the left, Alecto, she who weepeth, on the right. Tisiphone is between." Thereat he ceased. Each with her nails was tearing at her breast. They smote them with their hands, and cried so loud that to the poet I drew close in dread. "Now let Medusa come, we'll turn him thus to stone," they all cried out, as down they looked. "Wrong were we not to punish Theseus' raid." Turn back and close thine eyes, for should the Gorgon reveal itself, and thou behold the face, there'd be no more returning up above. The teacher thus, and turning me himself on my hands, he did not so far rely as not to close mine eyes with his as well. O ye in whom intelligence is sound, heed carefully the teaching which lies hidden beneath the veil of my mysterious lines. There now was coming o'er the turbid waves the uproar of a dread-inspiring sound, because of which both shores were all a-quake, a noise like nothing other than a wind, impetuous through opposing heats, which smites a forest, and without the least restraint shatters, lays low, and carries off its boughs. Dust-laden, it goes proudly on its way, and makes wild animals and shepherds flee. He freed mine eyes, and said, "Direct thou now thy keenest vision o'er that ancient scum,
to where that reeking smoke is most intense. As frogs before the hostile water-snake scatter in all directions through the water, till each is squatting huddled on the shore, more than 1,000 ruined souls I saw, who thus from one were fleeing, who on foot, but with dry feet, was passing over Styx. That dense air he kept moving from his face, by often passing his left hand before him, and only with that trouble weary seemed. I well perceived he was a messenger from heaven, and to my teacher turned. With signs he warned me to keep still and bow before him. Ah, how disdainful did he seem to me! He reached the gate, and with a little wand he opened it, for hindrance had he none. O people, thrust from heaven and held in scorn! Upon the horrid threshold he began. Whence dwells in you this overweening pride? Why is it that ye kick against the will from which its end can never be cut off, and which hath more than once increased your pain? Of what avail to butt against the fates? Your Cerberus, if ye remember well, still sports for this a hairless chin and neck. He then returned along the filthy road, nor did he say a word to us, but looked like one whom other cares constrain and gnaw than that of him who in his presence is. Then we with full assurance toward the town, after those holy words, addressed our steps. We entered it without the least contention, and I, who longed to look about and see the state of those whom such a fortress holds, when I was in it, cast mine eyes around, and see on every side an ample plain, with anguish and with awful torture filled. Even as at Arles, where marshy turns the Rhone, or as at Pola, near Cornaro's gulf, which bounds Italia and her border bathes, the sepulchres make all the ground uneven, so likewise did they here on every side, save that their nature was more bitter here, for flames were spread about within the tombs, whereby they glowed with such intensity that no art needeth greater heat for iron. The lids of all of them were raised, and wails so woeful issued thence, that of a truth they seemed the wails of wretched tortured men. "Teacher, what sort of people are those there," said I, "who, buried in those ark-like tombs, make themselves heard by means of woeful sighs?" "Arch-heretics are with their followers here," said he, "of every sect, and far more laden than thou believest are the sepulchres. Here like with like is buried, and more hot and less, so are the monuments." Thereat, when he had turned him to the right, we passed between the woes and lofty bastioned walls. Inferno 10. The Sixth Circle. Heresy. Heretics. Now wends his way along a narrow path between the torments and the city's wall my teacher, and behind his shoulders I. "O lofty virtue," I began, "that leadst me around the impious circles at thy pleasure, converse with me and satisfy my wishes. The people that are lying in the tombs, could they be seen? For all the lids are raised, it seems, and there is no one keeping guard." And he to me, "They all will be locked in, when from Jehoshaphat they here return, together with the bodies they have left above. On this side have their burial place with Epicurus, all his followers, who claim that with the body dies the soul. To the request, however, which thou makest, thou'lt soon receive a due reply in here, as also to the wish thou keepest from me. And I, good leader, I but keep my heart concealed from thee, in order to speak little, nor hast thou only now thereto disposed me. O Tuscan, thou that through the town of fire dost go alive with such respectful speech, in this place be thou pleased to stay thy steps. Thy very language makes thee manifest a native of that noble fatherland, to which I was, perhaps, too great a fame. All of a sudden issued forth these words from one of those arched tombs, hence I in fear a little closer to my leader drew. And he said, Turn around, what doest thou? See Farinata, who has risen there, thou'lt see him wholly from his girdle up. Already had I fixed mine eyes on his, and he was standing up with chest and head erect, as if he had great scorn for hell. My leader then, with bold and ready hands, pushed me between the sepulchres toward him, saying, Now let thy words be frank and clear. When I was 'neath his tomb, he looked at me a while, and then, as though disdainfully, he asked of me, Who were thine ancestors? And I, who was desirous to obey, hid it not from him, but revealed it all, whereat he slightly raised his brows and said, So bitterly were they opposed to me, and to mine ancestors, and to my party, that I on 2 occasions scattered them. If they were driven out, I answered him, from all directions they returned both times. Your people, though, have not well learned that art. A shade then at the tomb's uncovered mouth rose at his side as far up as his chin. I think that he had risen upon his knees. Round me he looked, as if he wished to see whether some other one were with me there. But when his doubt had wholly spent itself, weeping he said, If thou through this blind prison dost go by reason of high-mindedness, where is my son, and why is he not with thee? And I to him, I come not by myself. He who is waiting yonder leads me here, one whom perhaps your Guido held in scorn. The nature of his torment and his words had read this person's name to me already. On this account was my reply so full. Then of a sudden standing up, he cried, What saidst thou, held? Is he not still alive? Doth not the sweet light strike upon his eyes? When he perceived the short delay I made before replying, down upon his back he fell, nor outside showed himself again. The other one, meanwhile, the great-souled man, at whose request I stopped, changed not his looks, nor did he move his neck or turn his side. And if, continuing his previous words, he said, If they have badly learned that art, far more doth that torment me than this bed. And yet that lady's face, who ruleth here, shall not be lighted 50 times again, and thou shalt know how heavy that art is. And so mayst thou return to the sweet world. Pray tell me why so pitiless toward mine that people is in every law of theirs. Whence I to him, the havoc and great slaughter which caused the arbia to be coloured red occasion such petitions in our church. When, sighing, he had tossed his head, he said, In this thing I was not alone, nor surely had I without due cause moved with the rest, but I was yonder, where assent was given by every one to do away with Florence, the only one to openly defend her. So may your seed eventually repose
I begged of him, untie for me, I pray, the knot which has perplexed my thinking here. It seems, if well I hear, that ye behold beforehand that which time brings with itself, while in the present ye do otherwise. We see, he said, like one whose sight is poor, things that are far from us. To that extent the highest leader shines upon us still. When they approach or are, our intellect is wholly vain, and we, if others bring no news, know nothing of your human state. Hence thou canst understand that wholly dead will be our knowledge from that moment on, when closed shall be the gateway of the future. Thereat, for I was grieved at my mistake, I said, you'll therefore tell that fallen man his son is dwelling with the living still, and if in answering I was mute just now, cause him to know it was because my thoughts were struggling with the problem you have solved. And now my teacher was recalling me. With greater haste I therefore begged the spirit that he would tell me who was with him there. He said, with o'er 1,000 here I lie. The second Frederick and the Cardinal are here with him. I speak not of the rest. He thereupon concealed himself, and I, those words recalling which seemed hostile to me, back toward the ancient poet turned my steps. The latter moved, and then, as on we went, he said to me, why art thou so perplexed? And him in what he asked I satisfied. Then let thy mind preserve, that sage enjoined, what thou hast heard against thyself. Pay now attention here. His finger then he raised. When in the sweet raised presence thou shalt be of her whose lovely eyes see everything, from her thou'lt know the journey of thy life. Thereafter to the left he turned his feet. We left the wall, and toward the middle went along a path which to a valley leads, which even up there unpleasant made its stench. Inferno 11. The Sixth Circle. Heresy. The distribution of the damned in the Inferno. Upon the utmost verge of a high bank, formed in a circle by great broken rocks, we came upon a still more cruel pack, and there, by reason of the horrible excess of stench the deep abyss exhales, for shelter we withdrew behind the lid of a large tomb, whereon I saw a scroll which said, Pope Anastasius I contain, whom out of the right way Photinus drew. Our going down from here must be delayed, so that our sense may first get used a little to this foul blast. We shall not mind it then. The teacher thus, and I. Find thou therefore some compensation, lest our time be lost. And he to me, see how I think of this. My son, within these rocks, he then began, are 3 small circles, which from grade to grade are similar to those thou leavest now. Full of accursed spirits are they all, but that hereafter sight alone suffice thee, hear how and wherefore they are packed together. Of all wrong-doing, which in heaven wins hate, injustice is the end, and each such end aggrieves by either violence or fraud. But whereas fraud is man's peculiar evil, God hates it most. Therefore the fraudulent are down below, and greater pain assails them. All the first circle holds the violent, but since against 3 persons force is used, its shape divides it
into three great rings. Both against God, one's neighbour, and one's self may force be used. Against themselves, I mean, and what is theirs, as clearly shown thou'lt hear. By force both depth and painful wounds are given. One's neighbour, and thereby his property, is ruined, burned, and by extortions robbed. The first ring hence torments in separate troops all homicides, and those that smite with malice, spoilers of property, and highway robbers. Upon oneself may one lay violent hands, and on one's goods. Hence in the second ring must needs repentant be without avail, whoever of your world deprives himself, gambles away, and dissipates his means, and weepeth there where he should joyful be. 'Gainst God may force be used, by wittingly denying that he is, by blasphemy, and by despising nature and his goodness. And therefore with its mark the lesser ring sealeth both Sodom and Cahors, and him who, speaking from his heart, despises God. Unfraud, whereby all consciences are bitten, one may employ against a man who trusts him, and gainst a man who storeth up no trust. This latter kind of fraud would seem to kill only the bond of love which nature makes. Hence, in the second circle, make their nest hypocrisy and flatteries, and workers of magic, coining, theft, and simony, panders and grafters, and such filth as these. In the other way, forgotten is the love which nature makes, and that which afterward is joined thereto, whence special trust is born. Hence, in the smallest ring, where the universe its centre hath, and on which Dis is seated, whoe'er betrays is spent eternally. "Teacher," said I, "thine argument proceeds most lucidly, and full well classifies this deep abyss, and those that people it. But tell me now, those of the muddy marsh, those whom the wind drives, those the rain beats down, and those that with such keen tongues meet each other, why aren't they punished in the red-hot town, if God be angry with them? And if not, why are they tortured in those several ways?" And he to me, "Why doth thine intellect wander so far from that which is its wont, or doth thy mind intently gaze elsewhere? Hast thou no recollection of the words with which thine Ethics treats extensively the dispositions three which heaven rejects, incontinence, and malice, and insane bestiality, and how incontinence offends God least, and hence receives least blame? If thou consider this opinion well, and then remember who those are above that outside undergo their punishment, well shalt thou see why from these wretches here they are set apart, and why less wrathfully vengeance divine is hammering on them there. O Sun, that healest every troubled sight, thou so contentest me when answering questions, that doubt no less than knowledge pleases me. "Return a little further back," said I, "to where thou sayest usury offends goodness divine, and loose the tangled knot." "Philosophy," said he to me, "points out to him that understandeth it, and not in one part only, that nature takes her course from the intellect divine and from its art. And if thou note thy physics carefully, after not many pages shalt thou find that your art follows that as best it can, as the disciple him who teaches. Hence your art is grandchild as it were to God. From these two things if thou recall to mind the first of Genesis, must people needs obtain their livelihood and progress make. And as the usurer takes another course, nature both in herself and in her follower he scorneth, since in something else he trusts. But follow me now, for I please to go, because the fishes o'er the horizon quiver, and wholly over chorus lies the Wain, and one descends the bank much further on. Inferno 12. The seventh circle. The first ring. Violence against one's fellow man. Murderers and spoilers. Phlegethon. The place where to descend the bank we came was Alp-like, and through what was also there, such that all eyes would be repelled by it, as is that downfall on the hither side of Trent, which sidewise smote the Adige, through earthquake or through failure of support, since from the mountain's summit, whence it moved down to the plain, the rock is shattered so that it would yield a path for one above. Even such was the descent of that ravine, and on the border of the broken bank was stretched at length the infamy of Crete, who in the seeming heifer was conceived. And when he saw us there, he bit himself, like one whom inward anger overcomes. In his direction then my sage cried out, "Dost thou, perhaps, think Athens' Duke is here, who gave thee death when in the world above? Begone, thou beast, for this man cometh not taught by thy sister, but is going by in order to behold your punishments." As doth a bull, who from his leash breaks free the moment he receives the mortal blow, and cannot walk, but plunges here and there, so doing I beheld the Minotaur, and he, aware, cried out, "Run to the pass! 'Tis well that while he rages thou descend." Thereat we made our way adown that heap of fallen rocks, which often 'neath my feet were moved, because of their unwonted load. I went along in thought, and he, "Perchance thou thinkest of this landslide, which is guarded by that beast's anger which I quenched just now. Now I would have thee know that, when down here to nether hell I came, that other time, this mass of rock had not yet fallen down. But certainly, if I remember well, not long ere he arrived, who carried off from Dis the highest circle's mighty prey, on every side the deep and foul abyss so trembled that I thought the universe had felt the love, whereby, as some believed, the world to chaos hath been oft reduced. And at that moment this old mass of rock was thus both here and elsewhere overthrown. But turn thine eyes down yonder now, for lo, the stream of blood is drawing near to us, wherein boils who by violence harms others. O blind cupidity, O foolish wrath, that so dost in our short life goad us on, and after in the eternal steep us thus! I saw a wide moat curving in an arc, and such that it embraces all the plain, according as my escort had informed me, and in a file between it and the bank centaurs were running by, with arrows armed, as in the world it was their wont to hunt. On seeing us descend, they all stopped short, and 3 of them detached them from the troop with bows and arrows they had chosen first. And one cried from afar, "Ye that descend the slope, to what pain are ye coming?
Tell it from there, or else I draw my bow."
My teacher said, "Our answer will we give to Chiron yonder when we reach his side. Thus ever to thy harm was thy will rash." He touched me then and said, "That one is Nessus, who died for lovely Deianira's sake, and who himself wrought vengeance for himself. The middle one, who gazes at his breast, is that great Chiron who brought up Achilles, the other Pholus, who so wrathful was. They go by thousands round about the moat, shooting each soul that from the blood emerges further than its own sin allotted it." To those swift-footed beasts we then drew near. Chiron an arrow took, and with its notch backward upon his jaws he pushed his beard. When he had thus uncovered his great mouth, he said unto his mates, "Are ye aware that he who comes behind moves what he touches? Yet dead men's feet are not thus wont to do." And my good leader, who now reached his breast, where the two natures are together joined, replied, "He lives indeed, and thus alone must I needs show to him the dark abyss. Necessity is leading him, not pleasure. One who withdrew from singing praise to God gave me this new commission. He is not a highwayman, nor I a robber's soul, but by the power through whom I move my steps along so wild a road, bestow on us one of thy troop, at whose side we may be, and who may show us where one fords, and carry this man upon his back, for he is not a spirit who can travel through the air." Upon his right breast Chiron turned and said to Nessus, "Turn around and guide them thus, and if another troop should meet you, cause it to stand aside." Then we, with this safe escort, skirted the edge of that red boiling stream, wherein the boiled were crying out aloud. I saw some people in it to their brows. "These tyrants are," the mighty Centaur said, "who took to bloodshed and to plundering. Here tears are shed because of heartless wrongs. Here Alexander is, and who for years grieved Cecily, fierce Dionysius. The brow which hath so black a head of hair is Azolino, the other which is blonde, Abiso of Est, who in truth was quenched up in the world by his unnatural son." I turned then toward the poet, but he said, "Be he now first to thee, and second I." A little further on the Centaur stopped, over some people who, it seemed, emerged out of that boiling river from their necks. On one side there a lonely shade he showed us, and said, "He yonder in God's bosom pierced the heart, which still is honoured on the Thames." Then people I beheld, who from the stream held out their heads, and even all their chest, and many did I recognize of these. Thus shallower and shallower became that blood, until it only cooked their feet. Here was the place for us to ford the ditch. "Even as thou seest that boiling stream grow shallow more and more on this side here," the Centaur said, "I wish thee to believe that on this other side its bottom sinks increasingly until it joins the place where it behoveth tyranny to groan. Justice divine is over here tormenting that Attila who was a scourge on earth, Pyrrhus and Sextus, and for ever milks the tears which with the boiling it unlocks from Rhenia Daconeto and Rhenia Pazzo, who on the high roads waged so great a war." He then turned back and crossed the ford again. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Inferno 13. The Seventh Circle. The Second Ring. Violence against oneself. Suicides and squanderers. Not yet had Nessus reached the other side, when we had set our steps within a wood, which was not marked by any path whatever. No green leaves there, but leaves of gloomy hue. No smooth and straight, but gnarled and twisted twigs. Nor was there any fruit, but poison thorns. No thickets rough and dense as these are owned by those wild beasts that hate the tilled estates that lie between the Cesena and Corneto. Herein those ugly harpies make their nest, who drove the Trojans from the Stopher days with gloomy prophecies of future loss. Wide wings they have, and human necks and faces. Their feet are clawed, and feathered their great bellies. They utter wailings on the uncouth trees. My kindly teacher then began to say, "Before thou enter any further, know that in the second ring thou art, and wilt be, until thou reach the horrid plain of sand. Hence look around thee well, and things thou'lt see that from my words would take away belief." Moans I heard uttered upon every side, but saw no person who might make them there. Hence, utterly confused, I checked my steps. I think I thought that all those voices were uttered from among those thorny trunks, by people hiding there on our account. The teacher therefore said, "If thou break off a little twig from any of these trees, the thoughts thou hast will all be proven false." I then stretched out my hand a little way, and from a sturdy thorn tree plucked a twig, whereat its trunk cried out, "Why dost thou rend me?" Then, after growing dark with blood, its cry began again, "Why dost thou break me off? Hast thou no spirit of compassion in thee? Men were we once, and now are stalks become. Thy hand ought surely to have had more pity, even if the souls of serpents we had been." As from a fresh green log that at one end is being burned, and at the other drifts, and makes a hissing with the escaping air, so from the broken twig together issued both words and blood. I therefore dropped the end, and stood dumbfounded, like a man who fears. Had he before been able to believe, O wounded soul, replied my sage to him, what in my verses only he has seen, he had not set his hand on thee, whereas the thing's incredibility has made me lead him to do what I myself regret. But tell him who thou wast, that he, by way of compensation, may refresh thy fame up in the world where he can still return. The trunk. With sweet words thou dost so entice me that I cannot keep still. Be not annoyed if I am tempted to a little talk. I am the man who once held both the keys of Frederick's heart, and he who turned them round so gently, locking and unlocking it, that most men from his secrets I withheld. So faithful was I to my glorious charge, that for its sake I lost both sleep and strength. The courtesan who never turned away her harlot eyes from Caesar's dwelling place
a common form of death and vice of courts, 'gainst me inflamed the minds of every one, and those on fire inflamed Augustus so, that my glad honours turned to wretched grief. My mind, to vent its feelings of disdain, and thinking to avoid disdain by death, made me unjust against myself the just. By this tree's uncouth roots, I swear to you, I never broke the faith I owed my lord, who so deserving was of reverence. And to the world, should one of you return, let him assist my memory, which still lies crushed beneath the blow which envy gave it. A while he waited. Then the poet said, "Since he is still, lose not thy chance, but speak, and ask him other questions, if thou like." Whence I to him, "Ask thou again whate'er thou thinkest satisfactory to me, for I could not, such pity stirs my heart." Hence he began again, "So may this man do freely for thee what thy words request, imprisoned spirit. May it please thee still to tell us how within these knotted trunks a soul is bound, and tell us, if thou canst, if any from such limbs is ever freed." Thereat the trunk blew hard, and afterward that wind was changed into the following words: "Briefly shall a reply be made to you. Whenever a wild spirit leaves the body, from which itself hath torn itself away, Minos commits it to the seventh ravine. Into the wood it falls, nor is a place allotted to it, but where fortune hurls it. There, like a grain of spelt, it germinates. It grows into a sapling and wild tree. The harpies, feeding then upon its leaves, cause pain to it, and for the pain a vent. Like other spirits, for our spoils we'll come, though not that any be reclothed therewith, for 'tis not right to have what one casts off. We'll drag them with us here, and then our bodies will all around the dismal wood be hung, each on the thorn tree of its hostile shade." We still were giving heed unto the trunk, believing that it wished to tell us more, when we were startled by a sudden noise, as likewise he is, who perceives a boar and pack of hounds approach his hunting post, and hears the crashing of the beasts in boughs. And lo, two on the left, who naked were and scratched, and fled away so rapidly they shattered all the branches of the wood. The one ahead, "Now, hurry, hurry, death!" and the other one, who thought himself too slow, cried, "Lano, not so knowing were thy legs when running from Del Topo's battle joust." And then, perhaps because of failing breath, he there made of himself and of a bush a group. The wood behind these two was full of swarthy bitches, ravenous and fleet as greyhounds are, when from their chains unleashed. Into the one who crouched they set their teeth, and tore him into pieces bit by bit. They then made off with those his suffering limbs. Thereat my escort took me by the hand, and led me to the bush, which, all in vain, out of its bleeding rents was shedding tears. "O Giacomo," it said, "da Sant'Andrea, what boots it thee to make a screen of me? And how am I to blame for thy bad life?" When over him my teacher stopped, he said, "Who then wast thou, that through so many gashes art blowing forth with blood such painful speech?" And he to us, "O spirits that have come in time to see the unbecoming havoc which from me thus hath torn away my leaves, collect them at the foot of my sad bush. I to that town belonged which for the Baptist changed its first patron, Wherefore he, for this, will always make her mournful with his art. And were it not that on the Arno's bridge there lingers still some little glimpse of him, those townsmen who rebuilt her afterward over the ashes left by Attila had caused that work to be performed in vain. I made myself a gibbet of my house.
Inferno 14. The seventh circle. The third ring. Violence against God. Blasphemers. Since love for my own native place constrained me, I gathered up the scattered twigs and leaves, and gave them back to him who now was weak. Thence to the bound we came, where from the third the second ring is severed, and wherein a frightful form of justice may be seen. To manifest aright what here was new, I say that we had reached a barren plain, which from its bed removeth every plant. The woeful wood is as a garland round it, as round the former is the dismal moat. There on its very edge we stayed our steps. Its soil was of a dense and arid sand, whose nature differed in no way from that which once was trodden by the feet of Cato. Vengeance of God, how much by every one thou oughtest to be feared, who readeth here what to these eyes of mine was manifest. Of naked souls I many flocks beheld, who all wept very sorely, while on each a different law appeared to be imposed. A few lay on the ground upon their backs, and some were seated cuddled up together, while others moved about continually. Most numerous were those that moved around, and least so those that under torment lay, but all the freer had their tongues to wail. Down on the whole great waste of sand there rained, with gentle fall, dilated flakes of fire, like flakes of snow that fall on windless Alps. As were the flames which Alexander saw in India's torrid regions, as they fell upon his hosts unbroken to the ground. And this he met by ordering his troops to trample on the soil, because the flames, when single, were more easily put out. Even such descended here the eternal heat, whereby the sand was set on fire, as tinder is kindled under steel through double pain. And ever without resting was the dance of wretched hands that kept now here, now there, slapping away each latest burning flake. "Thou, teacher," I began, "that conquerest all, except the stubborn devils who came out against us at the entrance of the gate, who is that great one who seems not to mind the fire, but lies there scornful and awry, so that the rain seems not to ripen him?" And that same one who had observed that I, concerning him, was questioning my leader, cried, "As I was alive, such am I dead. If Jove should tire that smith of his, from whom in wrath he took the pointed thunderbolt wherewith I smitten was that final day, or should he tire the others each in turn, in mongy billows smithy black with smoke, by calling out, 'Help, help, good Vulcan, help!' even as he did on Phlegra's battlefield, and should he shoot at me with all his might, no glad revenge would he obtain thereby." Thereat my leader spoke with so much force that I had never heard him use the like. "In that thine arrogance, O Capaneus, is not distinguished, art thou all the more chastised. No torment, saving thine own rage, were for thy furious pride a fitting pain." Then with a gentler mien he turned to me and said, "One of the 7 kings was he who Thebes besieged. He held, and seems to hold, God in disdain, and little seems to prize him. But, as I told him, his own spitefulness is fit enough adornment for his breast. Now follow me, and see that thou meanwhile set not thy feet upon the burning sand, but to the thicket keep them ever close." In silence we went on, and came to where, out of the wood, a little stream spurts forth, whose ruddy colour makes me shudder still. As from the Buli Kame springs a brook, which afterward the sinful women share, even so went that one down across the sand. Its bottom and both sides had turned to stone, as also had the embankments on each side. I hence perceived the crossing place was there. Of all the other things which I have shown thee, since first we entered through the outer gate, whose threshold unto no one is denied, nothing has ever by thine eyes been seen as notable as is this present brook, which deadens o'er itself all little flames. These were my leader's words. I therefore begged that he would freely grant to me the food, desire of which he had so freely given. Amid the sea there lies a wasted land, he told me thereupon, whose name is Crete, under whose king the world of old was pure. There is a mountain there, which happy once, with waters and green leaves, was Ida called. 'Tis now abandoned like a thing yet warm. Willem, as trusty cradle for her son, Rhea selected it, and when he wept, to hide him better, caused a shouting there. Within that mountain stands a great old man, who holds his shoulders toward Damiata turned, and who, as at his mirror, looks at Rome. His head is formed of finest gold, his arms and breast are of the purest silver. Then, as far as to his loins, he's made of brass. All chosen iron is he down from there, save that baked clay his right foot is, and straighter he stands on that than on the other foot. Each of these parts, except the golden one, is broken by a cleft, whence trickle tears, which, when collected, perforate that cave. From rock to rock they course into this vale. Then Acheron, with Styx and Phlegethon they form, and through this narrow duct descend, as far as where one goes no further down. They form Cocytus there, and what that pool is like thou'lt see, hence here it is not told. And I to him, if thus this present stream is from our world descended, why alone on this ring's edge hath it appeared to us? And he, thou knowest that the place is round, and though a long way thou hast gone already, ere to the left descending toward the bottom, through the whole circle thou hast not yet gone. Wherefore, if aught that's new appear to us, it should not bring amazement to thy face. And I again, but where of Phlegethon and Lethe, teacher? For of this one silent, thou say'st the other of this rain is made. And he replied, Thou certainly dost please me in all thy questions, but the red streams boiling ought surely to have answered one of them. Lethe thou'lt see but there outside this cave, whither souls go to wash themselves when once their sin repented of has been removed. And then he said, It now is time for us to leave the wood. See that thou follow me. The banks which are not burned afford a path, and up above them every flame is quenched. Inferno 15. The seventh circle. The third ring. Violence against nature. Sodomites. One of the hard embankments bears us now, and overhead the brook's mist shades them so that from the fire it saves the stream and banks. Such bullocks as to keep the sea away the Flemings make between Whitsand and Bruges, through fearing lest the high tide break upon them, and as the Paduans make along the Brenta their villages and strongholds to defend, ere Ciar and Tana feel the summer heat. In such a way were those embankments made, although the Master did not make them there so high or thick, whoe'er he may have been. So far we were already from the wood that I could not have seen just where it was, even had I turned around to look behind, when we, a band of spirits, met, who came along the bank, each one of whom looked hard at us, as in the evening one is wont to look at people when the moon is new. And toward us they were knitting close their brows, as an old tailor at his needle's eye. When by that gathering I had thus been eyed, one of them, who had recognized me, seizing my garment's hem, exclaimed, "How wonderful!" And I, when toward me he had stretched his arm, fastened upon his roasted face mine eyes, so that, though blistered, it did not prevent mine intellect from recognizing him. And downward having bent my face toward him, I answered him, "Are you here, Sir Brunetto?" And that one, "O my son, be not displeased, should Brunetto Latini a little way turn back with thee, and let the troop go on?" "I beg you to with all my power," said I, "and if you'd have me sit with you, I will, if it please that one, for with him I go." "O son," he said, "whoever of this herd stands still at all, lies prone 100 years, nor shields himself when smitten by the fire. Therefore go on, I'll follow at thy skirts, and then I'll join again my company, which goes bewailing its eternal loss." I dared not from the path descend to go upon his level there, but held my head bowed down, like one who walks in reverence. And he began, "What fortune, or what fate, before thy last day, leadeth thee down here, and who is he that showeth thee the way?" I answered him, "When in the life serene up yonder in a vale I lost my way, before my age had rounded out its noon, thereon I turned my back but yestermorn. This one, as I returned to it, appeared to me, and o'er this path now leads me home." And he to me, "If thine own star thou follow, thou canst not fail to reach a glorious port, if in the lovely life I judged aright. And had I not so prematurely died, I, seeing heaven so well disposed toward thee, had given thee comfort in thy work. But that ungrateful wicked people which of old came down from Fiesole, and which e'en now smacks of the mountain and of hard grey stone, for thy well-doing shall become thy foe, and rightly, for among the acid sobs it is not fitting that sweet figs bear fruit. An old fame in the world proclaims them blind, a greedy, envious, overweening folk. See to it that thou cleanse thee from their ways. Thy fortune hath in store for thee such honour that either party shall be hungry for thee, but distant from the goat shall be the grass. Let them, the beasts of Fiesole, make litter with their own selves, nor let them touch the plant, if on their dung-heap any burgeon still, in which the sacred seed may live again of those old Romans who remained therein when of such wickedness the nest was made." If perfectly fulfilled had been my prayer, I then replied to him, "You had not yet been banished from the natural life of man, for in my mind is fixed, and stirs e'en now my heart, that dear and kind paternal face you showed, when in the world from time to time you taught me how man makes himself eternal,
and how much gratitude I feel for this must, while I live, be in my words perceived. What of my course you tell, I write and keep with other texts for a lady to explain, who can, if ever I attain to her. I only wish that this be clear to you, that I, if but my conscience chide me not, am ready for whatever fortune wills. Not new unto mine ears is such reward. Hence, as she lists, let fortune turn her wheel, and let the country clown his mattock ply. Thereat my teacher over his right cheek turned back, and looked at me, and then he said, He listens well, who giveth heed to this. Nor speaking less do I, on this account, go on with Ser Brunetto, asking who his fellows were of greatest note and rank. And he to me, "'Tis well to know of some. Our silence on the rest will merit praise, for short the time were for so long a talk. Know then, in brief, that clerics were they all, and mighty men of letters of great fame, soiled by the self-same sin when in the world. And with that sad crowd yonder Priscian goes, and Francis of Accoso too, and him, if thou hadst had a longing for such scurf, thou couldst have seen there, whom the servant's servant changed from the Arno to the Bacchiglione, where he behind him left his ill-strained nerve. I'd speak of more, but I can come and talk no further, for a new dust cloud I see rising o'er yonder from the sandy plain. People with whom I must not be are coming. Let my tesoro, in which I'm still alive, be recommended thee. I ask no more." Then round he turned, and seemed to be of those who at Verona run across the meadow to win the green cloth, and of these he seemed not he who loses, but the one who wins. Inferno, 16. The seventh circle, the third ring. Violence against nature. Sodomites. I now was where the booming of the water, which fell into the following ground, was heard like the dull buzzing sound which beehives make, when three shades separated from a group, which neath the rain's tormenting punishment was passing by and ran along together. Toward us they came, and each of them cried out, "Stop, thou, that by thy garb dost seem to us a citizen of our corrupted town." Alas, what wounds I saw upon their limbs, both old and recent, by the flames burnt in! It pains me still but to remember them. My leader, giving heed to these their cries, turned his face round toward me and said, "Now wait. To these men yonder courtesy is due, and were not for the fire, which arrow-like the nature of the place shoots forth, I'd say that haste were more becoming thee than them." And they, when we had stopped, began again their old refrain, and after they had reached us, all three of them made of themselves a wheel, as champions oiled and nude are wont to do, when looking for an advantageous grip, before they come to giving blows and wounds. Thus, as he wheeled, each turned his face toward me, so that his feet continuous journey made in opposite direction to his neck. And one began, "Even if the wretched nature of this soft place, and our burned shrivelled faces, bring us and our requests into contempt, still let our reputation bend thy mind to tell us who thou art, that dost so safely rub on the soil of hell thy living feet. He, in whose footprints thou dost see me tread, was, though we go both nude and hairless now, of higher rank than thou believest him. He was the grandson of the good Galdrada. His name was Guido Guerra, and when alive his wisdom and his sword accomplished much. The other,
who behind me treads the sand. Tegiaio Aldobrandi is, whose voice should have been welcomed in the world above. And I, who with them am tormented here, Jacopo Rusticucci was, and surely my shrewish wife than aught else hurts me more. If I had been protected from the fire, I would have leapt into their midst below, and I believe my leader had allowed it. But since I should have burned and baked myself, fear was victorious over my goodwill, which made me eager to embrace them there. I then began. Your state impressed within me not scorn, but so much pain, that only late will all of it entirely disappear. As soon as this, my lord said words to me, because of which I thought within myself that there were people coming such as you. Of your own town am I, and evermore have I your doings and your honoured names related, and heard mentioned with regard. I leave the Gaul, and for the sweet fruit go, which my voracious leader promised me, but to the centre must I first descend. So may thy spirit lead thy members long, the former thereupon replied to me, and after thou art gone, thy fame be bright. Tell me if courtesy and worth abide within our town, as they were wont to do, and whether they have wholly gone from it. For Guglielmo Bossiere, who but newly has been in pain with us, and with our mates goes yonder, grieves us greatly with his words. The people, newly come, and sudden gains, have bred in thee such pride and such excess, that, Florence, thou art even now in pain. Thus with uplifted face I cried, whereat the three, who this as answer understood, looked at each other as one looks at truth. If satisfying others other times cost thee so little, happy thou that thus of thy sweet will dost speak, they all replied. Hence, so mayst thou, from these dark places saved, return to see the lovely stars again, when, saying, I was there, thou shalt do thee good. See that thou tell the people about us. They then broke up their wheel, and in their flight it seemed as if their nimble legs were wings. Amen could not have been as quickly said, as they then disappeared. My teacher, therefore, thought it advisable for us to leave. I followed him, and not far had we gone before the water's noise was so near by that had we spoken we had not been heard, and as the stream, which is the first that eastward from Monte Veso takes a separate course upon the left slope of the Apennines, and which above is Aquacheta called, before it flows into its lowly bed, and at Forli is of that name deprived, booms loud, because of falling o'er a cliff above San Benedetto of the Alp, where for 1,000 there should refuge be. Even thus, as o'er a precipice it fell, we found that coloured water roaring so that very soon it would have hurt our ears. I had a cord around about me girt, wherewith I once had thought that I could capture the leopard with the brightly coloured hide. When from me I had wholly loosened it, even as my leader had commanded me, I coiled it up and held it out to him. Thereat upon his right he turned around, and hurled it to some distance from the edge down into that profound and dark abyss. Surely some strange new thing must needs reply, said I within myself, to this strange signal, which with his eye my teacher follows thus. Ah, with what caution men should deal with those who see not only what is done by others, but with their wisdom see into their thoughts. He said to me, what I am waiting for, and what thy thought now dreams, will soon come up, soon to thy vision will it be revealed. Ere to a truth that hath a falsehood's face ought one to close his lips as best he can, for though one faultless be, it brings him shame.
but I cannot suppress it here. Hence, reader, even by the verses of this comedy, so may they not be void of lasting favour, I swear to thee that through that coarse dark air I saw a shape which would have chilled with wonder however brave a heart comes swimming up, as he returns who, going down at times to clear an anchor clinging to a reef, or aught else lying hidden in the sea, above extends and draweth in below. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Inferno 17. The seventh circle. The third ring. Violence against art. Usurers. Behold the wild beast with the pointed tail, which, crossing mountains, breaks through walls and armour. Behold, who sickens all the world with stench. My leader thus began to speak to me, and signalled to it to approach the edge, near where the marble we had traversed ended. And that foul image of deceit came on, and landed on the bank its head and chest, but o'er the edge it drew not up its tail. Its face was as the face of a just man, so pleasing outwardly was its complexion, the body of a serpent all the rest. 2 paws it had, all hairy to the armpits. Its back and breast, as well as both its sides, were painted o'er with snares and wheel-like shields. Ne'er with more colours in its woof and warp did Turks or Tartars manufacture cloth, nor by Arachne were such webs designed. As flat boats sometimes lie upon the shore, in water partly, partly on the land, and as among the greedy Germans yonder the beaver seats himself to wage his war, so lay that worst of beasts upon the edge which closes in the sandy plain with stone. All of its tail was quivering in the void, and twisting upward its envenomed fork, which like a scorpion's weapon armed its tip. Our path must turn aside a little now, my leader said to me, until we reach that wicked beast reclining over there. Around our right breast, therefore, we went down, and took 10 paces on the very edge, thus surely to avoid both sand and fire. And after we had come to it, I saw upon the sand a little further on some people sitting near the precipice. My teacher them, that thou mayest take with thee a full experience of this ring, go on, and see the nature of the life they lead. There be thy conversation brief. Meanwhile, till their return, I'll talk with this wild beast, that its strong shoulders may be yielded us. Thus, further on, along the outer edge of that seventh circle, all alone I went, to where the melancholy people sat. Out of their eyes their woe was bursting forth. First here, then there, they helped them with their hands, now from the flames, now from the heated soil. Not otherwise do dogs in summer time, now with their paws, and with their muzzles now, whene'er by fleas or flies or gadflies bitten. When on the face of some I set mine eyes, on whom the woeful fire is falling there. I knew not one of them, but I perceived that from the neck of each there hung a pouch, which had a certain colour and design, wherewith their eyes appeared to feed themselves. And as I looking came into their midst, azure upon a yellow pouch I saw, which had the form and semblance of a lion. Then, as my gaze continued on its course, another I beheld, as red as blood, exhibiting a goose more white than butter. And one of them, who had his small white pouch emblazoned with an azure pregnant sow, said to me, "What dost thou in this our ditch? Now go thy way, and since thou livest still, know that my fellow townsman, Vitaliano, will sit beside me here upon my left. I, with these Florentines, a Paduan am, and very frequently they stun my ears by shouting, 'Let the sovereign knight arrive, who bring with him the pocket with 3 beads.'" Herewith his mouth he twisted, sticking out his tongue, as doth an ox that licks its nose. And I, afraid lest any longer stay might anger him who warned me to be brief, turned from those weary spirits back again. I found my leader, who had climbed already upon the back of that fierce animal, and said to me, "Now be thou strong and bold. By stairs like these shall we descend hereafter. Climb thou in front, for midst I wish to be, so that the tale may do no injury." Like one with cotton fever's chill so near, that pale already are his finger‐nails, and that, but looking at the shade, he shudders, such at the words he uttered I became. But that shame made its threats to me, which renders a servant strong when in a good lord's presence. As on those horrid shoulders I sat down, I wished to tell him, "See that thou embrace me." My voice, however, came not as I thought. But he, who succoured me at other times and other straits, as soon as I was up, encircled and sustained me with his arms. And then he said, "Now, Geryon, move thou on. Wide be thy wheels, and gradual thy descent. Bethink thee of the unwonted load thou hast." As from its mooring place a little boat backs slowly out, even so did he withdraw, and when he wholly felt himself in play, to where his breast had been he turned his tail, and moved the latter stretched out like an eel, while with his paws he gathered in the air. I do not think that there was greater fear when Phaeton let go his horse's reins, whereby, as still appears, the sky was burned; nor yet when wretched Icarus perceived his back unfeathering through the melting wax, while, calling him, his father cried, "Thou hold'st an evil course!" Then mine was, when I saw that I was in the air on every side, and gone the sight of all things save the beast. The latter, swimming slowly, wends his way, wheels and descends, but I perceive it not, save by the wind below and in my face. The waterfall I now heard on the right, making a horrid roar beneath us. Hence I outward thrust my head, with eyes turned down, more fearful of the abyss I then became, for fires I now beheld, and wailings heard. Hence, trembling, I clung closer with my thighs. And then, for I perceived it not before, by the great torments which on divers sides drew near, I saw our wheeling and descent. Even as a falcon long upon the wing, which without seeing lure or game bird makes the falconer say, Alas, thou comest down, descendeth weary through 100 rings whence he had swiftly started, and alights far from his lord in angry sullenness. So likewise Geryon set us down below, close to the bottom of the rough-hewn rock, and of our persons rid, as fast as flies an arrow from a bowstring, sped away. Inferno 18. The 8th circle. Fraud. The 1st trench. Pandars and seducers. The 2nd trench. Flatterers and prostitutes. A place there is in hell, called Malebolge, wholly of stone and of an iron hue, as is the round wall which encircles it. Right in the midst of its malicious field yawneth a well exceeding wide and deep, of whose construction in its place I'll speak. Round, therefore, is the girdle which remains between the well and that hard high wall's base, and 10 great trenches subdivide its bed. As is the appearance which, where many moats encircle castles for the wall's protection, the section where they are presents, such was the one whose trenches furnished here, and just as in such fortresses small bridges stretch from their threshold to the outmost bank, so crags ran from the bottom of the cliff across the banks and trenches to the well, which, gathering them together, cuts them off. In this place, then, we found ourselves when dropped from Geryon's back. The poet thereupon held to the left, and I behind him moved. Upon the right side I beheld new cause for sympathy, new pains, and scourges new, wherewith the 1st trench was completely filled. Down at its bottom, naked were the sinners. This side, the middle facing us, they came, beyond it with us, but with quicker steps. Means such as those which at the Jubilee the Romans took, because of its great throng, to have the people pass across the bridge, who toward the castle all on one side face, and toward St. Peter's go their way, while all move toward the mountain on the other edge. This side and that, upon the dark stone floor, horned demons with great scourges I beheld, who from behind were fiercely whipping them. Ah, how they caused them to lift them up their heels, when by the first blow smitten, certainly none waited for the second or the third. While I was going on, mine eyes were met by one of them, and instantly I said, I fast not from a previous sight of him. To make him out, I therefore stayed my feet, and having stopped with me, my gentle leader assented to my going back a little. That scourged one thought that he could hide himself by looking down, but little it availed him. For thou that castest down thine eyes, said I, unless the features which thou hast are false, venitico cacianimico art. But what brings thee into such pungent sources? And he to me, unwillingly I tell it, but forced I am by thy transparent speech, which makes me recollect the olden world. I was the one who led Gisolabella to do according to the Marquis' will, however the disgusting tale be told. Nor am I here the only Bolognese that weeps nay. This place is so full of us that not so many tongues are taught to-day between Savena and Reno to say Sipa. And if therefore thou wouldst have pledge or proof, recall to mind our avaricious breaths. As thus he spoke, a demon with his lash smote him, and said to him, Pander, begone! There are no women here to sell for coin. I then rejoined my escort, whereupon, when we had taken some few steps, we came to where a crag projected from the bank. This we ascended with the greatest ease, and turning to the right along its ridge, we left those everlasting circling walls. When we were where it hollows out below, to let the scourged pass through, my leader said, Now stay thy steps, and on thee let the sight of all these other ill-born spirits strike, whose faces thou hast not perceived as yet, because they've gone with us in our direction. As from the ancient bridge we watched the troop, which on the other side was toward us coming, and which the scourge was likewise driving on without my asking, my good teacher said, Look at that great man there, who, as he comes, for all his pain, seems not to shed a tear. How royal an appearance he still keeps! Jason is he, who by his doughtiness and wit deprived the Colchians of their ram. He passed the Isle of Lemnos on his way, after its pitiless and daring women had given up to death their every male. With tokens of his love and flattering words, he there deceived the maid Hypsipyle, who previously had all the rest deceived. He left her there with child, and all alone. Him to this punishment that fault condemns, and for Medea too his vengeance wrought. With him go those that in this way deceive. Be this enough to know of this first ditch, and of those two that in its fangs it holds. Already were we where the narrow path forms with the second bank a cross, and makes therewith abutments for another arch. We thence heard people in the following trench, who whined and groaned, and with their muzzles puffed, while smiting their own bodies with their palms. The banks were crusted over with a mould by vapour from below, which, sticking there, offensive to both eyes and nose became. So deep the bottom that there is no means of looking into it unless one climb the arch's summit, where the crag is highest. Thither we came, and from it in the ditch people I saw immersed in excrement, which seemed from human privies to have come. While peering with mine eyes down there, I saw a head so foul with filth that whether clerk's or layman's head it were was not apparent. Scolding, he said, Why, greedier art thou to look at me than at the other foul one? And I, because, if I remember well, I've seen thee with dry hair ere now, for thou Alessio Interminii of Luca art. That's why I eye thee more than all the rest. And he then, as he beat upon his pate, Those flatteries immerse me here below, wherewith my tongue was never surfeited. Then, after this, my leader said to me, See that thou urge thy glance a little further, that with thine eyes thou quite attain the face of that disgusting and dishevelled wench, who yonder claws herself with filthy nails, and crouches now, and now is on her feet. That Thais is, the prostitute, who answered her paramour when he had said, have I great thanks from thee. Nay, marvellously great. Herewith then let our sight be satisfied. Inferno 19. The 8th circle fraud. The 3rd trench. Simoniacs. O Simon Magus, O his wretched followers, since ye the things of God, which ought to be the brides of righteousness, rapaciously adulterate for silver and for gold, it now behoves the trumpet sound for you, for in the 3rd great trench your station is. We now had climbed the next tomb-spanning bridge, and were on that part of the crag which hangs directly o'er the middle of the trench. Wisdom supreme, how great the art thou showest in heaven, on earth, and in the evil world! How justly, too, thy virtue makes awards! I saw that on its sloping sides and bottom the livid-coloured stone was full of holes, all of one width, while each of them was round. Nor less nor more wide did they seem to me than those which, in my beautiful St. John's, are made as places for baptizing priests, and one of which, not many years ago, I broke to save one who was choking in it. Be this a witness, undeceiving all. Out of the mouth of each a sinner's feet protruded, and, as far as to the calf, his legs. The rest of him remained within. The souls of all were both of them on fire, because of which their joints so strongly twitched, they would have snapped green twigs and cords of grass. And as a flame on oily things is wont to move along the outer surface only, so likewise was it there from heels to toes. Who, teacher, is he yonder, who is tortured by twitching more than all the rest his mates? Said I, and whom a redder flame is sucking. And he to me, if thou wouldst have me bear thee down yonder bank which lowest lies, from him thou'lt know both of himself and of his sins. And I, what pleases thee I like, my lord thou art, and that I part not from thy will thou knowest, as also what is left unsaid. We then upon the 4th embankment came, and turning round, descended on our left into that narrow bottom pierced with holes. Nor yet did my good teacher set me down from off his back, but brought me to the hole of him who grieved so sorely with his shank. Whoe'er thou art, sad soul, that holdest down thine upper portion planted like a stake, I then began, say something if thou canst. I there was like a friar that confesses a base assassin, who, on being planted, calls him again, that death may be delayed. And he cried out, Dost thou stand there already? Dost thou stand there already, Boniface? By several years the writing lied to me. Art thou so quickly sated with the wealth for which thou didst not fear to seize by fraud and outrage next the Lady Beautiful? Even such did I become, as those are, who, not understanding what is answered them, deem themselves mocked, and think of no reply. Then Virgil said, Tell him immediately, I'm not the one thou thinkest. And I replied to him as I was bidden, whereat the spirit writhed with both his feet, then sighing, and with weeping voice, he said, What is it then that thou dost ask of me? If to know who I am concern thee so, that for it thou hast crossed the bank, know then that I was with the mighty mantle clothed, and verily the she-bear's son was I, so eager to advance the cubs that wealth I pocketed up there, and here myself. The others who in working simony preceded me are gathered 'neath my head, flattened between the fissures of the rock. I, in like manner, shall down yonder fall, when he arrives whom I believed thou wast, when I of thee the sudden question asked. But now already longer is the time that I, thus upside down, have cocked my feet, than he will planted stay with ruddy souls. For after him shall come from westward lands a lawless shepherd of still uglier deed, and fit to cover him and me. Renewed shall Jason be, of whom in Maccabees one read, and as to that one his king yielded, even so who governs France shall yield to this. I know not whether I was here too bold, in that I answered him in this strain only. Now tell me, pray, how great the treasure was our Lord demanded of St. Peter first, before he placed the keys in his control. Surely he asked for naught but follow me. Nor yet did Peter or the rest take gold or silver from Matthias, when by lot he took the place the guilty soul had lost. Therefore keep still, for thou art rightly punished, and take good care of that ill-gotten wealth which caused thee to be valiant against Charles. And were it not for this, that I am still forbidden by reverence for the keys supreme, thou hadst in keeping in the joyful life words of still greater weight would I employ, because your greed, by trampling on the good and raising the depraved, afflicts the world. The evangelist was thinking of your shepherds, when she, who on the waters hath her seat, was seen by him to fornicate with kings. The one who with the 7 heads was born, and from the 10 horns her support received, while virtue still was pleasing to her spouse. Ye have made yourselves a god of gold and silver, and from idolaters how differ ye, save that they worship one, and ye 100? Ah, Constantine, of how much ill was mother, not thy conversion, but the dower gift the earliest wealthy father took from thee. While I was singing him such notes as these, he, whether it were wrath or conscience bit him, was fiercely kicking out with both his feet. I verily believed it pleased my leader. He heeded with so glad a look throughout the utterance of those true clear words of mine. He therefore took me up with both his arms, and when he had me wholly on his breast, he climbed again the path down which he came, nor tired of holding me in his embrace, but bore me to the summit of the arch, which crosses from the 4th bank to the 5th. When there, he gently set his burden down, gently, because that crag was rough and steep, and would be difficult for goats to cross. From thence another trench was shown to me. Inferno 20. The 8th circle, fraud. The 4th trench, diviners and soothsayers. About strange punishments must I make verses, and furnish matter for the 20th song of this first lay, which treats of those submerged. Already had I wholly given myself to looking down at its uncovered bottom, which with the tears of agony was bathed, when people in the great round trench I saw come weeping silently, and at the pace at which in this world litanies advance. Then, as my sight fell on them lower down, wondrously twisted each of them appeared between the chin and where the chest begins, for toward his loins his face was turned around, and backward it behoved him to advance, because of foresight they had been deprived. By palsy some, perhaps, may thus have been entirely turned around, but I've not seen it, nor do I think there ever was one such. So may God let thee, reader, gather fruit from this thy reading. Think now for thyself how I could ever keep my own face dry, when at close range I saw a human image so twisted that the weeping of the eyes along the fissure bathed the back. Indeed, as on a rock of that hard crag I leaned, I wept so that my escort said to me, "Art thou still foolish as the others are? Here liveth piety when wholly dead is pity. Who then guiltier is than he who lets his feelings judge divine decrees? Lift, lift thy head, and see the man for whom before the Trojans' eyes the earth was opened, whence all cried, 'Whither art thou rushing now, Amphiaraus? Why quittest thou the war?' And he ceased not from plunging headlong down to Minos, who lays hold on every one. See how he makes a bosom of his shoulders. Because he wished to see too far ahead, he looks behind, and backward goes his way. Behold Tiresias there, who changed his looks when female he became from being male, his members being each and all transformed. And afterward he needs must strike again the two entwining serpents with his rod, ere he the plumage of a male regained. He who to that one's belly turns his back is Aaron's, who in Lunai's mountain quarries, where toils the Carares, who dwells below, among white marbles had as dwelling place a cave, from which his view was not cut off when at the stars he gazed, or at the sea. And she who yonder with dishevelled locks covers the breasts which thou dost not behold, and has on that side all her hairy skin, was Manto, who first searched through many lands, then settled in the place where I was born. Thereof I'd have thee hear me speak a little. After her father had from life departed, and Bacchus' city had become enslaved, she wandered long about the world. Up there in lovely Italy beneath the Alps, which o'er the Tyrol lock out Germany, there lies a lake which is Bonacco called. From o'er 1,000 springs, I trow, 'tween Garda and Val Camonica, the Pennine Alp is bathed by waters which therein find rest. A midway place there is, where Trento's shepherd, and he of Brescia, and the Veronese, might each his blessing give, if there he went. Peschiera next, a fair and mighty fortress, and fit to face both Bergamasques and Brescians, sits where the shore lies lowest round about. There all that in Bonacco's spacious lap cannot be held flows out of it perforce, and down through verdant pastures forms a stream. When once its water gathers head to run, no more Bonacco, Mincio is its name, till at Governolo it joins the Po. Not long its course before it finds low ground, o'er which it spreads, and making it a marsh, is wont at times to be unsound in summer. Passing that way, the cruel virgin saw a region in the middle of the fen, untilled and naked of inhabitants. There to escape all human fellowship and work her arts, she settled with her slaves and lived, and there she left her empty body. Thereafter men who all around were scattered, collected in that place, which was a strong one, because it had a fen on every side. O'er those dead bones of hers they built a town. Then, after her who first picked out the site, they called it Mantua, with no other lot. The people in it were more numerous once, before the foolishness of Casalodi had been deceived by Pinamonte's guile. I charge thee then, if e'er thou hear it said, my town had its beginning otherwise, permit no falsehood to defraud the truth. Thy statements, teacher, are so sure to me, said I, and take such hold upon my faith, that those of others would be burnt out coals. But tell me, if among these passing people thou seest any one deserving note, for my mind now is wholly bent on that. He told me then, the one who from his cheeks extends his beard across his swarthy shoulders, an augur was, when Greece lacked males so much that for her cradles only few were left. 'Twas he who set, with Calchas' aid, at Aulis, the time to cut the fleet's first rope. His name Eurypylus, and in a certain place he thus is called by my high tragedy. This thou knowest well, who knowest all of it. That other one, so thin about his flanks, was Michael Scott, who surely understood the artful game of magical deceits. Guido Bonatti see, and see as Dante, who wishes now that he had given heed to cord and leather, but too late repents. See the sad women who abandoned needles, spindles, and shuttles to become diviners. These wrought their spells with herbs and images. But now come on, for Cain is with his thorns holding the bounds of both the hemispheres, and plays upon the waves below Seville, and round already was the moon last night. Thou surely must recall it, since at times it harmed thee not, when in the dark wood's depth. Thus he to me, as meanwhile on we went. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Inferno 21. The Eighth Circle. Fraud. The Fifth Trench. Corrupt politicians. Speaking of other things, my comedy cares not to sing. We thus from bridge to bridge moved on, and one upon the summit stopped, in order to behold the next ravine of Malebolge, and the next vain cries, and I beheld it wonderfully dark, and just such sticky pitch as that which boils in the Venetians' arsenal in winter, for caulking up again the unsound ships which cannot then be sailed; instead of which, as one a new one builds, one plugs the ribs of that which many voyages has made. One hammers at the stern, and at the prow another; one fashions oars, another cordage twists, while still another mends a jib or mainsail. Such was the coarse, dense pitch, which, not by fire, but by an art divine, boiled there below, and lined the bank on every side. I saw the pitch, but nothing in it, save the bubbles the boiling raised, and that the whole of it kept swelling up, and settling back compressed. While I was gazing fixedly down yonder, my leader cried to me, "Beware! Beware!" and drew me to himself from where I was. I then turned round, as one who longs to see the thing which it behooves him to escape, and who, when by a sudden fear unmanned, although he sees, delays not his departure. And I perceive behind us a black devil come running up along the rocky crag. Ah, how ferocious in his looks he was, and in his actions how severe he seemed, with wings outspread and light upon his feet. His shoulder, which was sharp and high, was loaded with both a sinner's haunches, whom he held clutched tightly by the sinews of his feet. "Oh, Malebranche!" from our bridge he cried, "here's one of Santa Zita's ancients, put him beneath, for I'm for more of them returning to that town which I have well stocked therewith. There, save Pontiro, every one's a grafter, and no, for money there becomes a yes." He hurled him down, and o'er the rugged crag returned, and never was a mastiff loosed with so much hurry to pursue a thief. The other sank, and then rose doubled up. Those fiends, though, who were sheltered by the bridge, cried, "Here, the holy face availeth not. One here swims otherwise than in the Secchio. If, therefore, thou dost not desire our hooks, protrude not from the surface of the pitch." They pricked him then with o'er 100 prongs, and said, "Here under cover must thou dance, that, if thou canst, thou mayest thieve secretly." Not otherwise do cooks have scullions plunge the meat with hooks into the cauldron's midst, to hinder it from floating on its surface. Thereat my kindly teacher said to me, "That here thy presence be not known, crouch down behind a rock, which may avail to screen thee, and be not thou afraid for any harm that may be done to me, who know these things, for I in frays like this have been before." He then passed on beyond the bridge's head, and when the 6th embankment had been reached, he had to show assurance in his face. With just the storm and fury wherewith dogs break out and rush upon a poor old man, who stops and begs at once from where he is, from 'neath the little bridge those devils issued, and turned against him all their grappling hooks. But he cried out, "Be none of you malicious. Before your grappling hooks take hold of me, let one of you advance and hear me speak. Then take ye counsel as to grappling me." Then all cried out, "Let Malacoda go!" Thereat one started, while the rest kept still, and as he came said, "What does this avail him?" "Dost thou think, Malacoda," said my teacher, "that, as thou seest, I have hither come, safe until now, from all your hindrances, and helped by will divine and favouring fate? Let us go on, for it is willed in heaven that I should show another this wild road." Thereat his pride received so great a fall, that at his feet he dropped his grappling hook, and to the rest said, "Let him not be wounded." My leader thereupon cried out to me, "Thou, that among the bridge's broken rocks art crouching safely, now regain my side." I therefore moved, and quickly came to him. Then all the fiends advanced so far, I feared they would not keep their word. Even thus I once saw infantry who, under pledge of safety, were from Caprona coming forth afraid, when 'mong so many foes they saw themselves. Then wholly to my leader's side I drew, nor from their faces, which did not look good, did I remove my eyes. For as their prongs they lowered, one fiend to another said, "Wouldst thou that I should touch him on his rump?" And they replied, "Yes, see thou nick it for him." But that fiend, who was with my leader talking, turned round at once and said to him, "Keep still there, Scarmaglione." Then to us, "Further advance along this present crag cannot be made.
because the sixth arch yonder lies wholly shattered on the ground below. But if it please you still to go ahead, go on along this ridge. There is near by another crag which furnishes a path. Then this hour, 5 hours later yesterday, 1260 years had passed since here the path was broken. I am sending some of my company in that direction to see if any yonder air themselves. Go on with them, for they will not be bad. Step forward, Alekino and Calcabrina, he then began to say. Thou to Cagnazzo, and let old Barbariccia guide the 10. Have Libicoccio go, and Dragignazzo, tusked Ciriato too, and Graffiacane, with Farfarello and crazy Rubicante. Search round about the boiling birdlime pitch. Let these be safe as far as that next crag, which all unbroken goes across the dens. "Oh, teacher, what is this I see?" said I. "If thou know how, pray let us go alone, for I request no escort for myself. If thou as wary art as thou art wont, dost thou not notice how they gnash their teeth, and with their eyebrows threaten us with woe?" And he to me, "I would not have thee frightened. Let them grin on then as they like, for that they're doing at the wretches who are boiled." They wheeled and moved along the left bank then, but not till each, as signal toward their leader, had first thrust out his tongue between his teeth, and he had of his rump a trumpet made. Inferno 22. The eighth circle, fraud. The fifth trench, corrupt politicians. Ere now have I seen cavalry break camp, start to attack, or be reviewed, and even at times retreat in order to escape. Scouts have I also seen upon your lands, O Aretines, raids too have I beheld, and tournaments and tilting matches fought, with trumpets now, and now with bells, with drums, and beacon signals made from fortresses, with native and with foreign things, but never have I seen horse or infantry or ship, by sign of either land or sky, set out with instrument of wind as odd as that. With the 10 demons we were going on, the fierce company, but in a church, with saints consort, with gluttons at an inn. Upon the pitch alone was I intent, that I might see all details of the trench, and of the people who were burned therein. As dolphins do, when, arching up their backs, they give the warning which bids mariners take measures for the safety of their ship, even so, at times, his suffering to relieve, one of the sinners there displayed his back, and hid it in less time than lightning takes. And as in ditches at the water's edge frogs stay with nothing but their muzzles out, and thus conceal their feet and all the rest, even so on all sides did those sinners stay, and now that Barbariccia was approaching, they likewise 'neath the boiling pitch withdrew. I saw, and still it stirs my heart with horror, one waiting thus, as oft, while one frog stays, it happens that another scurries off, and Graffiacane, who was nearest to him, hooking his pitch-smeared tresses, pulled him up, so that an otter he appeared to me. I knew by now the names of each and all. I noted them so well when they were chosen, and when they called each other, noticed how. "Oh, Rubicante, see thou set thy claws upon him so that thou peel off his skin," the accursed all cried out together then. And I,
My teacher, if thou canst, contrive to learn who that wretch is who thus has fallen into his adversary's hands." My leader thereupon drew near to him, and asked him whence he was, and he replied, "Of Navarre's kingdom I a native was. My mother placed me out to serve a lord, for she had borne me to a rascal knave, who both himself and what he owned destroyed. I next in good King Tybalt's household served, and there I set myself to practise graft, for which I pay the reckoning in this heat." Here Cariato, from whose mouth protruded, as from a boar's, a tusk on either side, caused him to feel how one of them could rip. Among bad cats the mouse had fallen now, for Barbariccia clasped him in his arms, and said, "Stand off, while I am clutching him." Then, toward my teacher having turned his face, he said, "Ask him again, if more thou wish to know of him, before the others rend him." My leader then, "Now tell me, knowest thou any among the other sinners 'neath the pitch who Latin is?" And he, "Not long ago I left a man from that vicinity. Would that like him I still were covered up, for I should there fear neither claw nor hook." Here Libicuccio said, "We've borne too much," and with his hook so seized him by the arm and tore it that he carried off a piece, and Dragignazzo also wished to clutch him down at his legs, but their decurium then turned right around at them with threatening looks. When they were somewhat pacified again, of him who still was looking at his wound my leader asked without delay, "Who then was he from whom thou tookst unlucky leave, as thou hast said, to land upon the shore?" And he made answer, "That was Fra Gomita, Galura's man, a vessel of all fraud, who, when he held in hand his master's foes, so dealt with them that each is glad. Their money he took, and, as he puts it, let them all off easy, and even in other offices was not a petty, but a first-rate grafter. With him Don Michel Zanch of Logodoro associates, and never do their tongues feel tired out by talking of Sardinia. But, oh, look at the other grinning there. More would I say, but I'm afraid lest that one be making ready now to claw my skin." Then the great provost turned toward Farfarello, who rolled his eyes as if he meant to strike, and said, "Up yonder, thou malicious bird! If you desire," thereat began again the terror-stricken man, "to see or hear Tuscans or Lombards, I will have some come. But let the evil claws here stand aside a little, that their vengeance be not feared, and I, while sitting in this very place, for one that I am, shall make 7 come out, when I shall whistle, as our wont it is, when any one of us protrudes himself." Cagnazzo at this speech his muzzle raised, and shook his head, and said, "Here the sly trick, devised by him to cast himself below." Then he, who frauds in great abundance had, replied to him, "Tricky indeed am I, when for my mates a greater pain I win." Here Alatchin could not control himself, but said, in opposition to the rest, "I shall not gallop after thee in case thou dive, but o'er the pit shall beat my wings, the ridge abandoned, be the bank a scream, to see if thou alone art more than we." Now, reader, of a new sport shalt thou hear. Each turned his eyes the other way, and he, the first, who had thereto been most opposed. The Navarrese chose well his time, stood firmly upon the ground, and jumping suddenly from what they purposed, freed himself thereby. For this each felt himself to blame, but most the one who of the loss had been the cause. Hence he moved first, and shouted, "Thou art caught!" but little did it profit him, for wings could not outmeasure fear. As one went under, the other, flying upward, raised his breast. Nor different is the speed with which a duck dives under water when a hawk draws near, who, vexed and baffled, thus flies up again. Then Calcabrina, angered by the flight, flew out behind him, glad that one escaped, because it let him scuffle with the other, and then the grafter having disappeared, he turned his claws upon his own companion, and grappled with him o'er the ditch. But he, being indeed a fighting sparrow-hawk, fitted to claw him well, they both fell down into the middle of the boiling fen. A sudden separator was the heat, but rising thence was quite impossible, they had their wings so lined with sticky pitch. Then Barbaricia, vexed as were the rest, his mates, had 4 of them, with all their hooks, fly to the other bank. On both sides then they speedily descended to their posts, and stretched their hooks out toward the pitch belimed, who now were cooked inside their crusted hides, and thus embarrassed we abandoned them. Inferno 23. The 8th circle, fraud. The 6th trench, hypocrites. Silent, alone, and unaccompanied, we went along, one first and one behind, as minor friars go when on the road. My thoughts, by reason of the present brawl, were turned to Aesop's fable, that wherein he talks about the frog and mouse, for now and at this moment are no more alike than one is like the other, if beginning and end be linked by an attentive mind. And even as one thought from another springs, so next from that one was another born, which doubled my first fear. Hence thus I thought, these devils have been scorned on our account, and with such injury and scoff indeed, that I believe that they are greatly vexed. If anger to ill will be joined, they'll come more fiercely after us than doth a dog the rabbit which he seizes with his teeth. Already was I feeling all my hair bristling with fear, when, gazing back intent, I said, "If, teacher, thou hide not thyself and me with speed, I dread the evil claws. We have them now behind us, and I so imagine them that I already feel them." And he, "If I were made of leaded glass, thine outward image I would not reflect more quickly than thine inward I receive. Even now thy thoughts were coming among mine, with outlook and intent so similar, that I with both a single purpose formed. If it be true, the right bank slopeth so, that to the following trench we can descend, we shall escape from this imagined chase." He had not finished telling me his plan, when not far off I saw them coming on with wings outspread, intent on seizing us. My leader then took hold of me at once, even as a mother, by the noise aroused, and seeing close to her the burning flames, seizes her child and flees, and doth not stop, since caring more for him than for herself, even long enough to clothe her with a shift. And downward from the ridge of that hard bank, his back he yielded to the hanging rock which closes one side of the following trench. Water there moved as swiftly through a sluice to turn the overshot wheel of a mill, when closest to the paddles it approaches, as did my teacher o'er that salvage bank, bearing me down with him upon his back, as though his son I were, and not his mate. His feet had hardly reached the trench's bed below, when they were on the ridge above just over us, but nought was now to fear, because the Providence on high, which willed to place them in the 5th trench as its servants, takes from them
all the power of leaving it. A painted people found we there below, who, moving with exceedingly slow steps, shed tears, and in their looks appeared subdued and weary. Cloaks they had, equipped with cowls, lowered before their eyes, and cut like those which in Cologne are fashioned for her monks. So gilded outside are they that they dazzle, but inside all are lead, and of such weight that those which Frederick clothed men with were straw. O cloak that wearies through eternity! We turned again, as ever, to the left, along with them, intent on their sad plaint, but owing to the weight, that weary folk came on so slowly that new company we had at every motion of our legs. Hence, to my leader, I contrive to find some one whom we may know by deed or name, and while thus going, move thine eyes around. And one who heard my Tuscan speech cried out behind us, "Stay your feet, O ye that run so quickly through the gloomy air! From me, perhaps, shalt thou receive what thou dost ask." Thereat my leader turned and said, "Now wait, and then proceed according to his pace." I stopped, and two I saw, whose faces showed great mental haste to be with me, and yet their burden and the narrow path delayed them. On coming up to us they watched me long, with eyes askance, and uttered not a word. Then toward each other turning, thus they spoke: "This one seems by the action of his throat alive, but if they're dead, by what right then go they uncovered by the heavy stole?" And then, addressing me, they said, "O Tuscan, who to the gathering of sad hypocrites art come, scorn not to tell us who thou art." And I to them, "On Arno's lovely stream, and in its famous town, both born and bred, I'm in the body I have always had. But who are ye, adown whose cheeks there drips, as I perceive, so great a woe? And what the penalty which sparkles on you thus?" "These orange cloaks," one answered, "are of lead, and of such thickness are they that the weights thus cause the scales that balance them to creak. We jovial friars were in Polignies, I Catalan, and Lodoringo he by name, and chosen by thy town together, as one alone is usually called to keep its peace, and such we were as still in the Gardingo's neighbourhood appears. O friars, I began your evil deeds, but said no more, because there struck mine eyes one crucified by 3 stakes on the ground. On seeing me, sighs through his beardy blue, and writhed all over. Then Fra Catalan, informed thereby of what had happened, said, "The pinioned man thou gazest at advised the Pharisees that it expedient was to torture one man for the people's sake. Stretched crosswise, as thou seest, on the road, and naked, he is forced to be the first to feel how much whoever passes weighs, and in like fashion suffer in this ditch his father-in-law and others of the council, which proved a seed of evil for the Jews." I then saw Virgil marvelling at him, who in the figure of a cross was stretched so basely in eternal banishment. Then to the friar he addressed these words: "Be not displeased to tell us, an ye may, if on the right there lie a crossing place, by means of which we too may issue hence, without black angels being forced to come and extricate us from this trench's bed." "Nearer than thou dost hope," he then replied. "A crag there is, which at the great round wall begins, and all the cruel trenches spans, save that at this one it is broken down, and spans it not. But ye can climb the ruins, which from its base lie piled along the slope." My leader kept his head bowed down a while, then said, "Wrongly did he report the thing who yonder grapples sinners with his hook." The friar then: "Among the many vices given the devil at Bologna, I once heard that he a liar is, and sire of lies." Thereat my leader with great strides departed, somewhat disturbed by anger in his looks. Then I the burden left, and followed on behind the footprints of beloved feet. Inferno 24. The eighth circle, fraud. The seventh trench, thieves. When, in the youthful season of the year, the sun beneath Aquarius warms his locks, while southward now the nights pursue their way, and when the hoar-frost draws upon the ground the counterfeit of her white sister's face, though shortly lasts the temper of her pen, the peasant, lacking provender, gets up, looks out, and seeing all the country white, slaps himself on the thigh, returns indoors, and walking to and fro laments, poor wretch, not knowing what to do. Then, later on, returning out again, recovers hope, on seeing that the world has shortly changed its face, and taking down his shepherd's staff, out to their feeding drives his tender sheep. Even thus my teacher filled me with dismay when I beheld such trouble in his face. Thus, too, the plaster quickly reached the wound, for when we had attained the ruined bridge, my leader turned to me with that sweet look which at the mountain's foot I first perceived. First, having well surveyed the ruined arch, after some counsel taken with himself, his arms he opened, and took hold of me. And like a man who ponders while he acts, and always seems to look ahead, even so, while upward to the top of one great rock he pushed me, he sought out another crag, and said, "Take hold of that one next, but first see whether it be fit to bear thy weight." No path was this for one who wears a cloak, since scarcely could we two, though he was light and I was pushed, ascend from rock to rock, and had the slope on that bank not been shorter than on the other, I know not of him, but I would surely have been overcome. But since the whole of Malebolge slopes down to the opening of the lowest well, such is the nature of each trench's banks, that one is high, and low the following one, and yet we reached at length the ridge above, from which the crag's last rock projects. My breath was so exhausted from my lungs, when up at last, that I could go no further. Nay, on arriving, I sat down at once. "Thus henceforth must thou rid thyself of sloth," my teacher said, "for one attains not fame sitting on cushions or 'neath canopies, and he that lives without attaining it leaveth on earth such traces of himself as smoke doth in the air or foam in water. Therefore get up, o'ercome thy troubled breath with that soul energy which wins all fights, unless it sink beneath its body's weight. A longer stairway must be climbed. 'Tis not enough that these stairs have been left. If then thou understand me, let it profit thee." I thereupon arose, and showed myself better equipped with breath than I had felt, and said, "Go on, for I am strong and bold." We took the pathway up along the crag, which rocky was, narrow and hard to climb, and steeper far than was the one before. Not to seem weak, I talked as on I went. This from the next trench caused a voice to come, which was incapable of forming words. Though I was on the summit of the arch which crosses here, I know not what it said, but moved to anger seemed the one who spoke. Downward I looked, and yet my living eyes could not attain the bottom for the dark. Hence, "Teacher, try to reach the following ridge," said I, "and let me from the wall descend, for as I hear but do not understand, so looking down from hence I make out nothing." "No other answer give I thee," he said, "save that of action, for a fair request ought to be met by deeds without a word." We climbed down from the bridge's further head, where to the 8th embankment it is joined, and then the trench was clearly shown to me, and in it I beheld a frightful throng of snakes, and of so weird a kind that still the memory of them freezes up my blood. Let Libya and her sand no longer boast, for though she breed Calidri, Jaculi, with Kentri, Pharai, and Amphesbinae, ne'er with all Ethiopia did she show, nor e'en with what above the Red Sea lies, either so many or such evil plagues. Among this cruel and most dismal swarm people were running, nude and terrified, and with no hope of hole or heliotrope. Their hands were bound behind their backs with snakes, whose tail and head were thrust between their loins and tied together in a knot in front. Then, lo, a serpent hurled himself at one who near our bank was standing, and transfixed him there where the neck is to the shoulders joined. Never were O or I so quickly written, as he took fire, and burning up must needs turn wholly into ashes as he fell. Whereat, though thus destroyed upon the ground, the dust, assembling of its own accord, turned instantly into the selfsame man. So likewise, as great sages have declared, the phoenix dies and then is born again. As she approaches her 500th year, she feeds through life on neither herbs or grain, but on amomum only and incense tears. Her final swaddling bands are nard and myrrh. And as is he who falls, nor knoweth how, by demon force which pulls him to the ground, or other inhibition binding man, and who, on getting up again, looks round, wholly bewildered by the great distress which he has felt, and as he looks heaves sighs. Such was that sinner after he had risen. O power of God, how truly just thou art, that in revenge dost deal such blows as these. Thereat my leader asked him who he was, and he replied, "Into this wild ravine I reined from Tuscany not long ago. Mule that I was, a beast's life, not a man's, I liked. I'm Vanifucci, called the Beast. For me Pistoia was a worthy den." Then, "Tell him not to slip away," I said, "and ask what fault thrust him down here, for I once saw in him a man of blood and strife." The sinner then, who understood, feigned not, but turned toward me both mind and face, and said, as with a sudden shame he coloured up, "That thou hast caught me in the misery in which thou seest me gives me greater pain than that which took me from the other life. I can't refuse what thou dost ask of me. I'm placed thus low because it was I who robbed the vestry known for its fair ornaments. A deed once falsely put upon another
But now lest thou enjoy this sight of me, if thou art ever out of these dark lands, thine ears to my announcement opened hear. Pistoia first despoils herself of Neri, then Florence changes folk and government. From Val di Magra Mars draws forth a bolt, by turbid clouds enveloped. Next with wild and cruel storm a battle will be fought upon the Piscine plain. Then suddenly the bolt will cleave the mist in such a way that every Bianca will thereby be wounded. And this I've said, that it may give thee pain.
End of chapter 51.